another week in my ongoing continued adventures between the Corpus, the Federation, the Guinea, and all other parties involved. And it is a fascinating discussion that I've had a lot of fun doing. Because, honestly, the more involved you get into it, the more interesting and unique. It also leads you, though, with a lot of questions about what, like, for example, like, interstellar travel. Like, for example, we start with, okay. That's my opening Twitch so I can see if anybody comes. Because every time I don't open Twitch, somebody shows up and starts talking in Twitch. So, Twitch is now open. Alright, yes. So, every time, it's a fascinating way of looking at things, okay? It's really, really interesting, okay? So, first off, I will admit it's been really cold again this week. So, I have been spending most of my days when I get home from work late hiding under the blanket with the kitty cat. Yeah. It's cold. Hey, Zendy, what's up? Ooh, Forma. It's cold. It's still cold. It is still
angry.
Ridiculously cold. Let me be clear, it is so cold. Normally by now the snow would have melted, but it is still not melted, which means it is harder for me because there are certain areas that I rely on, riding my bicycle, places that still have snow because there are places people just don't plow it or shovel it or all of that. Like, I'm not amused. Like why the hell, just certain areas where you're like, okay, that just pisses me off to no level of, no degree. Sorry, I'm not wording things correctly. Okay. It's not fun when it's cold. I got a blankie on my lap. I got my Destiny blankie on my lap. So, I said, Corpus, Federation. I do not envy you. Just the amount of snow is ridiculous. Isn't even snowing. It is ridiculously cold Saturday and Sunday. No snow, but it's ridiculously cold and windy. Like, one of my colleagues was, like, on Friday, he's like, alright, it's a good thing we don't work on weekends, because it's going to be ridiculously cold and windy, which is going to make it so much worse. So I don't believe we got any snow. Okay. Yeah, it's like 9 degrees with a wind advisory. Yeah, it's cold. Right? Yeah. It's cold. So, yeah. What am I doing? I wanted to see, I'm trying to build more stuff. What is going on? So I need the Caritas. Paracesis I need, absolutely. But I would need another Galatine because I want one of each item. Okay? Anyway. We're supposed to get up to... Oh, if that is true, thank God. I hope you're right. Because, yeah. I want this to end. Wait, did I? Twin Zorin, okay. Oh, I need another Atmos, and in order for me to get the Atmos, I need Polymer Bundle and Argon Crystals. Alright. Yeah, it's been cold, and you know it's cold when even the little Min girl is, doesn't want to get up at times. Where she sits under the blankets with me, so I just throw the blanket over my head, my Destiny blanket. Yes, this is a Destiny blanket, and she just sits there and falls asleep because it's cold. But the fun thing is, I can mess around with the chat, and I ask you questions, and I said, I do think, I'll be clear, I think that, yes, Mimi. Come here, Mimi. What are you doing, Mimi? Come here. Let's move this. Alright, come here. Come here, Mimi. Come here, Mimi. Come here. Why? Yes. Yes, come here. Come on. What's the matter? Yeah? What's the matter? Say my... Yeah, it is ridiculously cold. But, right, Mimi? Your feet are cold. And I know that if I buy you sockies, you're not going to wear the socks. So, we're not going to get you paw socks. But they do apparently exist. There are socks for cats. Paw socks. Little paw socks. She's right here now. You can't see her very well, but she's now right here. But, like I said, I've been having a lot of fun messing around with the AI stuff because I am absolutely... Let me say this. First off, I hope the creators of Starfleet Academy are forever blessed by the constant companion of bankruptcy. Why would I want that? So you want me to... You want me to win that by fighting my Corpus brothers? Woman? Absolutely not. No way in hell. I can live without that. That is ugly. Ooh, it's hearts and heart stuff. I hate when... One of the nice things I like about the AI, okay, I hate it when they put modern stuff into, like... I mean, I get it, it's a glyph, it's jokes, so it's not like it's meant to be in the universe, right? But one of the things I absolutely loved about the AI was it created Corpus language. Not exactly Corpus language, but like Corpus dialogue that would fit the Corpus. So it's not like they sound... AI, ChatGPT is actually very, very good if you ask it the right questions and you formulate things correctly, and you have to be observant the whole time because it will make mistakes. Like, for example, it keeps forgetting certain things. So I'm like, so for example, it would, at one point it had Garrick realizing that Kai was Corpus, and it's like he does not know yet, or various little slip-ups where it'll point out like Elias Halvorson. Yo, what's up? He'll notice Elias Halvorson. First off, one of the first big problems with ChatGPT is it tends to have characters preach a lot and come to conclusions that they shouldn't be able to. So, like, at one point, Elias Halvorson was talking with Kai or something, and he makes the observation that he's like this because he was raised on the Orb Valis. I was like, Elias Halvorson is the chief medical officer of a Federation ship, right? He has no idea what the Orb Valis is. He has no idea about that. So, you have to watch it first for making... So, for example, I now have to, first of all, I had to multiple times remind it to not preach, because it would have Corpus preaching at Federation about how their motives are profit-based. And this is how the market works. It's like, no, most of the time the Corpus will not give you these long narratives on why they're doing what they're doing. So you have to remind it not to do that. You have to remind it not to make inferences that they can't. So at one point I was like, all right, I would bring up a character. I'd be like for example, Kai. I'd be like, all right, what does Halvorson deduce based on his behavior? What can Halvorson deduce logically as a chief medical officer when he interacts with Kai? And it's like, what does Kai deduce based on his knowledge of Halvorson? Because otherwise, if you're not careful, it's going to make deductions it shouldn't be able to make. It forgets information that you've given it, so you have to remind it. So you'd be like, no, it does not know this already. No, it does not know this. You have to remind it, but you have to be on top of it, and you have to give it ideas and suggestions. So it's a debate, but you have to know what you're talking about. But it does come up with some great ideas. For example, like I said, it came up really good dialogue ideas. Basically, dialogue style, because one of the big problems... That's what Smash does. I did have it create a picture of Elias Halvorson, because I was like, I want to know what the guy looks like. So Elias Halvorson is the chief medical officer that the Corpus often deal with. I need to generate images of the other Starfleet officers, but where's Halvorson? This is Elias Halvorson. So, he's 42, and the thing is, one of the things is, okay, one of my problems, for example, with Starfleet Academy is the people who have defended Starfleet Academy have told me that it is parody, okay? No, it's not, okay? Parody is not the same thing as canon in the sense of like Deep Space Nine. And the other thing is, if you're good, you can do good humor that makes sense for the characters that's not parody. That's my problem, okay? I have some really hilarious moments come up based on culture clash, lack of understanding, but it completely fits the character. For example, the Corpus, for a Corpus, 100 years is considered young. This we know from actual canon. In Warframe, they mention that Darvo is 104 years old. And that's basically an adolescent. And he like argues with Frode Beck, who's his father, that he's like 100 years old. And so they treat a 100-year-old as very, very young. So Elias Halvorsen, the chief medical officer, mentions he's 42, but he's the ship's chief medical officer. So the Corpus are confused because they're like, that's very, very young. So at one point, the Corpus were calling him the juvenile Starfleet doctor, or the juvenile medical asset, because, and it has nothing to do with parody. It's to the Corpus, if you are under 100, you're basically very, very young. So it makes sense that they repeatedly kept calling him the juvenile medical asset because they thought he was very young, based on what they know. Or the Corpus are selling stimulant patches based on their own stimulants that cause a lot of problems as they used Halvorsen's own crew as guinea pigs. I mean, but the thing is, they're using the stupidity of Starfleet Academy they're using parody as an excuse to explain Starfleet Academy. Starfleet Academy is not parody. Starfleet Academy is stupid, but every single person who has tried to defend it, well, not all of them. Some of them are like, oh, this and this, but some of the people who've tried to defend Starfleet Academy have said it's parody. Alright, well, first of all, no, it's not, because you're trying to equate Starfleet Academy with canon. You want to bring in Cisco and all of that. Okay. Parody is not canon. I have read Star Trek parody. Years ago, there's some very funny Star Trek parody. I think it was called Star Trek or something like that. It's not parody, okay? And on top of that, if you want to have humor, do it well. Okay? There have been some really, really funny moments between Kai and all of the Corpus and the Federation where they have culture clash. Or, you know, there's a lot of, you know, first of all, there's a lot of culture clash between the two of them. But they're just funny moments that make sense. Elias has a very deadpan sense of humor. And Kai, being Kai, he's very good at, this is his skill. When I first created him, I didn't realize it. But Kai is very much a people reader. So, for example, he repeatedly calls the chief medical officer, Dr. Halvorsen, Elias. And it throws him off. Right? It completely... because he knows it throws him off. He's constantly calling him Elias.
I collected in the name of my
and what makes it even more funny is when he's not when he's in front of the captain, because the captain tells Kai to stop calling Elias Halvorsen Elias, he mispronounces his name. Every single time. Because he does it to throw him off. He does things that seem funny to throw him off while he's doing more serious things. He will leave, he throws them off so they don't realize how dangerous he is. There's a whole manipulative reason why. For example, like I said, he keeps calling Elias Halvorsen Elias, and he keeps getting annoyed. He's like, it's Dr. Halvorsen to you. The hell is that? But if you want to be funny, also the young Tiket is going through trials to see what food the Corpus can eat and what they cannot. And he labels milkshakes as like an enemy attack because it makes him ridiculously sick. So he's like, weapon status confirmed. This is catastrophic weapon. So you can have humor, well done humor, that isn't parody, but they are so incapable of doing well done humor. And the funny thing is, AI does it well. AI, like half the time I'm reading the stuff with the AI, it is hilarious and it fits the characters. Parody, it fits the characters. So like, Starfleet Medical comes in, they're like, no one is allowed to use the stimulant patches, and the Corpus will come up and start throwing ads around that are Corpus, because the thing is, again, everything is based on so for example, we know, okay, based on canon lore, that the Corpus, okay, will use emergency channels to advertise their products, because Ordis himself says it in game. He says, "Oh, that we're getting an emergency distress call," and then he's like, "Oh, it's just the Corpus peddling their wares again." So we know. So if the Corpus are in the Federation, what do you think they're doing? They're sending advertisements all over, pretending it's emergency broadcasts, and they're like, and the captain at one point is like, "Is this a real emergency, or am I going to get sold something?" Because it fits lore. At another point, there's a quote from Nora Knight, the Nora Knightley, where she's like, Nora, Foodies, Warframe, Corpus. So Taro starts experimenting with different stimulants at one point, and it makes sense. Well, bad news, foodies. The Corpus are scrapping plans to bioengineer food from hazardous waste. Diners reported everything tasted like vermink, then exploded. Back to the labs, you crazy kids. Nora Knight actually says this in game. So for the Corpus to be making crazy experiments that sell to the Federation actually fits the Corpus. They're like, yeah, they're bioengineering food from hazardous waste. I love that. Back to the lab, you crazy kids. So you can have humor, well done humor, without it being parody. But they're incapable of doing that. And again, don't get me, everyone's like, oh, there was the skirt. There's a reason why the skirt was there once and never showed up again, because it was stupid.
Ordis has received messages for the operator.
I've decided, like I said, I have decided that I'm not Clownfish TV. Like I said, I'm not Clownfish TV. I'm not all those more mature YouTubers who are like, oh, you're free to like it. We're not going to make fun of you. But wait, they would definitely. The Corpus, there are some, I gotta find them. The problem is, it takes a long time to load on. I gotta make a better, more reliable chat log where I have the whole thing, because there are some really funny ads where the Corpus are selling them Graphic, and they're like, we can't turn it off, and it's like, this message will repeat every 6 minutes. So everything the Corpus does, even the really funny stuff that the Corpus does, fits the Corpus. The same thing with the Federation. Everything the Federation does fits the Federation. So it's not parody, it's fun. There are rare moments, like there are long periods of seriousness, and then there's rare moments of humor.
You don't need to thank me.
Right? So like the Starfleet. Taket sat on a stool holding a sealed patch with tweezers, scowling at it like a failed question. This curve is wrong, he said. Halverson looked up. It's illegal. It is also inefficient, Taket continued. Release spike at minute 4 causes instability. Wait, no, where's the one? Kai passed Halverson without slowing. Your people enjoy our products, he observed. They are not your products. Kai's expression remained pleasant, neutral, infuriating. Markets decide ownership, he said. You started a stimulant black market on my ship. I enabled efficiency. You caused 3 medical incidents. Kai considered that. Acceptable margins. He kept walking. Halverson didn't bother trying to stop him. Or a security lieutenant sat vibrating slightly in his chair. I'm fine, sir. You're blinking in Morse code, Halverson replied. I can finish next week's drills today. No, I already did. Of course you did. So you can put, and the thing is, there's also some really serious moments. Like, one of my favorite moments is, so we determined that Halverson's past is he was raised on a Federation colony, like on the outskirts of the Federation, right? So he suddenly gets a message from his parents. And his parents are like, oh, thank you for sending those Corpus our way. They sold us weapons. And through deduction, Halverson is able to determine that the person who sold his parents weapons was Kai. And he's like, he gave us a good deal. He was fair. And then later he gets a message from his parents that they were hit by raiders. And it was because of the weapons that Kai sold them that casualties were minimum and his parents were saved. So there's also the long drawn out issues between the Dominion, the Grineer, the Corpus, and the Federation. So it's really, really, like I said, you can have humor. Here's the Corpus ad, right? The Corpus ad. Profit boost, operational patch. And this is this, wait, it says like, incoming unsolicited commercial transmission, source unknown trade conglomerate node, priority tag, profitable opportunity. Security classification, somehow marked medical. Introducing profit boost, operational patch. When sleep is inefficient, optimize consciousness. Are you experiencing suboptimal alertness? Wasting revenue generating hours unconscious? Depending on primitive beverages to stimulate biological function. Stop losing margin to fatigue. Apply profit boost and restore operational superiority in seconds. Product benefits. Oh, the Corpus would sponsor you if they saw a profit in it. Plus 312% alertness index, baseline human models. Eliminates non-productive drowsiness cycles. Smooth neurochemical acceleration. No chewing, brewing, or inefficient digestion. Compatible with most humanoid biologies. Compatibility assumes you survive first application. Field tested in live combat markets. Side effects may include tremors, overconfidence, extreme productivity, hearing colors, temporary belief you can outshoot a sniper, filing 3 days of paperwork in 1 hour, attempting to reorganize command structure. If consciousness exceeds 26 hours, congratulations, you are outperforming expectations. Customer testimonials, unverified. I saw time. Security officer, species Ferengi. This is illegal, Federation Medical Review Board. We ordered more, same board, later. Bulk orders available. Trade accepted in dilithium, rare metals, mining rights, tactical data, decorative carpets, select livestock, case by case. So you can do humor, but you have to do it within what makes sense. Because, like I said, but then this whole thing is, I don't think they made Starfleet Academy as a parody. I don't think they meant to make it as a parody. I think they just, that's an excuse because it's so stupid. And I said, I'm not Clownfish TV, I'm not all these more bigger, more mature, nicer YouTubers, alright? My view is simple. You can enjoy Starfleet Academy, but you're not a Star Trek fan, and we need to start gatekeeping our fandoms now. You are not welcome, you are not one of us, you do not deserve to be called a Star Trek fan. Starfleet Academy is stupid. It's not funny. If it's a parody, it's a stupid parody. There are better Star Trek parodies. I mean, how is it? Yeah. Okay. It's not funny. It's stupid. Flat out, it is stupid. Again, you can have really good humor done. Like, I'm blown away that my idiotic, stupid, dumb Warframe crossover with Star Trek has more intellectual conversations and believability than a multi-million-dollar show. Because I repeatedly go over with the testing my data, and I want to hear more from people. So, for example, we're discussing how the Corpus managed to get warp drive first. We know that would make the most sense. The Corpus are smart. The Corpus have product to sell. The Corpus, everybody wants to deal with the Corpus because aside from warp drive and replicator and transporter technology, which are limited to Star Trek, right? The Corpus are far more advanced than the Federation technologically. Hey, what's up? We know the Corpus are first of all, the Corpus takes place in the future. So they have been longer around. First off, let me start with this. I'm going with Star Trek of right after Deep Space Nine. All right? I'm not dealing with Starfleet Academy. They are stupid, and the universe that Starfleet Academy takes place in is boring. I'm sorry. There's nobody there to do any deals with. It's boring. Okay? Star Trek right after Deep Space Nine is much more interesting. You have the Dominion, the Romulans, the Klingons, everybody to deal with. The Ferengi, it's so much more interesting, right? I mean, I'm sorry. I like the Romulans, okay? I like the Klingons being badass, okay? I like the Dominion hovering on the border of things, okay? So, first off, that's the first thing. The way I'm explaining it, because the only way I can think that makes any sense for how the Corpus and the Grineer would suddenly appear in the world of Star Trek, is the Void suddenly zaps the Origin system into the Federation. It doesn't zap it on top of Earth. It doesn't zap it in a remote in a section we don't know where. Suddenly the Origin system appears. Okay, and the Corpus are technologically more advanced than the Federation in most areas. Their medicine is probably far more advanced. Their weapons are definitely far more powerful and more advanced. The main problem is I didn't even realize this until I checked with the ChatGPT, that they do have a very bad, lousy, inefficient form of faster than light travel. Okay. So for them, warp drive is way better than what they have with the Void and all of that. So the theory is that the Corpus managed to get outside of the Origin solar system when they realize they pick up communication between planets, right? Because again, the Corpus break the Prime Directive because they have every other form of technology except warp. And they even have faster than light. It's just they don't have warp. So the Corpus managed to get into communication with other species and start to form relationships and develop warp. And the thing is, the Corpus have a lot of advantages on their side, which blows the Federation, because the Federation scans the Corpus and sees that they are human. The Corpus have enhanced biology. They are genetically engineered. So the Corpus are smarter, stronger, and faster. And they view hard work and labor as basically a religious function. So the Corpus are built faster than Starfleet. So at one point when they know for a fact that the Corpus have warp drive and are backwards, and that's the other thing that someone pointed out. The Corpus are masters at backwards engineering. That's what they've been doing for centuries. They take Orokin technology and backwards engineer it. The moment they get their hands on a warp drive, they will backwards engineer it, then forwards engineer it, and make something more efficient and better of their own design. So the Corpus warp signatures are different than the Federation, and because they're ridiculously fast and devoted to hard work and can work for days on end, they're able to build ships with warp drive, install warp drive in their own ships faster than the Federation thought possible. Even the Vulcans are like, that is impossible. And they're like, the problem is we made our estimate our tables. We're estimating how long it would take them based on human norms. And they're like, but the Corpus, they're human, but they're not human norm. And in fact, the Corpus call the Federation humans baseline. And the humans just call them Corpus. But they are physically, still, even with their enhancements, even with their implants, even with their genetic engineering, the Corpus are still human. So whenever they go to a planet in the Federation, there's no ping, no alert that somebody Corpus has appeared because they are human. So the Corpus are able to go around border colonies and star bases and walk around. All they have to do is grow their hair long and hide the mark on their forehead, and nobody would know they're Corpus. Even the mark on their forehead, most people would have no idea that it's Corpus. So they could just dress in other clothing, walk around. They have an undersuit under their big bulky suit, so they don't have to wear the bulky suit. Just wear clothing over the undersuit that they wear with all the implants, and nobody would even know that they're not human. So the Corpus are running all over the place, making deals with everybody, and they manage, of course, to get warp drive, replicator technology. They get their hands on transporters and are experimenting with that. On top of that, their own technology is far more advanced. So Halverson has to deal with Kai and several other Corpus, because I figure the Corpus want you to stay awake a lot, right? So their suits are designed are constantly monitoring their biology and giving them stimulant enhancements every time, like monitoring their biology and, balancing it out. But their stimulants are probably far more powerful than anything in the Federation, because the Corpus have spent centuries, adapting to stronger and stronger stimulants. So at one point, one of the Corpus drinks a Gractigino, and his response is, "This is tolerable for a Corpus toddler." And the Klingon comes in very mad. He's like, because even Klingon coffee is nothing to a Corpus, who probably has drugs that keep him awake for 4 or 5 days. There's a moment where the tea incident, which is hilarious, where Halverson says he needs a cup of tea, and Kai gives him something Corpus, and he's like, Kai, when Starfleet asks for, what is it? Where is it? Kai teaches Halverson, there's also right, so he's like, okay, where is it? Because this is so much fun. Where is it? So they find out the Beta Zeds do not like the Corpus. Wait, Dickers has a buddy? Where am I? Where am I? So Halverson wants coffee, or tea, right? Dr. Elias Halverson finally sat down. It wasn't dramatic, he just sat. A chair appeared under him like fate. He rubbed his face with both hands and stared at the desk. One of the Corpus medtechs stood nearby, silent, watching him as if waiting for him to request repairs. Tezen entered, helmet under one arm. "You have not collapsed," Tezen said. Elias didn't look up. "Give me time." Tezen nodded once. "Time is granted." A pause. Elias asked, exhausted and sincere, "Do you have tea?" Tezen stared. "Tea?" "Yes," Elias said. "Hot, caffeinated, calming." Tezen blinked slowly, then turned to the medtech and spoke in rapid Corpus. The tech nodded and left. Elias sighed in relief. "Thank you," he muttered. Tezen watched him for a moment, then with mild curiosity. "You ingest stimulants for calm?" Elias opened one eye. "Yes." "That is irrational. It's cultural," Elias said. Tezen nodded like he'd just filed a report. Starfleet, calm achieved via stimulants. A few minutes later, the medtech returned. He was carrying a small metal container with hazard stripping. He placed it on the table with reverence. Elias stared at it. "What is that?" Tezen spoke calmly. Concentrated stimulant cube, he said. Approved for extended labor cycles. Strong enough to prevent sleep for 47 hours. Low waste output. Elias stared harder. That's not tea. Tezen tilted his head. You requested hot stimulant. Elias blinked. He looked at the cube. Then he looked at Tezen. Then back at the cube. That will kill me, Elias said. Tezen looked mildly offended at the accusation. No, he corrected. It will make you productive. Elias stared at it, then sighed. Tezen, Elias said, voice very tired. I need you to understand something. Tezen waited. When Starfleet asks for tea, he said, we're not trying to stay awake for 47 hours. And the thing is, that fits character for everyone involved. The Corpus would not understand. They see caffeine and go, okay, he wants a stimulant. So he gets him a stimulant, and he's like, Tezen, I don't want to stay awake for 47 hours straight. The best part, though, is, so at one point, Elias refers to the Corpus as a cult. So Kai is like, no, we're not a cult. We are an officially recognized religion of the Federation. And they confirm it. The captain confirms it. She's like, yes, the Corpus is now an officially recognized religion of the Federation. And that is cultural expression. Where he's like, he leaves him a statue. So he leaves, Kai leaves Halverson a statue of Parvos Granum on his desk. And Halverson isn't happy and even refers to it as a cult symbol. And later he's like, Halverson did not even look up from the pad. You put a religious idol on my desk. Across from him, Kai examined a Starfleet data stylus like it might be counterfeit. Statue, Kai corrected. You know what I mean. Kai set the stylus down. Yes, he said calmly, you're being dramatic. It was Parvos Granum. Yes. On my desk. Yes. That is not appropriate. Kai looked genuinely puzzled for half a second, which for him was theatrical. Elias, he said, tone gentle, patient, almost kind. We are not a cult. Halverson looked up. We are a fully recognized religion under your Federation legal framework. Halverson opened his mouth, closed it. Kai continued smoothly. You filed the paperwork yourselves. Very efficient. I did not. Not you personally, Kai allowed. Your bureaucracy. That is not the point. Kai tilted his head. It seems exactly the point. It was still planted on my desk. Kai shrugged. Markets move in mysterious ways. That sentence means nothing. It often does, Kai agreed pleasantly. Halverson stared at him. Was it you? Kai blinked once. I travel a great deal, he said. That was not an answer. Commander Patel didn't even sit down before Halverson started. He put a Parvos Granum statue on my desk. Patel blinked once. Did he? Yes. Kai stood by the viewport, hands behind his back, studying passing traffic like a tourist. Patel checked her pad, not hurried, not concerned. Well, she said, technically the Corpus faith is registered under Federation religious recognition status. Halverson stared at her. That is not what I'm talking about. It actually is, Kai said mildly without turning around. Patel continued reading. They filed cultural and religious recognition forms within 48 hours of first diplomatic contact. Very thorough documentation. Kai gave a small approving nod. Compliance is profitable. Halverson exhaled slowly. That is not the issue. Patel finally looked up. Did you suffer religious coercion, Commander? No. Were you asked to convert? No. Were you threatened? No. She shrugged. Then it falls under cultural expression. And again, it's funny, but it would actually, the Corpus would immediately, when they find out that they can file for religious status in the Federation, would definitely file the paperwork. May May? May May? Where are you going, May May? Anyway, that aside, okay, that is the humor of the whole thing, okay? I said, one of my big problems with this whole, Starfleet Academy, and everyone's like, oh, it's parody. What are you talking about? Nah. Okay. No. We're not. Okay? No. Absolutely not. Okay? First off, as I said, Starfleet Academy was not meant as parody. I have no doubt about that. They are so stupid and so dumb and so eager to promote their own, like, basically agenda. That it's just stupid. It's not funny. It's stupid. Parody can also be done well. I'm not a big fan. I'm not good. At least I have not tried to write parody. Okay. But parody can be done well. Humor can also be done well. It takes more skill to do proper, humor. Okay? Excuse me. Sorry. So, that's my first issue, because, again, I keep getting people telling me, you don't understand Starfleet Academy, it's parody, you're stupid, it's parody. It's not parody. It was not intended to be parody. You guys, they're giving you the excuse of calling it parody as an excuse for basically shitty writing. That's it. Starfleet Academy was not meant to be parody. They're now using that excuse to cover their shitty writing. Period. That's all there is. Okay. It's not parody. Okay. Okay. I'm just serious. No. Okay. Second of all, so like I said that's totally separate. But on top of that, now, so I'm now dealing with the Dominion and the Grenier. So first of all, we know for a fact from Warframe that, okay, what do we know? We know that the Corpus trade to the Grenier, which is one of the reasons why Darvo is not happy with the Corpus. Okay, he also wants to branch out on his own. Honestly, I think that Darvo, wants to, go out on his own. But he doesn't like the fact that the Corpus trade with the Grenier. Well, that's true. Parody should also at least be funny, which Starfleet Academy is not funny. Okay, we can all agree on that. That's garbage. It's not funny. Okay. I need void stuff. Okay, but I mean, that's the thing, right? Okay, so we know for a fact, based on all the lore of the in Warframe, that the Corpus trade with the Grenier. My theory is this: that if the Corpus did not trade with the Grenier, the Grenier would have been gone extinct ages ago.
You are not
all of their
alone.
medical care that the Corpus, that the Grenier have, where do they buy it from? The Corpus.
Clean them out.
My theory is within a decade, if the Federation and the Corpus and the Grenier had a run-in, the Grenier would be extinct within a decade. Easily. Because the Corpus, if we go under the theory that the Corpus were keeping the Grenier alive as a market, well, the Corpus no longer need the Grenier anymore. Because the Federation is a much better market. They're more, first of all, they're not as expensive. They do have to make some sacrifices in the name of protecting the Federation. But they're still cheaper to keep as a market than the Grenier. They have more variety, more opportunity. Creative, smart Corpus can definitely come in on the Federation market. Like I said, Taked starts Corpus stimulant patches for Starfleet officers as a black market thing, eventually turning into a conglomeration, like a pair-up where the Corpus and the Federation agree to work together on forming stimulant patches, because otherwise the black market is going to keep it going. They're like, we can't stop it, it actually works, but let's make it more efficient and actually better suited to human physiology. the Corpus are selling guns, weapons, and defense platforms to Federation colonies and actually saving people's lives through it. Because the Corpus don't want the Federation to get conquered. So the Corpus have made, in the interest of long-term profitability, the Corpus have made some sacrifices to keep the Federation going. So like, there are stories and instances of which I think make sense. The Corpus would make sacrifices to keep the market, to ensure their long-term market. So they warned them about the Grineer getting warped. They warned them about the Dominion. There are stories of cracked commando Corpus units coming in and helping Federation vessels when attacked by Grineer. Because the Federation weapons aren't as powerful as Corpus weapons. Because the Corpus want the Federation to survive. They do not want the Federation to get conquered by the Grineer. They are a good market. The Corpus have also undoubtedly managed to get their hands on warp drive, not warp, cloaking. But they're keeping it a secret, so only a handful of their vessels have cloaking. Because they don't want it to become well known that they have it. But again, it makes sense. The Corpus makes deals with the Romulans. And then when they do get their hands on a cloaking device, they figure out how it works and make their own. And the Corpus again have that wonderful advantage of being human. So the Corpus wiping out the Grineer now means no loss. In fact, it would probably mean a benefit because the Grineer would want to fight with the Federation. The Grineer just want to fight with anyone. So the Grineer, I was trying to determine how the Grineer would get warp drive because the Grineer don't strike me as very smart enough to handle warp. And we realized that they would not be able to backwards engineer warp as well as the Corpus. So the Corpus get their hands on warp and immediately are like, yes, this is a piece of cake. And the Federation are like, how are they doing this so fast? So they realize we have to set our baseline differently. While they're technically human, they're not normal humans. So the idea is that the Grineer steal a Starfleet vessel. They go in with their projectile weapons and everything, and they steal Federation vessels and work to get the warp going, which causes catastrophe. Because the Corpus, again, the Corpus don't want the Grineer to. The only thing really holding the Grineer back, basically, me and ChatGPT came with this conclusion. Okay, we came down with the conclusion that the only way the Grineer would have any chance
you have broken their ranks
in the Federation is with help or theft.
Extraction.
They will not make any deals with anybody because nobody wants them. The Corpus are very good to make deals with. Everybody wants to make deals with the Corpus. They have advanced medicine, they have advanced weapons, they have incredible market skills, so even if they don't have anything to sell, they're better than anyone else at starting trade routes and stuff, forming deals between people. So the Corpus can easily get their hands on whatever the hell they want easily because they have stuff that other people want. The Grineer don't have anything. The Grineer wouldn't even make good cannon fodder because they're not disciplined enough. Like the Corpus would even make good mercenaries, which is what they work out with. They work out a deal with the Federation at one point when they realize that the problem is the Corpus have not had any exposure to aliens.
Stay focused.
Non-humans like the Vulcans, the Bajorans, they don't have experience with that. So that means they don't have the immunities that Starfleet officers have. So when one of the Corpus becomes ill, they realize they have a serious problem on their hands because they actually update their suits to, they figure out a way to work out the immunity, but in exchange for Federation immunizations, the Corpus agree to help with the Grineer problem. But nobody wants, so the only way nobody's going to give the Grineer warp. Because they know giving the Grineer warp would make them far more dangerous, and they don't want that. So they have to steal starships with warp and try and make it work, but they're not as good as the Corpus, so they keep jumping and like causing havoc wherever they jump, do a warp jump, and they've destroyed ships because they can't get the warp to work. The other thing is Dominion have the other thing I realized, which was one of Kai's warnings to Halverson, was keep the Grineer away from the Dominion. But the Dominion have cloned soldiers just like the Corpus, but their cloning works. But the thing is, the Dominion wouldn't even give their cloning to the Corpus the Grineer, because the Grineer are just horrible. They disrupt everything. The Corpus are stabilizers, even more. Like, they, through their work, are stabilizing things in the Federation, trade deals in the Federation, better than before they came in. So the Corpus are coming in, starting trade deals, stabilizing the trade market even more, because that's what they're good at. The Corpus are good at markets and trade and forming dependency. So the Corpus are like, yeah, we got, this is what we do. We're like a market religion. We'll form trade deals between the Ferengi and the Romulans that no one would even think possible, because that's what we do. So the Corpus are in a way a stabilizing presence that enhance the market even more. I mean, they're selling weapons and defense platforms to the colonies that the Federation cannot get their ships to fast enough. Because as much as everyone likes to say, oh, everything's free, and they still have, everyone's like, no, Star Trek is post-scarcity. No, it's not. There's not enough starships to go to every place that needs defense. So the Corpus sell weapons. Like I said, Halverson's parents live in a colony, and they're like, yeah, those Corpus were great. Thanks for sending them. And when it turns out to help, he actually thanks the Corpus for that. He's like, thank you for being a weapons merchant. So the Grineer will not, even if they manage to get, they will not survive. But that's what makes it interesting. It's like if the Corpus had a different market, I see the Corpus as seeing the Federation as like a child in a toy store, told to get whatever they want. There are so many planets in the Federation, so many worlds, so many people to trade to, so many wonderful new ideas and new goods, that it's fun for the Corpus. They're like, okay. And one person pointed out, they're like, yeah, if the Corpus were to make it into the Federation, they would basically be running it in a couple decades. Anyway, that's what I like. I have to say though, respect to
Mission
Avery
complete.
Brooks for not
Excellent work, Tenno.
stooping low enough to show up on that garbage show. Thank you, Avery Brooks, for doing that. We do not need. I said that's one of the. I think I posted this on X, and I think one of the reasons and one of the problems we have with Star Trek today is the lack of diversity, not in their sense of diversity, but in the sense of different, like,
mushrooms. Some can kill you.
everything has become Federation, but not even everything has become Federation. The bad guys, like, so it's funny that the very people who use, you know how the people who in Hollywood, they're always, their thing is there's no bad guys, they turn all the enemies into misunderstood, which, don't get me wrong, I miss villains, right? But at the same time, what happened to those misunderstood people that we don't agree with? Okay? Right? The Romulans were never really viewed as evil. The Klingons were not viewed as evil, right? Each one of them had their own different, like the Corpus too, when you bring them in. They're not, some people hate the Corpus in Starfleet. Some of them think they're evil and cruel, which is why the chief medical officer finds himself in a lot of situations, because he's able to move to the, I don't like the Corpus. He doesn't agree with the Corpus, but he understands where the Corpus are coming from. They come from a solar system where scarcity and war and conflict is the norm. So for the Corpus, a lot of the ethical beliefs that run the Federation are expensive. And they grew up, they have existed for centuries without a lot of the morals and ethics that the Federation has. And whenever someone brings them up to the Corpus are like, those ethics and morals are expensive, they get people killed. So, for example, when they debate the idea of medical care without consent, the doctor's response is, then people will die. Plain and simple. It's like, we will not waste the loss, like, we will not risk losing assets for consent. He's like, that is a luxury that we cannot afford. So while the chief medical officer, I said, Elias Halverson, is basically become the main Starfleet character in the whole thing, does not like the Corpus, does not agree with the Corpus. He understands where they're coming from, which is why he's one of the most valuable allies to the whole thing, because he spent now a lot of time with them, so he understands what they're doing. So when they say something like, they say something, he now can translate, be like, yeah, this is why they do it. He doesn't. But what happened to that? It used to be that you used to have enemies. Like I said, the Romulans were not evil. The Romulans were just different. They didn't want to be a part of the Federation. We don't have that diversity anymore. That real diversity where you have cultures that don't want to join the Federation, that add interesting conflict and moral dilemmas that existed in Star Trek but don't really exist anymore, right? A lot of this great moments between the Corpus and the Federation were those moral dilemmas where they're like, okay, so like genetic engineering and saving lives with genetic engineering, and the chief medical officer has to deal with that, where he's like, on the one hand, he's like, he understands why the Federation doesn't like genetic engineering, but on the other hand, a part of him as a doctor, when he sees a patient suffering with something that the Corpus can cure with their genetic engineering, how can he stand by and do nothing? One of the things that is all these differences in perspectives that made Star Trek, like I said, honestly, the world of Starfleet Academy is boring. I mean, you're going out there and you're reacquainting yourself with old allies, right? Oh, the betas always don't want to join with us, or whatever the hell it was that was going on. It's like, yeah, but it's boring, and you got rid of some of the best enemies in Star Trek through stupid reasons. Why are the Klingons on the verge of extinction? First of all, like I think it was Az pointed it out correctly. He's like, the burn happened centuries ago, right? So why didn't the Klingons, supposedly, if half their worlds were destroyed because of dilithium, start breeding programs to rebuild their population? So the Klingons, through disaster, and I put that in quotes because honestly, the burn was stupid, and their own stupidity have led themselves to extinction. You rarely see Starfleet come, like, the Romulans, natural disaster. The Klingons be previously in Star Trek 6, and I love Star Trek 6. But Star Trek 6 was good because it was the one time where an enemy was turning to the Federation for help because of natural disaster. Now it's happening over and over and over again, where Starfleet gets lucky. There's no conflict. And that's why the conflict with the Corpus is interesting. The conflict with the Grineer, because Starfleet has to deal with the repercussions, the morality of being told by the Corpus, don't waste your time talking to the Grineer. Like, there was a whole battle where the starships, where they get a distress call from a Federation outpost, right? Or, I can't remember the exact details. And they approach the Grineer, and they try to talk to the Grineer. And the Grineer, of course, being Grineer, don't answer. They just keep shooting. And so the Corpus comes flying in on warp, drops out of warp, and immediately starts firing. And so the Starfleet has to reevaluate their protocols and be like, well, when dealing with the Grenier, there's no point at talking. It's like, but that goes against everything that makes us Starfleet. They're like, we don't go in guns blazing, shoot to kill. It's like, but our phasers, think about it, right? Let's go to one of the thingies so we can see them. Okay. Grenier armor, stunning won't work. So the Starfleet officers at one point are shooting to stun, and the Corpus are going through with their their rifles and their arcoplasmors and their Supras, just kill, and the Corpus have to come in because Starfleet is trying to stun them, and their weapons aren't strong enough, and the Grenier are coming through and like can't stop the Grenier, and the Corpus suddenly appear and they just wipe them all out. So that's an interesting thing to deal with, where Starfleet's like, but this goes against everything that makes us Starfleet, and the Corpus is like, yeah, but they're gonna kill you anyway. So it's like it doesn't. So the Corpus are like, you're gonna spend all this time debating and wasting your time on the morality of it, and the Corpus is like, we don't waste our time. We just come in. We know what the Grenier are like, or the infestation, where they come to the Federation and they're like, do not like the moment you run into infested. These are the signs that you've run across an infested vessel. Burn it. And they're like, but what if we get a distress call? They're like, they will fake distress calls. Burn it. And they mess up. And a Federation ship is taken over by the infested. And the Corpus have to come in and burn it. And they're like, we warned you. Do not communicate. Do not even bother talking with infestation. They will pretend, they will lie. So it's like they have people, so they start running drills where they have people begging for help, and they're like, that is an infested vessel, and they have to retrain Starfleet. Starfleet has to retrain their own officers to be like, okay, this is how we deal with the infested. You go in and you burn, and that's it. And it's like, but what if we can save them? And the Corpus is like, you cannot save them. It's like, if you try to save one vessel with hundreds, millions will die. And so the whole thing is that the Federation has to deal with circumstances that are completely new, that go against everything they believe in, but they have no choice. And it's more interesting than the Klingon in a dress. Oh, he's not a normal Klingon. I have a Corpus character who's not your ordinary Corpus. But given his background, it explains it, and it fits. That's Kai. Kai was raised among the Solaris, so he reads people. He's very good at lying, he's very good at manipulation, and he reads people better than most Corpus. Which is why when Elias gets annoyed with him, he's like, he's annoying, he's intolerable, I can't stand him. Everyone else is like, he's the nicest one we've dealt with, because he knows how to, his skill is manipulating people. He reads people, which is unusual for a Corpus, but given his background, it makes sense. But it's not also so off track for a Corpus, because they're still the market. And being able to talk to people and sell is part of being Corpus. So it's still not like as off-putting as a Klingon who watches birds. I use it to watch birds. Yeah. Just yeah. I mean, the one thing that really pisses me off are the stupid people on X who are defending this garbage, right? You keep getting these people. Usually, first of all, the funny coincidence is, right, every single time I get somebody who gets mad at me, like every now and then I get somebody who's reasonable. They're like, yeah, I view it as a parody, okay? But every now and then I'll get someone who's like trying to be like smart, like it's a great show, or they say, how dare I say they're not I flash it flat out. You are not a Star Trek fan, right? And they're like getting mad at me, and I've been a Star Trek fan forever, and I like Starfleet Academy, right? No, you're retarded.
As long as the enemy is
that's
here,
all it is.
this
Okay.
tower is useless to
They
us.
always look at their bio. They always have TDS and anti-ice posts. Always. I've yet to come across a single person who's like, I like Starfleet Academy, and they have a MAGA hat or like a MAGA thing. It's not even neutral. There's not even a no political posts on their thing. No, it's always anybody who has dumb, stupid defense. Like I said, there's a couple people who are like, I view it as a parody. You know, it's a funny parody, but I'm not taking it seriously. It's okay as a parody, right? Which I still think is a dumb defense of this, but at least, you know, you're not accepting it as real Star Trek. It's the people who are like, you're being intolerant. Shut up about criticizing Starfleet Academy. I'm a Star Trek fan. I like Starfleet Academy. Right? Always. Every single one of them. Anti-ice posts and TDS. Always. The dumbest defenders of Starfleet Academy are always TDS, anti-ice. Every single time. The only thing I've noticed is interesting is less people have pronouns in bio. I think they've learned that we make fun of them with the pronouns. So I have come across very few people as of late with pronouns in bio. I came across one of them, but by far the majority no longer have pronouns in bio because they know we'll mock them for that stupidity. Like it's a warning sign. It's like stupidity alert, pronouns in bio, stupidity alert, red alert, pronouns, red alert, pronouns. So I guess they've stopped taking them, putting them in your bio because they know it's a sign that you're about to get the dumbest argument possible. I love Az's content, right? From the Az, he versus Babyface, especially his. And I need... Yeah, I meant that ice too. When it comes to that ice, yeah. I nearly didn't watch Az's review of the last episode because I was just so tired of it. I was so afraid that they would mess up with Ben Sisko. I was like, but then I was like, nah, I'm gonna watch it. And it was dumb. Seriously, for real. How does anybody like this show? It's stupid on a level that I don't even know. I can't believe, I'm gonna admit it. Crossover between Star Trek and Warframe is stupid. And yet I have more in-depth, serious conversations that fit I have more competent officers. Every one of my Starfleet officers is confident. Even the one who ends up in medical shaking because he tried a Corpus stimulant patch is a confident officer. Every Starfleet officer is confident. Every Starfleet officer would fit as a Starfleet officer. They're good Starfleet officers who know what they're doing. They take the Corpus threat seriously. Some of them get along with the Corpus. Some of them hate the Corpus. Some of them are neutral about the Corpus. Each one of them has their own view about the Corpus. But they're Starfleet officers that if you remove them from my crossover with Warframe would fit in Deep Space Nine. You would have no problem. They would fit completely because they are serious, competent, confident Starfleet officers. Elias Halverson is a very, very good Starfleet officer who has a whole background about why he's very good at field medicine because he was on the colonies. How, like I said, I don't joke around. He doesn't like the Corpus. Okay, he doesn't like the Corpus, but he understands what they're coming from, and he doesn't agree what they do, but he understands why they do it, and he uses that. So when he has to deal with, when Starfleet is having problems trying to understand what the Corpus is doing, he's a reliable liaison, whatever, between the Corpus and the Federation because he understands. So it's like when the Corpus say something or do something, the Starfleet has trouble understanding. He's like, this is why they're doing it because he spent time with them, so he understands what they're thinking. Every one of my Starfleet officers is a competent, skilled Starfleet officer. They're not bumbling idiots. They're not swallowing comm badges. None of that. Absolutely not. They're all confident. Like, they handle everything in a very Starfleet manner. Like I said, at one point, the weapons that Akai sold Halverson's parents saves their lives. And he turns to them at one point and he says, thank you. He's willing to thank the Corpus for saving his parents' life. It's well done. It's it fits Star Trek, real Star Trek. It's not bumbling idiots going around wearing dresses or whatever. Halverson wears his uniform. Even when... So, like I said, they're all confident, competent, reliable people, right? Real Starfleet. the Corpus are the same thing. They all fall I constantly am checking to make sure it fits canon. Because at one point the Corpus seemed to know more than they should. So I went over with ChatGPT, we went back and forth, like, what would the Corpus know? What would this character know based on canon? Would they know this about the Tenno? Would they know this about the Tenno? What would they know about the Grineer? So that they could hold back and keep it within canon as much as possible. I'm like, okay, so we have the following confrontation between the two of them. How would the Corpus handle it canonically? So at one point, I was going to have something a little more emotional, and ChatGPT pulled it back. So it fits the character really, really well, where you understand, yeah, this makes sense. So every one of the Corpus characters, even the child prodigy, which was a tool used by the Corpus to intimidate Federation, where they're like, this is a young Corpus, right? A teenage Corpus who outsmarts, and it's like they don't let them know that this Corpus teen is an exception because it puts the Federation off. But every single one of the Corpus characters is Corpus. They're confident, competent, skilled. They keep to their profit-driven religion. They do not give in to sentimentalism or like they don't become overly human in the Federation sense. They're still human. And there are human moments between them, but they all make sense for the characters they are. Like I said, at one point, Kai has this moment of weakness where he's sitting and he's like, I've been fighting Grineer for over 300 years. And he doesn't flat out say he likes the Federation, but he implies what he likes is it's a relief kind of thing. Where it's not flat out, I like the Federation. It's I like, and so Halverson takes it as it's not liking it. It's more relief kind of thing. So it's like, I don't understand how anybody can write Star Trek and put these bumbling, who sat down and went, yeah, it makes sense for a cadet to eat a combat. It makes sense to have a hologram that is a bumbling idiot. My Corpus children would be better adapted to Starfleet. I don't have any Corpus children. I have one teenager, but no Corpus children. The Corpus children would be more confident and capable than that stupid hologram. I mean, the whole idea, I'm sorry, but the whole idea of a holographic cadet is idiotic. Okay? You want me to believe, okay, first of all, okay. When the EMH doctor went on missions, it was done reluctantly, right? Remember? Look, I haven't watched Voyager in years, but if I recall, there was always a concern that the doctor's portable emitter would be damaged and they would lose their only doctor on the ship, if I recall. Okay? A hologram is not an android. A hologram is temporary. Anything goes wrong, it's taken out much faster than anyone else. Okay, so how is this cadet walking around? Oh, they have holo emitters everywhere on the ship? Okay, landing parties. What, she uses a portable emitter? What if something goes wrong with the portable emitter? On top of that, I'm sorry, the whole hologram thing is stupid. I understand that there was, I think, an episode where there's a whole holographic colony on The Next Generation. But again, that's why I said holograms are not androids. Okay? Holograms, you can program everything into it that you need. That's why I said you wanna spice up, you wanna spice up Starfleet Academy. Bring up the moral questions of hologram slaves. And the thing is, it wouldn't even be a moral question. Because again, you would have precedent. You'd be like, okay, so if holograms are people and have the same rights as androids and Federation citizens, well, if you delete a holodeck program, what does that mean? Just think about it, okay? If you say that holograms are people and have the same right as Starfleet personnel, okay? What happens when you delete a holodeck program? What happens, and I asked this last week, and I'm going to keep asking it, okay? Maybe I'll make a video about it. I haven't made videos in a while. I've been working ridiculous hours, more than we have an inventory thing coming up in the beginning of March, so I've been spending way too much time at work, okay? What happens, Quark, with his XXX holodeck programs, right? Okay? What happens if a hologram does not want to do it with a human? Okay? And so they rewrite the program so that she's more willing. Is that grape? I'm just saying. You have holograms are not people. And so you have it's not the same. The EMH was a unique case because he was their only doctor on that ship, and because he spent so much time online, he became a unique circumstance. Like Data. But do you really think people would willingly recreate the EMH's circumstances when you can just create people? Why create people that are more vulnerable and at risk and less reliable than humans? Because think about it. Like I said, okay? The holograms require holo emitters, which are more delicate than the requirements for humans. You go to Beta Z, okay? Because you want to work out. Like I said, I haven't watched the episodes. I watched the reviews, right? What if you go to a planet without holo emitters and the portable emitter fails? Did you just kill your cadet? That's what I'm saying. The only thing that makes sense, one thing that would make sense, is entire ships crewed by holograms as drones. Quote unquote drones, right? Military drones. Maybe merchant ships, where you have a small crew of people, of humans or Federation citizens, and the majority of the crew on the merchant ships carrying cargo are holograms, because holograms then supposedly can lift massive amounts of weight, right? And move things around and basically don't get tired, right? So you would have like trade vessels with a handful of people, of humans, and the majority are holograms. Hell, oh my God, it just hit me, okay? The burn, right? The burn. The moronically stupid no faster than light travel. Okay, fine. You can't travel. Well, you can have multi-generational ships going out there with holograms. They don't need food. All they need is for the ship to continue going with energy. Oh my God, you solved your burn problem with your idiotic holograms. Am I wrong, people? Am I wrong? It shows me that these people have absolutely no imagination if they're going, let's make a stupid hologram cadet. On top of that, I'm still surprised nobody has a holographic pet. Data had his cat, and I'm sure, he was worried about, I think there was an episode where the ship was attacked and he was worried and he found, Spot. Well, cats have needs. It would be easier to just have a holographic cat. Do you want a litter box in your... first of all, not everybody has their own quarters, right? On a Starfleet vessel. Some people bunk, right? Okay. That means not everybody can have a cat. You need space for the litter box. The cat needs space, right? A tiny bunk quarter that the cat can go running out of whenever it changes their mind. Okay. Holographic pets. Okay? Holograms. Why do you have the dumb cadet? Why do you need the dumb... You don't need the dumb cadet. You're wasting a spot at Starfleet Academy for a hologram that does not need the training. Again, am I wrong? It's like the more I think about it, the more dumb this becomes. The emergency medical hologram from Voyager was an exception. He was not the rule. He was not the norm. That would not make sense. He was in that the only reason he became what he was because of circumstances. But it wouldn't make any sense to recreate that.
Stay focused.
You're
There's a
creating
heavy unit approaching.
a more vulnerable, harder, unnecessary. It's one of the reasons why the Grineer would also not last in the Federation, because the Grineer are broken clones. That's why it occurred to me the only reason the Grineer are allowed to exist is because it's basically the Corpus going, all right, if we keep creating broken Grineer clones, we sell our medical supplies to them. That's about it. That's why I have no doubt that if the Corpus did not find the Grineer profitable, they would have let them wipe out in extinction. It's also all the Grineer know how to do. I mean, okay, so you miraculously, for some dumb reason, don't have war, okay? I said, multi-generational ship. It's not even multi-generational. You program a whole bunch of holograms, you put them on a starship, and you send the starship into space for years. Then they can even start making, be like, okay, well, and that's just because, you know, you need certain supplies or something, which would take years to get there, but if you need physical contact, right? For subspace existed, but no. You're handling holograms all wrong. Oh my god. Who's writing Star Trek? These would have been ideas that would have been brought up. Like you said, holographic pets. Nobody sat there and thought, no, they have a holographic pet. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I lowered the amount of the involvement of the Prodigy character. Because I felt he was a little too off-putting and a little too unbelievable. Because I wanted to create a Prodigy character as a challenge. And I'm beginning to realize that that's why his role has increased exponentially. Because I'm like, it's too, I've gone over with ChatGPT multiple times his flaws, why he's a believable trial Prodigy character.
Stay focused.
Why?
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Why he makes sense, why his role makes sense, but he still feels a little too off. So most of the characters I know focus on are Tito and his team, Kai and Kai part of his team, Peasant. The Prodigy spends most of his time on the Corpus ship. You know, being forced into training. He spends some time with the Starfleet every now and then. He'll appear with some crazy idea. Or, like, he'll do inventory for them. But his role is far smaller now because, like I said, he's off-putting and I feel like he's not meant to be, he was meant to be a challenge because one of the things I've noticed is nobody can create a child prodigy accurately.
Find extraction.
They're not perfect. They're not amazing, wonderful. They have they have their own flaws, their own challenges in writing. So he's very flawed. He's got a lot. For example, he cannot read. He's blunt to a fault. He cannot understand psychology of people. So he makes a lot of mistakes, especially when it comes. And he likes himself because he's Corpus. We know the Corpus experiment on themselves. He's has a lot of problems where he'll experiment on himself, but his role has been greatly reduced because I don't like the character being involved in it too much. Every time ChatGPT, they would probably force them to, you know what? I'll tell you what the Corpus would do with illegal immigrants, even though if that existed, which I don't see how it would, because the entire solar system is basically now. Turn them into meat crew, make them work, put them in debt, So basically, put them in debt for their own gear and equipment, so they become meat crew and they're forced to work as meat crew, which is basically Corpus Cannon Father. So Corpus Cannon Father. That's probably what they would do. But the thing is, again, the Corpus will look at anything and go, how can I make money off of it? How is it profitable? If it's not profitable, I don't want it. So if the illegal immigrant is not profitable, you won't have an illegal immigrant problem. I mean, ChatGPT, I like how everyone is an asset to the Corpus. It's like, you are a value, you know, whenever he helps the chief medical officer, he's like, because you're a valuable asset. Well, I mean, I love the fact that the Corpus are able to out-Vulcan the Vulcans, so even the Vulcans are like, they're extremely logical. But we also deduced that they don't have a libido, that they genetically engineered that out, because that also would remove. Corpus like stability, predictability. They like markets that work. Like I said, when they came to the Federation, they brought more stability in to the market, because they want a market that is stable, dependent, and predictable. So we determined that they do not have a libido, that was genetically removed from them centuries ago by choice, because all of their procreation is done through genetic breeding programs and genetic engineering. So even the people who are elite and wealthy genetically breed their children, and the only reason they couple is because of inheritance and, you know, titles and names. So like Frode Beck probably had Darvo genetically engineered between him and his mother, so that they could be like, yeah, he's of the Beck lineage. But most of the Corpus are, again, they purpose breed them. They're bred with purpose. So we have Halverson find out when Kai mentions Ryza, and he's like I visited several places. He's like, I've seen the wormhole is a must see. He's like, I've been to Ryza because I'm told the females are a must-see, and he's like, they just look like females. So it leads to him realizing that the Corpus have genetically engineered that from out of their system as well, which makes sense from a marketing purpose and you don't want a crew. Like, originally my idea was that the Corpus all have large families and they control them through their families. And then I realized no, because at the end of the day, a father will still do what is best for their children, even if it means going up against the Corpus. So you have a Corpus father with 5 kids. The Corpus father will always do what's best for their kids. So someone pointed out, first off, someone corrected me, rightly so, and said, no, the Corpus would have breeding programs. We know that. Then I saw a thing on Twitter about artificial wombs and how they predict that they will be able to have thousands born out of these artificial wombs per batch, right? And so I'm like, okay, if you eliminate the family aspect, you're entirely reliant on basically there's nothing dividing your loyalty. A father's loyalty will be divided between the Corpus and their family. There's no family, your entire loyalty is devoted to the Corpus and your own self-preservation and self-advancement. So it makes sense that the Corpus would not have kids. So that's why at one point I did write a while back that Tico tells Kai and team that if Viso has any family, to rescue them, right? But then it was like someone corrected me, like, no, Viso would not have any family because Corpus would not have kids. So that's why I say you have to change. You cannot change the lore for you. You have to make logical deductions based on what you have, which is not much. Again, like I said, I could be wrong about that, but again, every time I come up with a logical jump, I keep going over the canon. Like, would this make sense for what we know canonically about the Corpus? and every time it's like, yeah, given we know this and this and this and this about the Corpus, it would make a logical jump for it to make sense for this to be their next step. So when I said that Ticket was with Kai and Ticket were working on creating stimulant patches for Starfleet officers to improve efficiency, I was like, yeah, that actually makes sense because there's a quote in the game where they says, well, bad news, foodies. The Corpus are scrapping plans to bioengineer food from hazardous waste. Diners report everything tasted like vermink, then exploded. Back to the lab, you crazy kids. So it makes sense that the Corpus will do crazy ideas in the name of the market
First
and in
one's
the
here.
name of
I'm
profit.
detecting multiple enemy
They're like,
signatures,
yeah, the
and
Corpus
they're all
are
under the control of the tower.
genetically engineering food from hazardous waste. And it didn't work. And they're like, oh, we got to pull it back. So stimulant patches to Starfleet officers and testing them on volunteers on Halverson's ship makes sense. But they're like, we want to try them out. And Halverson's like, we've created medical incidents. And he's like, yes, but that was acceptable margins.
The tower's
And so they start a
neural
black
sentry has
market,
turned
and then the
these
Federation
soldiers
is
into
like, we
mindless
can't
attack
stop it now. It's everywhere. Let's work out a deal with the Corpus where they're like, we'll work together to come up with something that actually works better. But so I do make, like I said, I have to make logical deductions based on what we know about the Corpus. Logical assumptions. So like their suits would make sense. I do a lot of logical deductions based on humanity, DARPA, for example, and what we know about the Corpus. So my assumption, for example, that the suits they wear provide emergency medical would make sense. That the fact there's an undersuit underneath the large bulky suit they wear that has implants and nodes where they can, like, you know, spot where they can inject things, drugs administered through the suit. That's all stuff that we would be working on today and would be logical additions to, like, movements forward. So, like, the idea that, that's one of the reasons which annoyed me with Star Trek, because it's like, organ transplant would not exist. You would be able to regrow your own organs by the time of Star Trek, okay? Which is, like I said, why you need medical, I'm not even a doctor, right? But you need medical, consultants. Not black girl gamers and what the hell was the other one that everyone was going on? Sweet Baby Inc. You don't need Sweet Baby Inc. or that. You need medical consultants to be like, okay, so where would the Corpus likely be in medicine advancement right now? Those suits have portable life support. They have they are also magnetic boots because we know that the Corpus are prepared for vacuum. That's why they have portable life support. I will be on a Corpus ship, right? And there'll be sections where the ship has no atmosphere. Probably from an accident or damage or, you know. So the Corpus are able to handle that, which means they have magnetic boots. Even when the Corpus make fun of the Starfleet vessels and call them nurseries, it makes sense. Again, when you look at a Corpus vessel and then you look at a Starfleet vessel, they're like, you're wearing cloth. Right? You're not wearing magnetic boots. Gravity turns off, you fall. You go up. Gravity turns on again, you fall. Why are you doing this, Starfleet? Do you want to die, Starfleet? But anyway, so the Dominion and the Corpus is my not the Dominion and the Corpus. The Dominion and the Grenier. So it's great because I have a Corpus vessel now, right? In watching the wormhole. It's a cloaked Corpus vessel monitoring the wormhole because I want to make sure that the Grenier do not get into Dominion space. Okay? So the Corpus, like I said, the Corpus would definitely have gotten their hands on cloaking technology through their deals with the Romulans, and the Romulans will not admit to the Federation that they gave the Corpus cloaking, and the Corpus will do everything to keep it hidden that they have it. So they have modified it, of course, because they backward engineered cloaking. So now the Romulans probably gave them like 2 or 3 cloaking devices at most. And then the Corpus backward engineered cloaking and turned it into their own form of cloaking. So every time the Federation detects it, it's not Romulan cloaking, but they don't know what it is. So they think it's close enough to the Romulan cloaking that they think it's a Romulan, but they're not 100% sure. So they don't put it down as Romulan either. They put it down as an anomaly that they cannot yet explain. But it's actually a Corpus cloaked vessel, and the Corpus are monitoring the wormhole, and because they want to make sure that the Grineer do not steal Dominion Dominion cloning technology, because the Grineer are broken clones. So if they can get their hands on warp and the Grineers and the Dominion cloaking, then they would, then they would be a real threat. Right now, they're not a real threat. They don't have warp, so they're easily contained. They use the primitive void faster than light travel, which is not reliable. So they every now and then they'll run it. So they've stolen Starfleet vessels, like Federation vessels, and they have tried to get the warp working. And it's terrible. It's like it rips through space. It often causes accidents. They're easily monitored, and then the Corpus will come in and basically destroy the vessel. So the Corpus are monitoring them. Starfleet is monitoring them because the Corpus and the Corpus and the Federation have worked out a deal that the Corpus will assist the Federation in combating the Grineer, because the Corpus weapons are better suited, and the Corpus are more willing to do that hardline, shoot to kill the moment they run into Grineer, whereas Starfleet is learning that is the only approach they have to dealing with the Grineer. So I had a whole Starfleet conference with the Corpus, and the Corpus don't mention that they used to trade with the Grineer, but they unintentionally, of course, drop hints of it. So like it was a gray market region or something, and so they're like they don't flat out admit it. So the Starfleet is like what they don't say says. They're like what the Corpus don't say says a lot about them. So yeah, they're dealing with it said it's but I really want to hear what, like I said, I don't think the Grineer would last long. I think that's the first thing. I think in fact, I don't think the Grineer would last long in the Origin system if it weren't for 2 reasons. The first one is plot armor. Warframe needs, content. Okay. So, plot armor. Definitely some degree of plot armor. The Grineer would not survive the Corpus under normal circumstances. The Corpus are smart, they're fast, they have high tech. They would easily kill you. I think the main reason story-wise, in line with canon, the Grineer survive is not because the Corpus can't conquer them. I think the reason that the Grineer survive the Origin system in Warframe is because the Corpus lets them. Because they sell to the Grineer, they sell them components, components, medical supplies, and other resources that they need. So the Corpus make a lot of money off of the Grineer because they don't have any other market. The Grineer is a large portion of the market. Then there's the colonies and the other unaffiliated factions that aren't tied to the Corpus. But that's why I think if the Corpus were to run into the Federation, the Corpus would be like, we don't need it, because they lose a lot as well in this market. They just profit more than they lose by trading with the Corpus. With the Corpus lose when they trade with the Grineer and allow the Grineer to remain functional, but they profit more. So they're willing to keep them around. However, if they find a more profitable market, like the Federation... Hi, Min Min. Here's your baby girl. Here's a baby girl. Here's your baby. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. That's why if the Corpus come across the Federation, I mean, they have so many markets now. They have the Romulans, they have the Ferengis, who's the first they make deals with, the Dominion, the Klingons, all the different worlds of the Federation, the border colonies of the Federation. They would be like rolling. They would just, it would be like I said, child wakes up on Christmas Day with like 50 presents. It would be heavenly. There are so many markets. There's so much opportunity to sell to these people. Like, at one point they were also talking about medical supplies because the Corpus do genetic engineering, which is very much against the Federation. They have, you know, implants and other augmentations that are against the Federation. But they're like, okay, so what are we allowed? What do you allow? The Corpus is like, okay, fine. We understand that there are certain things that you do not want. What can we sell you? And so it's like different kinds of other treatments that they can use, nanites and others. So they're starting to trade medical supplies and weapons.
Another job.
The
well
Corpus
executed.
weapons, I said, primarily border colonies that need help defending themselves, but Starfleet can't always be there in time. Also, the added fact that the Grineer are far more than are a bigger challenge than Starfleet expects. Mimi? 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 He's a Mimi cat. She's right here. You can't see her. Mimi cat is right here. Hey, Mimi. Are you purring, Mimi? Oh, probably, undoubtedly. The thing is, would they survive long enough to be a threat? That's the question. That's the main question in all of this. Mercury, Venus, Uranus. Because, I mean, I don't think they would survive in the world of the Corpus. I mean, if you're not profitable, you don't last long. And I have a feeling that a lot of them would end up as meat crew. Because the Corpus are very, very much into the whole, you know, if you don't deliver, we'll make sure we find a place where you will deliver. Okay? Because we do not want non-profitable things. We do not tolerate things that do not provide value. And I don't think, given, like, they would last very long.
I'm detecting infested biosignatures all over the place. You know what to do.
Yes, I do. Burn it with holy fire! I probably missed a lot of important stuff this week. Look, I don't know. Look, I didn't watch the Nintendo Direct, but I don't understand why people are unhappy with it. The guy I work with, right, he's like, Fallout 4 is, which I knew was coming.
Let's clean it up.
I knew Fallout 4 was coming. And it's not a game key card, and everyone's like, it was mid. I'm sorry, that's cool. Oblivion Remaster is coming to Switch 2. Not a game key card. That's cool. And on the other hand, Destiny 2 is not doing well. So I think, I think the overall outcome is the Grineer will no longer be a threat. The Corpus will be like, yeah. And the Corpus would slowly take over the market. what you need. Why would you not like find our presence discomforting? We simply are providing you goods
There's a
that
heavy
you can
unit
use
approaching.
for a profit. Because I absolutely love it when he points out where he's like, my crew cannot eat on your morals. We cannot provide you with product. We need to get paid. That is cruel punishment. On the other hand, I think you have to know how to put your foot down. Like, it's one thing if you're in a lower position where you have to deal with woke tards. And so it's like, oh, well, my boss, you know, where you're on equal footing with them and you're like, okay. But if on the other hand, you're leadership and you are in charge and some woke tard comes to you and starts whining and you go, yeah, kiss my ass, woman, get back to work, or you don't have a job. And then they start crying about it. It's like, especially now, nobody gives a damn about the wokies at this point. It's like every time, it's like, oh no, all these people lost their jobs from the New York Times or whatever the hell it was. Oh, yeah, they deserved it. No one. Actually, I saw a really interesting video by like Brett West. I can't believe whatever. I can't say. Brett Weinstein, where he's like the difference between one of the reasons we have a problem is the difference between most men, not all, and women is that men show empathy when it contextually. Like, for example, if they see somebody who's been unfair get their comeuppance, they don't feel bad, which is me as well. A lot. She said that, like she said, they said there's exceptions again, but that women feel compassion even when the person is a bully. When someone is a victim, even if they're a bully, they feel bad. Whereas for men, they don't.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
And that's why we have a problem where now being a victim, women are like, oh, but even if someone's a bully, if they perceive them as a victim, they gain sympathy. Whereas men will normally not give sympathy to people they view as victims getting their comeuppance. So, you know, if you're good, most guys will be like, well, she had it coming. I'm on the side of she had it coming. Why was she there? She shouldn't have been. That's the thing. So we've reached the point where if someone's like, oh, well, but they were mean to me, everyone has reached the point where it's like, I don't care. Crimea River. We've reached the point where woke is just... That's why the majority of people don't like Starfleet Academy. It's just a handful of people. And I bet you most of the people viewing this garbage are watching it out of hate, to mock it, make fun of it, with curiosity. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine I work with who is gay. Well, sort of. He doesn't like... And I'm like, okay, so they have the gay Klingon, and they're on the verge of extinction. He's like, yeah, I'm gay. He's like, but if I knew humanity was on the verge of extinction, he'd be like, he'd be willing to bend that for the benefit of humanity. And he's like, no, you're not being bad by saying that. Like, a phobe. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I can understand that. I'd be the same if I found out that humanity was on the verge of extinction and people needed to have kids. I'd be like, all right. But he's gay. And he's like, yeah. But, look, no, I am completely in shock that this show was allowed to be
focused.
put
There's
on
a
the
heavy
air.
unit approaching.
I don't understand how repeatedly, over and over, they spent millions of dollars on something that a 5-year-old would be like, that's stupid. How many 5-year-olds would eat a comm badge? My cat won't eat a comm badge. My cat. My 1.5-year-old cat. Yeah, you. Okay. Mimi won't eat. See,
Mission complete.
my
Excellent
cat,
work,
who
Tenno.
right now is licking her tail. Okay, her tail. Let me be clear. She is licking her tail. Okay. My cat is licking her tail. Okay. My cat is licking her tail. Here she is. Hi. Say hi. Say hi, cat. Okay. My cat would not eat a comm badge. And nobody went, that's dumb. Nobody went, that makes no sense.
It's a lazy night between the stars for you and me.
I mean, putting aside what they did to the Klingons, okay?
Fire. Grenier on Corpus, Corpus on Infested, and in between the little people like you and me, where we're just trying not to get stepped on.
Need to boo-boo?
Here's to us, dreamers.
So, I mean, and I don't understand the people defending it. Who's defending this? These characters are so dumb. They are so monumentally dumb. The only thing that I have come out of finding out a lot about the new Hollywood stuff is that my stupid ideas are better than their multi-billion-dollar ideas. My stupid, dumb ideas about crossing over Warframe and Star Trek is better than the new multi-million-dollar Star Trek show. How does that make sense? Okay, you'd be like, "Oh, cat, you're over-exaggerating." No, my Star Trek Warframe crossover is better. There's nothing dumb like that. Okay, there are a few times where I went a little too far, and that's why I have to go through the whole AI chat, because I want to like pull out things that went a little too far. Where, like, for example, the AI pushed the whole idea that Halverson is a young doctor a little too far. Whereas, like, the Corpus called him the juvenile medical asset, and it went a little too far. So I'm like, okay, some of it made sense, some of it went a little too far. So it's like I want to go through and cut some things out. But even calling him a juvenile medical asset makes sense when you think about it from the goddamn Corpus' point of view.
Pressure creates diamonds, yes, but it also creates rubble.
Where, like I said, I'm pulling out. I'm pulling back a little on the teenager's role in it because I don't like it. He makes sense, and he, as I said, he was meant. Mercury, Venus.
Hey, Vanna, honey. Guess who got a sector?
I
Don't hate
finally
me
got
too
my
much.
first tenant. I don't understand. How can this be possible? That you would think that writing for Star Trek would be done by the best of the best. Because Star Trek is one of those best of the best properties, right? We're talking about Star Trek. We're not talking about some new IP. We are talking about Star Trek.
Leave no one
And you have the
standing.
dumbest people in existence writing on Star Trek and spending millions of dollars writing on Star Trek. How is this possible? Like, please, how is this possible?
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ate their combat. My cat is smarter than the cadets and stuff. Which is, you know, when I first started watching Star Trek, right, I wasn't as much of a big fan of the Klingons. I was always a big fan of the Romulans, right? But after watching, especially Deep Space Nine, I really started to like the Klingons. Their unique culture, their unique history, everything that makes the Klingons the Klingons. I don't like what they did. Like, I don't understand it. You have no respect for Star Trek. So yes, I'm gonna say it again. My stupid, ridiculous Warframe crossover makes more sense than Starfleet Academy. Prove me wrong. I mean, basically, it comes down to this. Okay, the Void somehow because the Void does crazy things. It's basically I'll say this about my knowledge of TOS. Okay. Hi. So, my knowledge of TOS is different than most people because I have a weird history with TOS. All right. Kirk, Spock, and McCoy were my 3 favorites before Deep Space Nine, right? But that's only because I found out about Star Trek in a way that most people don't. Okay. I discovered Star Trek through the novels. So I read about Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. So for me, Star Trek the show is like the book is better. Even though the show predated the books, I didn't run into the show until after I had read the books. So for me, the books came first. So I prefer the novels over the original series. Because novels, you could add so much more detailed stories, more depth, more interesting development. I loved the Star Trek original series novels. I think I read nearly all of them, and then I had to sell them about a decade ago. Long story. I gotta go back and start buying them again. I had so many obscure Star Trek novels. I had the novelizations of the animated series and the original show. So when I finally found out that it was a show, I read the episodes, which there are differences, minor differences, but there are differences. I read the animated, which again there are differences. I still don't understand how everybody on the ship got sick with some illness, and McCoy didn't think to contact Kirk and be like, Jim, yeah, Spock is at risk for this. We should probably have some of that on ship just in case, because he's probably going to catch it too. No, they end up with, he's in a coma because of this. But, right, that was me. But that's why for me, I'm not as big a fan of the original series, because I love the novels. I love the novels. DS9 was my favorite. And again, they've ruined all the enemies of Star Trek. Like I said, it's funny, these people who are all in on the diversity have gotten rid of all the actual interesting diversity that made Star Trek Star Trek. Because everybody is now basically not even... Ooh, Agaton sculpture. Nice. Are basically, everybody has the same morals and standards now. And again, these are the people who are always all on about how people, they're not evil, they're just misunderstood. Well, that actually, hey. Hello, Emily Thomas. Hi, I see you on Twitch. Okay. These are the people who keep going on about, they're misunderstood. But that's what made Star Trek interesting. The Romulans, right? And that's what makes the Corpus. Because the Corpus, like I said, one of my Starfleet officers, who's basically the experts at this point about the Corpus, he's like, he doesn't agree with them. He doesn't even like the Corpus. But Okay? But he understands why they do what they do. Why they act the way they do. What makes the Corpus unique. And they're not and it's like the Corpus aren't evil. Okay? They have their own reasons for being the way they are. And that's gone. Like I said, the Vulcans and the Romulans weren't evil in Star Trek. The Romulans were just the Romulans with their own way. The Romulans didn't want to be Starfleet. The Romulans didn't want to be Federation. And that's one of the weaknesses at one point that the Federation deals with, where the Corpus actually take advantage. Okay? I'm doing good. How are you? What's up? Cool. Someone's on the Twitch side. So see, good thing I opened the Twitches. Because Twitch, the Romulans, where the Corpus know that the Federation thinks of them as victims, and that they're like, how can anybody want to live the way that the Corpus lives? So the Corpus actually, that's how they get their hands initially on a lot of Federation data. They go to them on their shuttles. They claim to defect. They're like, we do not want to live like this anymore. And because the Federation initially are trained to view the Corpus as victims, they're like and oppressed. From the perspective of the Federation, they don't realize that the Corpus don't consider themselves that way. They like being Corpus. They're not going to change. They're proud of being Corpus. And so the Federation takes them in and to help them, and they download their entire database and go and run off with it. And they're like, yeah. So they find out the only way the truth is, the only way to know if a Corpus is actually in need of help is if he denies needing it, because the Corpus would not stoop low enough to ask for help. So I did 2 different cases where, in one case they were pretending, and in the second they were not. And the doctor realizes when they have a severely injured Corpus officer, they're like, he's refusing help because he does not want to be seen as needing help from something he considers inferior.
Watch yourself.
So they're like, that's how you know a Corpus is not faking. So at one point she turns to him and he's like, he's not faking it. But I think that, I said, they got rid of everything that made Star Trek interesting, and that's why when I write, I prefer. We had the Romulans, the Dominion, the Cardassians, the Bajorans were not always getting along properly and getting angry at Starfleet. The Klingons with their own uniqueness, even though they were a part of the Federation, they were still Klingons. They didn't always, agree. There's no diversity in Star Trek anymore. Oh yeah, I'm on YouTube and Kick right now. I'm always on YouTube and Kick. My YouTube channel is the same as my Twitch channel. So that's why I'm talking to 2 different windows. It's Saturday, it's freezing cold, but it's great for video games. I think that's one of the things that kills Star Trek. It's that, they talk about diversity, and yet everyone has the same modern day views. Instead of, I said different groups may not agree. They may not agree with Starfleet or modern day sensibilities, and they don't want to. The Corpus don't want to be us. And in fact, it's reached the point where it's like the Starfleet has to accept that the Corpus can't join the Federation, even if they don't want to join the Federation, and they can't join the Federation either. But they don't want to. And that's what it takes some of the Starfleet to understand. Like, that's what the chief medical officer is like, yeah, He doesn't like them. He doesn't agree with them. But he understands, but he works to understand why they do what they do so they can work together. Because they need to, because they have a common threat with the Grenier. But that's what made me realize that we have so little of that interesting, unique conflict and disagreement that the original series had, and Deep Space Nine, the Next Generation, and Voyager had their own run-in. They want everybody to have the same. They will not write a species that would be like, yeah, we do not agree with people of non-productive relationships. What is the point of two males being in a relationship if it does not produce offspring? No, they would never do that. Or they would have that species be enlightened by the Federation. Yes, we were wrong. Two males should be able to have a relationship. It's like, no. You don't have to be a phober and it to write that. Okay? You don't. I don't think the Klingons would ever allow that. I think that they would. I liked Star Wars too. I liked both Star Trek and Star Wars, but Star Wars has been dead for so long.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
It's kind of depressing. It really is depressing. I need more polymer bundle. Not enough! I need over 1,000. Eat a baby sleep, kitty girl. Hey Primal, what's up?
Mission complete.
Having
Excellent
fun
work, Tenno.
discussing Corpus and Federation and a lot of other things. Primal 1. Because I think, and I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna say this 100%. And it's not me being I will say this. Watching modern Hollywood has made me realize my writing is better than I give it credit. And my Star Trek Warframe crossover is better than anything in modern Hollywood, including especially Starfleet Academy. My Starfleet characters are competent, diverse, well-rounded, unique characters who are Star Trek. Star Trek is worse off because we have a Klingon in a dress. My Starfleet characters are competent,
There is a large
well-written.
platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no
Okay.
one standing.
My Corpus characters are confident, well-written Corpus who are not pathetic and idiots, who can do their job, who stick to their morals, and what makes them Corpus. My conflict is far more interesting than anything in Starfleet Academy. Even my humor makes sense. It's not parody, it's humor. And I have gone repeatedly
Stay focused.
out of my
There's
way
a heavy unit approaching.
to make sure I can get things as close to canon as possible. And when I don't know, my logical leaps and guesses make logical sense based on what we know about canon. At least in the case of the Corpus and Warframe. I have repeatedly. Look, as I said, the moment you look at Starfleet Academy, you realize my idea of crossing over Star Trek and the Corpus from Warframe, or basically Warframe, was a joke. And I have found that in my writing about Star Trek and the Corpus and Warframe, I've had more interesting conflict, character development, moral questions, ideas, and just plain things than anything we have seen in Starfleet Academy. Where at one point Starfleet is dealing with the questions of their medical ethics, dealing with Corpus Advanced medical ethics, where we're dealing with you know, interplanetary politics on a fascinating level where you're dealing with the Grenier and the Corpus and the Federation. And oh my god, the Corpus are now working with the Ferengi. What about the Dominion? All of that. And I gotta use the bathroom right back. I'll be right back. Min Min, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, baby. Those are your foots. I'll be right back, baby. Okay? I kissed your foots. I kissed your baby foots. You have itty bitty baby foots. Look at those baby foots. Yeah, look at the baby foots. See, look at the baby foots. See the baby foots? Look at all those baby foots. You want to do your thing? You want to show them? Look at the kitty cat does her thing. Here we go. Look at the baby. Show them your baby foots. See, baby foots. You have baby foots? Baby foots. Okay, baby. Okay, get down. I'll be right back, baby girl. I'm not bringing my microphone. I'm not doing a, what's his name? Vivek Ramaswamy. Come on. See? No Vivek Ramaswamy. No bathroom ASMR. No, no. But no, it really did get me thinking that, like I said, I used to think my story ideas were stupid. Okay? I used to think my story ideas were dumb. I used to think that they were silly. I didn't think they made no sense. And then I'm like, my dialogue actually meshes better than anything modern Hollywood has. I'm more respectful to the lore and the canon of anything in Hollywood or not Hollywood. So like I said, I'm constantly double checking with the AI because they have the full database. Does this fit canon? And making sure that what it says fits what I know too. So at one point I'm like, all right, how much would a 1,000-year-old Corpus officer know? How much would your average Corpus know about the Tenno? How much would an average Corpus officer know about the Warframe? How much would they know about the Orokin? And then I had to adjust everything to fit that. So like, okay, your average Corpus would know the following. Your chief medical officer Corpus would know the following. To fit it within the lore, to fit it within everything. And again, I would double and triple check. I'd be like, so it doesn't fit canon. Would it make sense to make it, like I said, so I was like, okay, the Corpus have no libido. I'm like, they genetically engineered it for centuries because it makes no sense. But yeah, what I really want is to make something new. We need people making more new stuff. The idea, like I said, my Corpus Warframe thing was a joke that I'm just having a ridiculous amount of fun with. But we need to create our own replacements for everything they destroy. Our own new things. Our own new ideas. So my idea, honestly, was I love ancient Egypt and what it means if Egypt survived to modern day, where you have pyramids in America and sort of thing. That's my idea. I haven't really focused much on it, but we need more of our own unique ideas. Or to buy the Star Trek IP and the Warframe IP and combine them together to make a show. Read a lot too. Read a lot. But also I'm gonna keep saying it. You have to use it right. It's a tool, okay? You can't have AI write everything for you. Oh, I post whole long dialogue, but honestly, I'm gonna go back and rewrite some of the stuff that the AI did, like modify it and edit it. But I'll say this, AI is a fantastic tool if used right, if you guide it correctly. Like, for example, I had this moment where, and it took the tone of the characters well. So I'm like, okay, so Kai approaches Halverson. So they're about on the verge of Rainier getting warped.
It will take some time to
And
decipher.
Kai loves the
Concentrate on your
Federation.
mission for
He
now.
loves the fact that there are markets out there. He's not constantly fighting people at war anymore, like he did in the Origin system. He's been fighting Rainier since he was, a young man at 50. Right? He's tired. And so he has this great conversation with Halverson that it fits the Corpus, where he's like, the thing is also, they're not ours. That's the thing. Okay? Better we create our own thing than be stuck relying on idiots who do it. Right? Create our own thing that doesn't rely us on. Like, at one point I had the idea of creating a show which was basically ER and Buffy the Vampire Slayer crossed over kind of thing. Where it's like, you call your health insurance to find out if your werewolf medical treatment is covered by insurance. I even had a whole series of characters created for that. But it never went far because I'm not very good at world building. That's my weakness. I'm not very good at world building. I don't understand when I hear about these people, right? They're like, I only write this one character in Dragon Age Zelda. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? How can you only create one character for a video game or two characters? I specialize in this. I have like
comfy dreamers.
In my whole thing with Corpus of the Federation, I'm reusing my old Corpus characters. Where I've got Ket Taro, I've got Tezen Touring, Viso is mentioned a few times, but he's dead at this point. I have Tico and his team, and we have each one of them has their unique AI. I'm just gonna say AI is phenomenal if you use it right. Because I'm like, all right, let's discuss the different voices for the different characters. So it's like Tiso is like he talks like very analytical when it comes to shooting and weapons.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run.
It's like
another successful mission. Find extraction.
It breaks down every character very well and helps with changing the tone. To fit the characters that you develop. So it's like it's a great, AI is a great tool. I can't be like, all right, write a story about what would happen as the Corpus and the Warframe, the Corpus met the Federation. No, you have to be detailed, and you're gonna have to constantly check it, modify it, and go back over it. Because sometimes it will, like I said, it will completely get details that I made clear wrong. All right, where it's like, someone mentioned, Halverson, the Federation Chief Medical Officer, mentioned the Orb Valis. Okay, there's no way this Starfleet doctor would know what the Orb Valis is. So he makes a comment to Kai about how Kai was grew up on the Orb Valis. It's like, no, the Starfleet doctor has no idea what the Orb Valis is, and it doesn't make sense for him to comment that. Halverson would not mention the Orb Valis unless somebody told him about the Orb Valis. Or he would not be able to comment about the Orokin, because the only things he knows about the Orokin is what the Corpus told him, because he's never heard of the Orokin. And the Corpus's knowledge of the Orokin is also very limited, so you have to stick to what the Corpus know about the Orokin. So you have to watch it carefully, and you have to constantly, first off, you have to prompt it. So you already have to have ideas in mind, but it's also great for, like I said, it brought some really good ideas on the perspective of the Corpus that I never... try ChatGPT or any one of the other ones. Like I said, you would be surprised, because it gave me a lot of ideas on the perspectives of the Corpus that my favorite thing it taught me, well, not taught me, made me aware of, is the idea of morals and ethics having a cost, which I thought was really fascinating, because that is an idea that didn't occur to me. Whereas, like, the Corpus can't, the idea, the Federation values are expensive, where they're like, you can choose to, being able to go into a battle and set your weapons to stun, because you don't want to sacrifice lives, right, is an expensive value that the Federation can afford, but the Corpus cannot. Because the Corpus deal with the Grineer, and stun would not work. So multiple times, the Corpus tell the Federation, your values are, your ethics and your morals are expensive. We cannot afford them. Another thing that I absolutely love, where is when the Corpus doctor decimates the Federation, where they're like, you hide your invoices. It's like you pretend it's free. It's like, but it's not free. Like I said, I'm not saying you have to use it. I'm saying I would I'm not saying don't use it. I'm not saying use it. I'm going to say I had a lot of really good ideas given to me through AI. I absolutely love it when the doctor, I said, when he's like, you pretend, you hide your invoices so you can pretend that things are free that aren't free. It never occurred to me that there are morals and values that I haven't really, I'll admit these things are expensive. I've bought Clownfish TV's comics. I haven't read them yet, but I have Clownfish TV's comics. But they're expensive. They're I understand why they're expensive, but I'm more of the type of person who would rather buy a new video game than a comic book. I'll admit it. And I haven't read comic books in a long time. I know a lot of people. I saw Yellow Flash or what's his name doing a comic recently, or a couple months ago, and I'm like, I would love to get them, but I would rather buy a video game or an electronic than a comic book at this point. I would rather buy a controller than a comic book. I need new headphones. I would rather do that. Okay, I said I should read it at some point to see for myself, but I said they're expensive, a lot of these projects, and it makes sense why they're expensive. And we should support independent creators. So here I'm, on the one hand, I'm saying support independent creators. We need more. On the other hand, I haven't bought very many of them. I mean, keep in mind, I work in. It's not like I lose track of them all too. That's sad though. I mean, I haven't done anything new myself. I said I started the whole Warframe Corpus thing as a joke. Okay. I started as a joke. Cool, Mac. Sorry about that. Let me see. I need to get the Comac. KOH. I just want to know where to get it from because I need 2 blueprints for the Comac. Okay. Is a comb. Right. I have no drawing skills at all. Let's just see, where do I acquisition? Blueprint. Where is it? Can be researched from the chem lab in the dojo. Okay, so I need 2 more Comacs. I honestly, my brain is still my brain is cycling over Starfleet Academy. I'm sorry, but my brain keeps cycling back to that over and over, and how stupid it is, and how dumb it is, and how people are defending it, and I don't understand how people are defending it. And my brain just hurts over just the sheer stupid of it. So my apologies if I keep circling on that. But my brain, I can't understand. Okay. My brain keeps freezing on that. That just doesn't make sense. Okay. See, by the way, for all the people who are wondering, most of my labs are complete. So my chem lab is done. That's Grenier. My Corpus lab, I believe, is also done. That's energy lab. So Corpus weapons. See, can you imagine a Starfleet officer looking at this and being like, "Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff." All right. Which, by the way, the I wish I could draw. I wish I could draw, because I would love to be able to. Because the only way, like, first I'll admit, yes, Mimi. Yes, Mimi. What's the matter, Mimi? Yeah. Why are you angry? Why are you cute? Hmm. Hmm. You're licking your foot now. Look, at least you're not eating a comm badge. You're just licking your foot. That's good. Well, you're smarter than a Starfleet cadet. Okay. I don't understand. Why the hell is that woman walking around barefoot? See, I'm this one, this one. Most of the ones I need are the ones that need a bajillion mutagen samples, but most of them are done here. It's like a couple of the mutagen samples. Look at this. Mutagen samples are impossible to get your hands on. Okay? And I need bajillions of mutagen samples. Okay? Okay. Look at that. That one needs 5,000 mutagen samples. That's why. She walks around barefoot. If I went to work without my shoes on, I'd get in trouble. I'd be like, "Oh, I sign a waiver." No. Get your shoes on. She walks around barefoot, and nobody says that's a dumb idea. The Corpus are literally going, you don't even wear magnetic boots on your starships. And she's walking around a starship barefoot. And nobody went, "Yeah, that's retarded." Who wrote this? Again, the cat licking her foot is smarter. Are you a cat? Did you lick your foot? Do you like licking your little kitty cat feet? Yes, you do. The cat. The cat. Look at. Of course. Warframe is connected to everything. The Corpus is the future of everyone. And no, Oxium. Yeah, Oxium is the other one I need a ridiculous amount, but I don't do enough Corpus missions to get Oxium. Contribute all. It's still not enough. Need oxium. You got oxium, you mean? Oxium, you mean? Yes, you are. I mean, that would be... That would be like... She's walking around barefoot. And the funny thing is, if you actually wanted somebody walking around barefoot on a Starfleet vessel, there are actually species in Star Trek that can't and don't need to wear boots or shoes, okay? You don't need to make it some idiotic woman walking around barefoot, okay? You can have the Chitons, I can't pronounce it, I know the Chitons, the cat ones, okay? That would make sense for the cat alien to walk around barefoot because they have paws, okay? Cats can walk on snow, okay? They can walk on cold surfaces with their paw pads, okay? A cat without boots on, a cat alien without shoes on would make sense on a Starfleet vessel. But I'm disappointed to find... I'll say this primal one, I'm disappointed to find that out. I did not know that. I'm disappointed to find that out. I'm saddened. That saddened me. Okay, first of all. Okay. The Starfleet officer in Star Trek 6 was not wearing boots. Nobody who watched Star Trek 6 went, he's barefoot. His alien species, it made sense, he was barefoot. Okay? 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 Let's just say that. Okay? But no. Okay? You have a woman walking around a Starfleet vessel barefoot, and nobody in the writer's room went, that's dumb. What if something falls on her foot? Human feet are not designed to walk around on spaceships without shoes on. You have... No. I'm sorry. I know I keep going back to it because my brain keeps cycling with how amazingly stupid this is. I don't get how anybody sat down and said, that's a good idea. It's an incarnate weapon. I'm definitely upgrading it. It's an incarnate weapon, okay? Incarnate weapons should all have Orkin catalysts, okay? That's all I'm saying, okay? And probably primary arcane adapters, okay? Okay? I really want a mask. I want a fully ranked primary merciless, but I need like 3 more. Okay.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
I need detonated. How are people defending this? How are people defending this? How the hell are people defending this? I need to do these because I need those things. So I need a detonate injector. Alright, so which one? Keep in mind, these are not Grenier missions. These are Grenier, like, they're not, it's not the same. Okay, let me just make sure because I've done a bunch of these already. Alright. I really don't understand. By the way, if you notice, I am the mayor of Corpus City now, okay? See? 1,892 Corpus battles versus 0 Grenier battles. Okay? Happy. Okay? Please, people, help me to understand this. Why is she barefoot? And why are you defending this? I'm depressed.
Our position has been compromised.
Why is our
Defend
position?
the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Like, I get it, the Star Wars is dumb too. But the Star Trek is by far the dumbest. There's just no explaining the dumb. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying I'm caught in a brain loop of torture, brain, because the stupid that is Starfleet Academy has broken my brain, and the fact that my stupid Corpus Warframe makes more sense than Starfleet Academy, the multi-million-dollar show, is breaking my brain. How is that stupid woman walking around barefoot? If I had a Corpus character walking around barefoot, just because, I did have at one point a Corpus character walking around barefoot, but that was because he wasn't supposed to be there and he was not yet Corpus. He was a part of a refugee group that was rescued by the Corpus. Long story, not going to go into it. Corpus rescues refugee group, and I got this crazy idea, just walking around Corpus ships. That would be ridiculous if there was a child walking around Corpus. So I came up with this whole elaborate refugees, which makes sense in the context, and I thought it would be hilarious if the Corpus were walking around but she's walking around barefoot! For the love of God, that doesn't make sense. No chief medical officer would be like, oh, well, you can just sign off on and sign a waiver. No, every chief medical officer would be like, no, Captain, medical override. I'm pure stupid. If Spock walked on the bridge and said, this is Vulcan culture, McCoy would be like, no, put your shoes on. And I keep saying, you can have aliens that it makes sense for. The cat aliens can walk around barefoot. There are aliens that can walk around barefoot. Oh, she wants to be unique and show flavor and character. There are ways to do that. For characters to have their own unique personalities and flavor that aren't dumb. They have their own personality traits that aren't dumb. Tiso is an obsessive weapons marksman. That's one of his traits. He's known for being very good with weapons to an obsessive degree. He's also known for carrying around weapons that aren't Corpus. He's the only one allowed because he's so skilled at weapons. And the thing is, Tiso isn't even a Mary Sue. Tiso is one of the top marksmen in the Corpus because he does have natural talent, but he also works his butt off to be the best of the best. Where they will go down there in the morning and find him at the weapons range, and he will shoot the same weapon over and over and over until he perfects it. If it takes hours. At one point, a Starfleet asks him, you always win. You always win. He's like, I'm 99.7% on target. He's like, that's perfect, you know? And he's like, that is 0.3% not perfect. Okay? No. I don't get it. Like I said, I keep going back to all of the dumb things in this show.
You must defend our
And
equipment
the fact that
until
people are defending
reinforcements
it.
arrive.
No, barefoot. She's walking around, and it's not even like it's at Starfleet Academy on Earth. Okay, you know what? I might be able to not defend it, but at least be like, that is not an idiotic hazard to your health. It still is. It's dumb, but okay. You're on Starfleet Academy. You're not going to get attacked. You're walking around on a starship without shoes on. You are walking around a starship without shoes on, and you're human, or whatever the hell. She doesn't have paw pads. I managed to come up with an explanation why a 7-year-old was walking around a Corpus vessel. It made sense for the circumstances. It made sense for the Corpus. It made sense for the 7-year-old why the 7-year-old was walking around the ship. They responded appropriately why there was a 7-year-old. It wasn't something dumb that breaks canon like he's the captain's son. Hey, Mr. Dystopian, I said, I'm in a spiral loop now. I wanted to start going on about... So I think I might have one. I just may not have read it. But I appreciate the offer. I think I actually might have it. And I put it on my shelf and forgot about it. But I appreciate it. I have to check, and I'll let you know when I check and find out next week. If I have it, I'll read it. She's barefoot. She's barefoot. If my GM wanted to walk around barefoot, he would be told he can't. I mean, on top of that, okay, why the hell would anybody in Starfleet wear a... Put aside the fact that it's a Klingon, alright? Why would anybody be walking around on a starship in a skirt? Put aside the fact that he's a Klingon, okay? Pants, you idiots! Pants! Skirts make no sense. You don't see anybody walking around a battlefield in a skirt. The only time women wear dresses for their uniforms in the military...
That's the last of them. Objective is secure.
It's the commandant of Starfleet Academy, who's apparently like a Lanthian or something, which is sort of like a human. One of the main characters on Starfleet Academy is walking around a starship that has conflict and battle without shoes on. And she's like, I signed the waivers. Okay? Okay. Okay. So basically, she's a human that lives forever, and she's barefoot. Walking around a starship that goes into conflict. On top of that, why the hell is the Klingon wearing a skirt? I'm not. No,
Our position
no.
has been
Okay.
compromised. Defend the cargo until
If you are on a
reinforcements arrive.
starship, look, that's why I never understood why Uhura wears a skirt either. Okay, I get it. It's the '60s. Look, okay. But then I'm looking at a starship from the point of view of somebody who now sees Corpus ships and goes, Starfleet vessels don't make sense. I've spent too much time playing Warframe. But dumb Klingon in skirt. Starfleet Commandant barefoot. Cadet eats comm badge. Hologram is idiot. No, there's actually one case of it, Primal One. There's one case of it. It's in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. Okay, in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, they are trying to solve, oh God, I can't, it's been a while. Who shot the Klingons? And they're wearing magnetic boots, right? So they're trying to find whose magnetic boots are. So they find the magnetic boots in somebody's, locker. And they approach the cadet the officer whose locker has the magnetic boots. And when they look down, his feet don't fit in magnetic boots. So he's barefoot because his feet do not require boots. It makes sense. So there actually is an alien in Star Trek, The Next Generation, not Star Trek, Star Trek 6, that doesn't wear shoes. Okay? But the Kaitians, I cannot pronounce it, the cat aliens in the animated series are wearing boots. Though technically, if you think about it, they don't need to because they have paws. Okay? And paws, are surprisingly capable of handling a lot of things because cats walk around outside. So technically, an alien that is based on cats would not need boots because they have paws. And yet the aliens with paws are wearing boots designed for their paws. Okay? So why the hell is there basically a human woman who's the commandant who's like, yeah, okay, your chief medical officer would be like, no. Absolutely not. I mean, I should have, at this point, the only character who would reasonably, in my Corpus Warframe Star Trek crossover, who would walk around barefoot is the teenager. And even he would have more common sense to do that. So I can't even come up with a circumstance where my Corpus teenage character is walking around a Starfleet vessel barefoot because he would think it is dumb. He walks around in magnetic boots like most of the Corpus. So I can't even come up with a logical reason that the youngest Corpus character I have will walk around barefoot because he would think it's dumb. He thinks Starfleet boots are dumb. He wears magnetic boots. But even somebody in Starfleet would not go around barefoot. I just... And you sat there in the writer's room and went, ooh, that gives her flavor and character. No. One of the things that Kai does that gives him character is he's always like, so you saw the wormhole, and his response is, I like to travel. That's one of his unique things. He's like, I like to travel. At one point, he's wearing and why the hell because they are too busy putting modern day stupid into Star Trek. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Because they want to break what makes the Klingons Klingons. Because it's some stupid fan fiction. It's like, I like it, the Klingons, but I don't like it, the warriorness. So I'm going to put a Klingon in a skirt because gender. Ooh, skirt Klingon. Yeah. I hate these people. It's a sad future for Star Trek when my stupid, idiotic joke crossover with Warframe is more canonically accurate and respectful for Star Trek canon than the multi-million-dollar show. My stupid, and I'm diminishing it because it's a dumb idea. The Warframe crossover with Star Trek was a joke. Okay? It was never meant to be taken seriously. It will never be taken seriously. It's a joke. Alright? It's a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's making me come up with unique ideas and ways to write about the Corpus outside of Star Trek. It's also just giving me a lot of, moral and just fun to do. I'm having a lot of fun. It's very funny at points too. The culture clash between the two is hilarious at times. Okay. Okay. But when my stupid Corpus Warframe crossover is more respectful of canon and makes more sense than a multi-million-dollar Star Trek project, you have a serious problem on your hands, you numbnuts! I said this earlier. Everything I have done in the name of the Corpus, in the name of Star Trek, have all been tried to be as pure. All of them, yeah. I mean, most of these. Are we ever gonna? So the question. Here's a thought. Crazy thought. Are we ever going to see these characters or these actors at conventions with the same level of hype as when I got Robert Picardo and Ethan Phillips autographs and Neelix, and there was a long line. Are we going to see that? Probably not, because this stuff is not going to survive past 10 years from now. All this garbage, no one's going to remember it in 10 years. No one's going to care about Starfleet Academy. No one's going to be like, that was amazing. No, people are going to look back and think of Deep Space Nine. No one is ever going to forget Deep Space Nine. Most people can't remember half the shows that came out from Star Trek right now. Okay, what is it? Discovery? I keep forgetting about the stupid Section 31 show, Section 13 or whatever the hell it was called show. All right? People are going to remember Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, the original series, The Next Generation. Is anybody going to be talking about Starfleet Academy in 20 years? More people have more positive memories of the video game Starfleet Academy than this. 10 years from now, people are going to be embarrassed by this garbage. My view, my personal opinion, the entire Kelvin timeline has to be eliminated from canon. Okay? Okay? All of it has to be eliminated. Every single bit of it. Okay? I know that the movies were fun, but they also make no sense when you really think about it. The first movie makes no sense. And that doesn't even include the idiotic way Romulus was destroyed or Vulcan was destroyed. None of it makes sense. The fact that Kirk comes out of that as a captain. Oh, come on. He was a cadet and now he's a captain? No matter how much you save the universe as you know it, you're not going to come out of it as a captain. You're not going to do that because he's not fit yet to be a captain. He doesn't have the experience to be a captain. You want me to believe that after that first Star Trek movie, Kirk is a captain? Yes, we know Kirk was one of the youngest Starfleet captains. Okay? Doesn't mean he was 20 years old when he became a captain. Even my Corpus prodigy isn't considered an officer. He's still a student. The prodigy who's in the sciences is not considered an officer of any kind. He is not even considered full-blown member of Corpus yet because he's young. He's not an officer. He doesn't have rank or override. He's just a prodigy who does basic grunt work the majority of the time because they don't want to put the idiot in danger.
It's just the
You want me to believe that a 20... how old was Kirk in the first movie? 20? Yeah, I could see him graduating from Starfleet Academy 2 years early. But even nepotism, there's a level of smart where they're like, we're not going to put a 20-year-old in charge of one of our best starships. They're still going to make him go through the ranks. They might let him graduate from Starfleet Academy early. Okay? They might let him skip a rank and become a lieutenant early, but they're not making him a captain of the USS Enterprise after that. That makes absolutely no sense. The only one who has any career experience who could have skipped Starfleet Academy or graduated early is Dr. McCoy. Kirk, technically, I wouldn't even see him skipping years in Starfleet Academy because whether you get the schooling done or not, you still need the training to be a Starfleet officer. McCoy is the only one who actually went into Starfleet Academy as a full doctor. A lot of people don't know that about McCoy. McCoy got his medical degree not from Starfleet Academy. McCoy was a full doctor before he went into Starfleet Academy. That's the difference between most of the other doctors in Star Trek. All of the other Starfleet doctors got their medical degree from Starfleet Academy. The only one that did not, that we know about, is Dr. McCoy. McCoy graduated from medical school first, was a doctor, had his divorce, and then joined Starfleet. That's why McCoy was older than Kirk and Spock. And that's why McCoy probably did less time in Starfleet Academy than a regular medical doctor because he already had the medical degree. He did not go in there to get his medical degree. He already had it. So the only one who would make sense also to come out of Starfleet Academy with the rank of lieutenant junior grade, which I think is what happens in the military. A doctor, what rank does a doctor come out in the military? Because I think they come out as a what rank does a doctor have in the Army? Let's go, in the Navy. I think Star Trek is meant to be like on the Navy. Okay? So McCoy would actually, U.S. Navy doctors are commissioned as officers, typically entering as lieutenant. But they could start as high as a lieutenant commander. So the only one who would make sense to leave Starfleet Academy, not as an ensign, is Dr. McCoy. So even if you want to be generous with Kirk, let him come out of there as a lieutenant junior grade. But he is not leaving Starfleet Academy as a captain. He doesn't even know how to run a starship yet. Okay? And you want me to believe he has no experience running starships, and you want me to believe he came out of the whole mission because he saved whatever as a captain? Absolutely not. He would not be allowed to do that. That is a Mary Sue thing. As I said, my Corpus child prodigy character, who, again, I have my doubts about him. I created him because I wanted to write a genuine prodigy correctly. It's not easy to do. Is not joining the Corpus as a 16-year-old. Or he's not joining officially the Corpus until he's 18. And he's not getting any special rank jumps. Okay? Because there's some things you can't learn no matter how smart you are. Where you need experience and training. No matter what, Kirk is not going to... That alone was enough to go, that's dumb, that makes no sense. So no, they're fun, they're exciting, I get it. But all of the Kurtzman Trek, all of the anything that's Kelvin universe has to go. All of it has to go. And the only canon is all the way through Enterprise, okay? I mean, I like them too. I own them, okay? But they're not Star Trek canon. Lower Decks can be funny at times, but that's not canon. That's a parody. And I think I saw Andromeda. I can't remember, but I did watch Babylon 5. Absolutely. I did watch
This
Stargate,
is a mobile defense mission.
SG-1, Stargate Atlantis.
You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
I mean, like, if I were to tell you, I have a 10-year-old character who's smart, and he's going to be in the Corpus, and he's going to be on a Corpus ship, and he's going to be a Corpus lieutenant, you'd all tell me that's stupid.
We have got to find a
And
terminal.
limitations are what make characters
Proceed
also
and
believable.
prepare.
Because at one point, I had, what is it?
Stay focused. There's a heavy
I had
unit
one
approaching.
team working on something and another character knew about it. I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense because there are certain things that he would not know about because of his role as a chief medical officer. He would not know about it.
Location reached.
It just,
Drop me in and defend our position.
it's not fun giving, I get it. You want your characters to not have any flaws. It's not fun to have them make them weak
This will take
or,
a moment.
you know, but that's what makes them more interesting and better and more realistic. But to me, that's the thing. My issue is that's a cheap cop-out. Don't make, okay? Either you separate them and you make clear they're parody, which means they're not canon, or you throw in humor that would fit. Mr. Dystopian, you weren't here when I was going on about how you can have humor, but it has to make sense.
Still
You can
working
have
on it.
humor
Continue
that
to
isn't
defend.
parody, but my theory is this. My theory is Starfleet Academy was not meant to be parody. And people are using the parody as an excuse because they are incapable of writing well. Okay? I think that Starfleet Academy was not meant to be parody, and the people who are using the parody excuse, when they created it, they're so bad at writing, okay? Because you can even do ridiculous, funny moments, but they have to fit characters. They have to make sense,
Terminal hacked.
okay?
Keep moving.
I can't, like, for example, one of the ones that could be taken as ridiculous, but when you really think about it, makes sense, is the fact that half the Corpus, now, as I said, the AI pushed it a little too far, but half the Corpus think of the Starfleet chief medical officer as a juvenile. Elias Halverson is 42, and they found out about it. Okay, wait, he eats bacon? Spock eats bacon? Oh, no. Elias Halverson is 42. We know based on Warframe lore and canon that 100 years is considered very young for a
Terminal
Corpus.
spotted.
Frode
Upload me and
Darvo
prepare to
is
defend.
104 when he gets into an argument with his father, Frode Beck. And he's told he's
I'm
only
in, Tenno.
100, that he's an adolescent,
This will
right?
take a moment.
So if you're Corpus, right? And you know you're human, and the
Stay focused.
Starfleet doctor
There's a
is
heavy
human,
unit approaching.
and the Starfleet doctor you find out is 42, and you consider anybody under the age of 100 to be young, you consider people who are 100 to be young, then yes, it makes sense that when they look at him, they go, he's juvenile. Why is he the chief medical officer? It's not parody. It's not stupid humor. It makes sense when a Corpus officer refers to Elias Halverson
working on it.
as the
Continue to
juvenile
defend.
medical asset from Starfleet. It's not because it's stupid. It's because it's culture. It's different culture. It's different. It makes sense. When the Federation vessel keeps running into Corpus advertisements on their emergency channels, it's because that's what the Corpus do. In Warframe, canonically, there's a moment where Ordis says on ship, he says, there's an emergency transmission coming in, then he's like, oh, it's just the Corpus peddling their wares. The Corpus
Area
will
completed. Move on.
post advertisements on emergency channels. It's what they do. It's not parody. It's not stupid humor. It's not, I'm walking around my ship barefoot. It's, yes, the Corpus do that, and it drove the Federation nuts until they figured out how to, block it out, which involved paying the Corpus. That's what I'm saying. You can have, if it's parody, separate it. Make it clear it's parody.
Here is a terminal.
If it's not parody,
Get
but
me
you
in
want
and
humor,
get ready to
write
defend.
good humor. Good humor makes sense.
in, Tenno.
Good humor
This will take a moment.
fits the characters. You don't go, okay, like I said, you want to give your characters their own unique little flares, their own unique little traits that make them unique, okay? That make them who they are. Oh, it gives her character that she likes to walk around barefoot. That's dumb. That doesn't make sense. No Starfleet chief medical officer, let alone command, Corpus. Yes, they do. They defeat their enemies with unskippable ads. They at one point, yeah, they're like, we have an advertisement from Graphic. And it's like, this ad will repeat for every 6 minutes. And it's like, they've got it on our internal comms, Captain. If we shut this off, we shut down our internal comms. And she's like, I'm gonna go negotiate with the Corpus. And she's like, you're going to pay them? She's like, yes, I'm going to pay them. So everything I do, I repeatedly go over. Is it canon? Does it make sense? Is it overpowered? Is it unnecessary? Like, does the character show knowledge they shouldn't have? But no, look, you can have humor. You can have funny moments. Just don't make it stupid. And that's what they're doing. They're making it stupid. It's either parody or it's not. But
Another job well executed.
or like I said earlier, I don't know if where that is not a dress, you retard. That is not a dress.
Some can kill.
That
Others
is
make a great
long
saddle.
jacket.
And still others, they can spread your mind out until you're not sure where you end and where the universe begins.
I hate these people
But
so
not
much. I
everyone
hate them
respects
so
their
much.
local fungi. Nefanyo has called for their eradication from the
Oh my
deep
God.
mines below 14.
Starfleet Academy episode 3 to me was better than the first 2 episodes, and I think it shows it has some real potential. It could still fail, but this one had less stupid jokes and less woke nonsense. Yeah, no, it's retarded. The whole thing is retarded. The whole thing is retarded. There's just no. Oh wow, a woman who identifies as a man will be competing with other women because woman against woman. Wow, so fascinating. Okay. I hate the world we live in right now. Wait, no, what is that?
Ordis wonders, why is he here? Ordis supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
Or the fact, one sec. So I made the Corpus of Federation recognized religion, which was hilarious to do as well. So he isn't parody. Kai isn't parody, okay? Halverson stood in the staff lounge doorway, arms folded. I'm telling you, he said flatly, he is a problem. Silence. 3 nurses looked at him. 1 security officer blinked. Patel looked up from her tea. Which one? Kai. More silence. The polite one, a nurse asked. The manipulative one, Halverson corrected. Security frowned. Lieutenant Commander Kai? He's great. He is not great. He helped recalibrate our tactical sims, security said. Didn't have to. Stayed 2 hours. He lies recreationally. Patel shrugged. So do diplomats. He calls me Elias. That is your name, said a nurse. He mispronounces my last name on purpose. Patel sipped her tea. I've heard worse from admirals. He knows things he shouldn't know. Security grinned. That's half the people we work with. He put a statue on my desk. That was funny, said the nurse immediately. That was a religious symbol of a foreign prophet cult. It was small, she said. Patel leaned back. Commander, he's respectful to staff, doesn't pull rank, brings gifts, fixes things, and hasn't threatened anyone. He threatened me. Security perked up. When? He said the Grenier shouldn't meet the Jem'Hadar. The room paused. Okay, security. Okay, that one's actually concerning. Patel, did he elaborate? No. Patel nodded. Yeah, that's him. Halverson stared. You see the problem? Patel shook her head. I see why you're annoyed. I am not annoyed. You're annoyed. I am medically concerned. Security laughed. He likes you. Halverson turned slowly. No. Yes, security said. He only messes with people he likes. That is not comforting. It is where I come from, security said. Halverson muttered something unrepeatedly and turned to leave. Behind him, still the most likable Corpus we've met, a nurse said. Easily, Patel agreed. But Halverson stopped in the doorway, did not turn around. I heard that. We know. That's not parody. That's how they would react. They're not being stupid. They're not being dumb. They're teasing him, but they're also saying, yeah, he's the nicest one we've dealt with. He's like, he called me Elias. It's like, your name is Elias. Where's you guys wanted, let me find the Graphit, the ads, the Corpus Graphits. The Corpus ads. Here it is. Starfleet versus Graphit, USS Athena Bridge. Patel sees a Corpus ad for Graphit and immediately regrets living. The Athena's bridge was operating on what Patel privately called emergency normal. The lights were dimmed. Half the stations were still running on jury-rigged power routing. The hum of the ship wasn't the Athena's usual clean purr. It had the strained, uneven sound of something injured, but stubbornly refusing to die. Patel stood at tactical with a mug of coffee that tasted like exhaustion and wishful thinking. She had just finished reviewing the latest communications interference report, which was Starfleet's polite way of documenting the fact that the Corpus were treating local subspace like a billboard. Captain, the comms office said, voice cautious, we've got another incoming. Captain Vance didn't even look up. Is it a distress call, she asked flatly, or are we about to be sold something? The comms officer hesitated. It's hard to tell. Patel muttered. Of course it is. Vance sighed, put it on speaker, low volume. The bridge speakers crackled. Then, bright, confident, aggressively cheerful in that inhuman Corpus way, a voice announced, Hello, new market! Are you tired of small profit? Are you ready for Graphit? Patel froze. She turned her head slowly toward the speakers like she was tracking a hostile weapon. Vance blinked once like a woman watching the universe actively mock her. The voice continued with the unstoppable enthusiasm of something that had never once been told no. Graphit is more than profit. Graphit is long-term market expansion, customer dependency, and strategic value creation. Graphit is what separates amateurs from board members. Patel stared at the tactical console as if it might explain why she was being attacked by capitalism. The ad shifted smoothly, like it had reversed this for centuries. Introducing Graphit Starter Pack. Step 1, identify weak needs in your neighbor's economy. Step 2, sell the solution. Step 3, ensure they can never leave. Patel's jaw slowly tightened. Vance's expression remained calm in the way Starfleet captains learned to be calm when everything inside them wanted to throw something out an airlock. The ad continued, delightfully oblivious. Bonus module included. Soft Cultures, How to Sell to People Who Think Money is Rude, by Chief Medical Officer Tezen Toring. Forward by Frode Beck. Patel's head snapped up. She stared at the comms officer. Did she just cite Tessin as an author, she demanded. The comms officer swallowed. Yes, Commander. Vance murmured very softly. Oh, I am going to kill him. Patel said, Captain. I'm kidding, Vance said without emotion, mostly. The ad rolled onward, now pitching directly at the bridge, as if it knew exactly who it was speaking to. Starfleet officers, are you struggling with moral discomfort when discussing necessary business practices? Groffit can help. Patel's eye twitched. The ad produced an overly warm tone, like a counselor who had been trained by a sales department. Remember, your values are important. We can work around them. Patel slammed a hand onto her console so hard it made a hollow metallic clank. The comms officer flinched. Vance's voice came out like she was speaking to a bomb disposal unit. Patel? Patel didn't look away from the speaker. Captain, she said tightly, I am going to start a war. Vance's eyes narrowed. No, you are not. Patel's jaw clenched harder. The ad continued, and Patel swore it somehow sounded smug. Groffit! Disclaimer, Groffit may result in sudden wealth, increased motivation, and an urge to install statues of Parvus Granum in public areas without permit. Patel made a noise somewhere between a growl and a prayer. The comms officer whispered, It's like they know. Patel leaned forward. End it, she snapped. Cut it off. The comms officer typed frantically. It's not ending, he said, panicked. It's embedded in the carrier wave. Patel's head snapped around. What do you mean it's embedded? The comms officer looked like he wanted to cry. I mean, he said weakly, blocking it blocks our internal comms too. Patel stared, then turned slowly toward Captain Vance, voice low and deadly. They put an advertisement inside our comm traffic. Vance stared at the speaker. The ad reached its finale triumphant. Groffit, because you're not growing, you're dying. Groffit, because if you're not growing, you're dying. For bulk contracts, contact your local Corpus representative. This message repeats every 6 minutes until purchase confirmation. Dead silence. Patel whispered hoarse. Every 6 minutes? Vance closed her eyes. For 3 seconds, she looked less like a captain and more like a woman, begging the universe not to do this to her. Then she opened her eyes again. Comms? She said calmly. Yes, Captain, the officer squeaked. Vance spoke with terrifying composure. Open a channel to Tessin, she ordered. Patel's head whipped toward her. Captain! Vance held up one hand. Her voice was cold. I am going to negotiate, Vance said. Patel stared, disbelieving. Vance continued. I am going to negotiate, she repeated, for them to stop advertising on my ship. Patel whispered, horrified. We're going to pay them? Vance looked at Patel. Her expression was grim. Yes, she said, we're going to pay them. Then she added the sentence that made Patel feel physically ill, because that's what Groffit is. Patel stared at her captain, then very quietly, I hate them, Patel said. Vance didn't disagree, but she did say tiredly, with an absolute certainty, I know. Now that is not parody. That is not a joke. That is 100% canon. That fits the Warframe universe. That would fit the Star Trek universe. Because that's the thing. Okay? It's not parody. It's not pointless, stupid humor. It's not dumb. It doesn't dumb anybody down. It doesn't make anybody look bad.
Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
But yes, Mr. Dystopian, Corpus defeat their enemies with unskippable, unending ads. That's what the Corpus do. And again, it's exactly what they would do. Based on canon and lore, what we know, the Corpus will put ads in emergency transmission. And Starfleet would initially have no idea how to, would be shocked and have to try and figure out how to deal with it. Because nobody in the Star Trek universe has ever put ads, and like she said, treat subspace like a billboard. So Starfleet would be like, what's going on here? It doesn't dumb the Starfleet officers down. It doesn't dumb the Corpus down. It fits everything we know. And that's my issue, okay? Mark it then parody, but it's not canon. It's not canon. Make it clear it's parody. Make it clear it's not canon. But I don't think they meant for Starfleet Academy to be canon. I mean, parody. I think they meant it to be canon. I don't think they're smart enough. If some of the most basic fans out there can write better Star Trek than they can, and I'm not even including myself. I'm not writing I'm writing a joke. I mean, the ship is called the Athena. You want to know why the ship that the Corpus are calling is the Athena? It's because it started as a joke about what if the Corpus faced the Starfleet Academy today. And it made the deduction that, because I spoke about the Romulans, that, but, and again, it's what and that's the thing. You can have funny moments, very funny moments, if you're smart and creative about it. I didn't do anything with, like, I had the idea. I told the AI, I'm like, okay, look, we know that the Corpus do this. Come up with some ideas. And then I'm like, let's introduce drop it. It's like, so it made some logical steps of its own, but I told it, we know that this is what the Corpus does, and it is what the Corpus does. The Corpus advertised on emergency channels. This is lore canon. This isn't even me going logical, assumption. This isn't me going, okay, so they want to ask. No, they literally have orders in the game say,
We're done here. The extraction
Captain, there's
team
like,
will take over from here.
operator, we're
Time
getting
to
like an
evacuate.
emergency message. Then he's like, oh, it's the Corpus advertising their wares, peddling their wares again. So that's the thing. Do something smart. But that's why I do think, I'm going to keep saying this. Starfleet Academy was not meant to be parody. People are using that as an excuse, but it was not meant to be parody. They're just so dumb, they can't even make good parody. There used to be some really good Star Trek parodies out there. So they can't do parody well, and they can't do humor well. You want unique characters, do that well as well.
Our position has
But
been compromised.
each character, people can have their
Defend
own
the
unique
cargo until
flair, their
reinforcements
own unique
arrive.
whatever that makes them. They can have their own thing that makes them unique. One of the things that stands out about Kai is he's like, I like to travel. He's always like, I like to travel. So like, you've been to Deep Space Nine. He's like, I like to travel. People can have their own unique little quirks and stuff, but it still has to make sense. I'm sorry, but a Starfleet Commandant walking around a starship barefoot, and she's human, or basically the equivalent of. I have not watched the Orville. I did not have the streaming service that did it. So, but I hear it's very good. It's actual Starship. How is it? No, but I mean, but there is bad writing, and then there is dumb. I'm not. There's bad writing, and then there's just plain dumb. And I don't have Hulu. I'm not paying for it. I'll try to get I've been wanting to get my hands on it, but starship with no shoes on? You have a captain walking around a starship vessel without shoes on. That isn't parody, that isn't humor, that's plain stupid. She's walking around barefoot on a starship. That faces combat. You have a dumb hologram that's probably has the intelligence of a kindergartner. Okay? You have a cadet eating a comm badge. You have a Klingon in a skirt. That's dumb. It's not even bad writing. You can have bad stories that still fit in the... That's just dumb. Yes, I mean, I've spent a lot of today tooting my own horn about how I have my own Star Trek and it's better than me. But I could literally write letters on a page. I could make my cat a Starfleet captain. And that would still be better than Starfleet Academy.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go
I could just write the letter A. You know what? Honestly, a blank sheet of paper is better writing than Starfleet Academy. That's why I'm sorry I keep going around in circles, but it blows my mind just how stupid this is. It blows my mind how stupid it is. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. You spent millions of dollars on garbage. You spent millions of dollars on some of the dumbest writing in existence. My job in retail, we put more to vetting people we hire than these idiots. I mean, I still think we should hire some really dumb people. The fact that I have to work with an AGP, kinda blatantly obvious AGP. Ooh, wow, like, whoa, dude.
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity.
But
let's clean it up.
If retail is putting more effort in the people there into hiring people than these idiots in Hollywood. What the hell? I mean, please, somebody try to explain to me how Starfleet Captain barefoot is okay. Barefoot Starfleet Academy, Starfleet Captain, in the middle of battle is barefoot. It's breaking my brain. On the other hand, like I said, I mean, one of the reasons I post on X my ideas is because it's just, you know, I miss the internet when it was all about nerds arguing nerd stuff. That's why I've been. I remember going on and talking about Star Trek on boards and stuff, and I think the only reason the Grenier are allowed to last in the world of Warframe, the Corpus are not letting them go extinct. And if the Corpus want to be wiped, I don't think the Grenier exist and continue because the Corpus can't conquer them. It's because they make money off of the Grenier's medical and like research. The Corpus sells to the Grenier. On top of that, the Corpus probably sell to each other because each one of them has their own specialty. So like, Throdebeck does robotics, so he sells to his competition, to other people, weapons. So, the war against the Grenier and the conflict with Grenier is too profitable for the Corpus. But that's why, if they go into the world of Star Trek, they have so many markets now that they will not stop the Grenier from being wiped out. That's my theory. I'm curious to know what other people think, but that's my theory that once the Corpus join the world of the Federation, they don't join the Federation. First off, the Corpus cannot join the Federation. That is a given. The Corpus will not give up everything that makes them Corpus to join the Federation, so they can become members. What are they going to get out of it? The Corpus will not join the Federation. The Federation will not allow them to do it because they engage in genetic engineering for one thing. But the Grenier are operating at a severe disadvantage. They don't have warp. Nobody likes the Grenier. That's my thing. Okay? Nobody likes the Grenier. The Corpus, for all their flaws, are likable. They can provide market. They can sell you stuff. Everybody wants to work with the Corpus because the Corpus bring new advanced stuff. Because the Corpus, like I said earlier, the Corpus are more advanced than Starfleet and most of the Federation. In every other area except warp, replicators, and transporters. But their medicine is definitely more advanced. Their weapons are definitely more advanced. And the Corpus are brilliantly good at reverse engineering. So give it time, and their warp will probably outdo Federation warp. Their ideas and brutal creativity with the transporters and replicators would easily outdo Federation. And they are the hardest working, most determined. They literally worship hard work and labor. So the Corpus will outbuild the Federation very fast. So I had a council meeting between where the Federation are going, they have warp in their ships already. They're like, that's faster than our estimates. And they're like, and even the Vulcans are like, that's impossible. And the Vulcans are supposed to be like, you know, the most logical, efficient. And they're like, because we created our projection plans based on human norms. And it's like, the Corpus are not human norms. They don't need, you know, PTO, paid time off. They don't need psychological counseling and trauma or any of that. No, the Corpus are like, you work 3 or 4 days straight, you get a couple of hours rest, you're back on the clock again working. You work. There's no need for rest or, you know, recovery from hard work. There's none of that. I've been doing this job for 300 years and I'm going to keep doing it. So,
another job well executed.
The Grenier have nothing. Because at one point I'm like, no, I can see your chat. I can't see your chats on YouTube side. I don't know why, but I can see you here. Cool. Anyway, because I was going through with the idea of the Dominion and the Grenier, okay? And I realized that there was no point to even considering that, okay? Because I realized that the Dominion would not give them their cloning technology because the
We need to clean
Dominion
this
don't
area up.
want.
Search
The
for the
Grenier
source
have
of the
nothing the
infestation
Dominion
and
wants.
exterminate
So
it.
the only way that the Grenier would get warp is by stealing. The only and trying to work it, but their knowledge of backwards engineering is not as good as the Corpus. They're not as fast as the Corpus. They're not as smart as the Corpus. It would take them much longer and a lot more mistakes to happen. The only way they would get Dominion improve their cloning isn't because the Dominion want to give it to them. Nobody
still
wants to
detecting
help
a
the
lot of
Grenier. The
infestation
Grenier are
activity.
basically
Let's clean it up.
pointless. You're creating broken clones. The only reason
focused.
the Dominion,
There's a heavy
the
unit
Grenier
approaching.
work is because they're confined to the origin system.
Juggernaut nearby, it will only attack when it senses high
And because they're a
concentrations of infested blood.
profitable
Slowly
market
fight
for the
if you want
Corpus
it to
because
go
the
away.
Corpus, they probably make more money off of the Grenier than all the colonies and the relays and everything else combined. But I bet you if the Corpus found the Grenier, and that's why I think the Corpus would be like, we have massive markets now in the Federation. We sell to the Romulans, we sell to the Ferengi, we sell to the
Here comes the
Federation, we sell to
Juggernaut.
all the Federation worlds. We have deals with border planets. We don't need, because it still costs them. So think about it, right? They have to, they still lose lives and lives and like profit. They just make more profit than they lose while allowing the conflict with the Grenier to continue. However, the moment they enter into the Federation, they're like, this is. So I'm curious, am I wrong? I feel like that the Grenier would probably be, if the Corpus were to enter the world of the Federation, the Grenier would not last more than maybe a decade before they are almost completely extinct. Because on top of that, in order to replenish their troops, Corpus have city ships. Corpus have entire factories on their ships. Obelisks, stanchion, they're massive ships. Like even the pillar ships, which are small, are still massive in comparison to Starfleet vessels. So Corpus have entire cities and factories on spaceships. And add warp, and they basically are a civilization in motion. Okay? The Grenier do not have that. Their cloning facilities are based on planets. So if they want to replenish their troops, Corpus have cities, which means they're probably their productive, like their crushes for new Corpus pupils are on those ships as well. Just hidden, we don't see them. So the Corpus are able to replenish their troops through their moving cities. The Grenier have to get their troops from the origin system. On top of that, even if the Corpus were reliant on the origin system, which they are not, because they also have started forming trade agreements with border colonies, where they're like, we will trade you mining rights for 5 years for this and this and this, weapons mostly. The Corpus have the ability to build more if they could get their hands on planets. So the Grenier are relying on getting their troops from the origin system, which all the Corpus have to do is stand outside the origin system with some Starfleet vessels, and every time a Grenier ship tries to leave, blow it up. So the Grenier, I don't think, would survive. They would be wiped out within a decade. And Starfleet would not even feel bad about it, because the Grenier would be coming into Starfleet guns blazing. Their first encounter with the Grenier would be, brutal. It would be brutal. They would just wipe out everybody on a ship. And steal everything they can. And then the Corpus, and that would be after their first encounter with the Corpus, where the Corpus would be like, yeah, don't even bother negotiating with the Grenier. They're like, they're not worth it. And the thing is, the Grenier would just make that even more, even though there are smart Grenier leadership, the Grenier would basically confirm what the Corpus say. So even if there are people they could possibly negotiate with, by the time they reach them, it's too late, because the Corpus have said, do not negotiate with the Grenier, it's not worth it. They run into the Grenier basically slaughter everybody on the starship, And so they're like, yeah, the Corpus was right. Don't negotiate with the Grenier. And then the next time they run into them again, the Grenier steal their ships and kill everybody on them. So they're like, okay, then we're not going to negotiate with the Grenier. We're going to keep them confined to the origin system. Every time they try to leave, they will fight them. The Corpus in particular, every time they try to leave, and the Corpus are building ships all over the yeah. I think initially pretty high, if they can get it. Because the Grenier use projectile weapons, primarily. It depends on Primal One. Can Starfleet vessels handle projectile weapons?
What to do.
Because we do know this. Corpus and Grenier weapons are far more powerful than Starfleet weapons. So I think they would, first of all, they wouldn't be, even if they could, they wouldn't be able to run it. They would be doing it wrong, and they would probably end up trying to get warp going and keep it would be broken warp. It would be a warp that barely functions.
Let's clean it up.
If at all. So that's the thing.
Stay focused. There's
Initially,
a heavy unit approaching.
until the Corpus, so this is what I did, Primal One. The Corpus had one major weakness that enabled Starfleet to work out and deal with it. The Corpus have one major problem, and that is the Corpus have had no encounters with aliens. So the Vulcans, the Romulans, the Klingon, they have no. So there are a lot of. I realized this later on, right? That when the Europeans came to America, right? The Native Americans did not have immunity with the Native Americans that the Europeans did. So the Corpus trade Federation immunizations for assistance in the Grenier. So the Federation are reluctant at first to get help from the Corpus because the Corpus's attitude is, don't waste your time talking to the Grenier. And I have a whole thing written out. I said I want to go through everything and post all the good stuff I have. And there is an encounter where the Federation try to talk to the Grenier. And of course the Grenier don't answer and start blowing everything up and shooting at them with their projectile weapons. And then the Corpus come in, don't waste the time that the Federation did talking, and just shoot immediately and blow up the ship. So then the Corpus tell the Federation, they're like, how much, the captain is talking to her crew. She's like, how much time did we waste? How many lives were lost while we tried to talk to the Grenier? And the Corpus tell them again, do not try. It's not worth it. They will not negotiate. And then the Corpus tell the Federation, they're like, you are lucky you came upon the Corpus first because we negotiate. The infested zone. So I think that first off, they probably would go after a smaller vessel.
That was a juggernaut. They
But
were lured out by
every
the
single
death of
time,
infested,
like
lay
when
low, and it should
the
go away
AI has
or amp up
started
the
doing
fight
like
to draw it out.
experimental runs, it's like every time the Grenier managed to make short jumps with the warp, and that's after numerous mistakes.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
So it's
approaching.
like broken warp. It's like they'll make short jumps. It's like it's tearing through. I mean, the thing is, I don't see how the Grenier could survive. Because the Corpus would be once the Corpus have warp, basically everyone will be. They'll have it on all their ships in a very short period of time. Take them a while to get on all ships, but the Corpus will be able to backwards engineer their own warp and get it running. So Corpus will be able to get it. People would be willing to give the Corpus warp because the Corpus are actually you can negotiate with the Corpus, and the Corpus have products that everybody else wants. They have something to sell. And the Corpus aren't stupid. The Corpus would be able to use their heads because they've backwards engineered Orican stuff the Corpus will be able to easily backwards engineer warp, even surpass Federation warp speed. They're fast, they're smart, they're efficient, they're warp. The genetic engineer humans for the surface, right? The Grenier would have to steal it because they can't build it on their own. They're not as fast as the Corpus. They're not as efficient. So it's like, I don't see how they can handle it. Even if they managed to get warp, they'd get a couple of vessels, but the Corpus would easily find them. The Starfleet has, after a while, learned from the Corpus not to waste their time. So it's like the moment they see a Corpus vessel, a ship they know has been taken by the Corpus, they will go in and they said they worked out a deal. So basically what happened was the Corpus realized that they said they traded Federation immunizations, which they updated through their suits, for assistance fighting the Grenier. Because the main goal of the Corpus, even if they could, they don't want to wipe out the Federation. They don't want to. They don't want to decimate the Federation. They don't want to fight the Federation. War is costly, and in this case, sometimes war is profitable. But in this case,
Stay focused.
the profit they can make out of war with the Federation is less than the profit they can make out of marketing to the Federation. Yes. So I initially at the start was giving the Grenier higher chances, and then the more I thought about it, I'm like, okay,
on the run.
why would the
Another
Romulans
successful
want
mission.
anything to do with
Find
the Grenier?
extraction.
The Grenier don't even make good cannon fodder. The Grenier don't even make they're very undisciplined. They're hard to use as cannon fodder. Efficient cannon fodder. The Dominion would have no reason to want to help the Grenier. The Romulans wouldn't. The Federation wouldn't. The Klingons wouldn't. The only thing is possibly the Borg. And it's like, would they really want to assimilate the Grenier? Like, even the Borg, I'm like, okay, maybe the Borg would want to assimilate the Grenier. And I'm like, no. Why would the Borg want to assimilate the Grenier? They're broken clones. They would be broken Borg. Nobody wants the Grenier. So that's why it's like, okay, nobody likes the Grenier. The Grenier are horrible. The Grenier are completely impractical. I mean, even in the Origin system, I realized logically, even in the Origin system, the Grenier should not survive. They're a broken clone species. There's absolutely no reason why it would make sense for them to continue existing. So that's why I'm like, am I being unfair to the Grenier? And then I'm like, I actually gave them higher odds than I should have given them. They have the advantage that Starfleet, weapons don't work on them. Why are you screaming? Stop screaming. You're cute. Come here. I'm not going to pay attention to you if you're going to scream from the floor. No, you can come over
Assassination
here
contracts
and
are not to be taken lightly. Eliminating this target will have a significant impact on
When you
enemy
scream
forces.
from the floor doesn't help
Search
you,
the
okay?
area.
Let's just be clear.
Leave no survivors.
Like,
This place is crawling
so
with
they
infested.
do have an initial
Unfortunately,
advantage in
something far more ominous
combat
awaits.
because the
Make your way
Starfleet
deeper
comes
into
in with
the
their
base.
phasers on stun, and that would bounce right off Grenier armor. However, again, once Starfleet starts working with the Corpus,
Your target is an aberration of twisted flesh. Put the thing out of its misery.
then they would lose. And I think, as I said, the only way they're going to advance is with allies, and nobody wants to ally. As as annoying as the Corpus can be.
The creature is incredibly agile for a deformed quadruped.
Corpus have stuff that
moving
other
to avoid
people
being
want.
crushed.
So that's why people would want to work with us.
The assassination target is here.
Trying to do something here, Cutie Pie. So, I mean, unless I'm missing something. One person suggested on X that, you know, there's a Corpus, a section of the Corpus that want to keep the conflict
They
going.
won't be
with
bothering
Grenier.
us
But
anymore.
honestly,
Let's get out of here.
there is absolutely no point for anyone in the Corpus to want to keep the Grenier
Stay
going.
focused.
There are
There's a heavy
so
unit
many
approaching.
planets in the Federation and so many better opportunities in the Federation that even the Corpus who aren't actively going after the Grenier would be like, what's the point? They're not useful monetarily compared to selling their more advanced medicine to Starfleet or other Federation planets compared to selling weapons to border colonies and auto-dom to colonies that don't have enough medical supplies. In fact, honestly, after centuries of fighting with them, I wouldn't be surprised if the Corpus would enjoy hunting down the Grenier. Especially the ones who, like, were like the ones
They
who were
won't be
being,
bothering
you know,
us
killed by
anymore.
Grenier.
Let's get out of here.
They'd be like, yeah, let's just get rid of him. No, princess. You are still smarter than this because you don't need comm badges. Min Min don't need comm badges. So that's why I'm genuinely, I want to know if other people think, am I missing anything?
Operator, your inbox exists in a non-zero state. Would you
I
care
have
to
every
check
single
your
email
mail?
since I started the game. I have not deleted any of them. Where Mimi? Where Mimi? I also have glow-in-the-dark PLA for my 3D printer, which is just awesome.
The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
And the
One
thing
of our
is,
spy cells has been lost investigating this abandoned
the Tenno
asteroid base.
probably wouldn't
We
even
need
follow
you
the
to
Corpus
locate
to the
and
Federation.
eliminate whatever is
Because the
responsible.
Tenno won't have warp. In fact, you know what I actually came up with? The Corpus used deflector technology from Starfleet and nullifier tech from their own crew, you know, the nullifiers, to make shields that would be wipe out Tenno abilities. So the infestation would not really be involved. Because again, it would barely make it outside of the solar system and the Corpus would warn them about it. The Murmur would not be involved. The Tenno, I'm not, the Tenno, I have them warning them, but the Tenno play a very small
These
role
razor
because
sharp
without
quills will rip your
warp
warframe to
drive,
shreds.
even they really don't have an advantage. The one thing that gives the Corpus an advantage is their willingness to trade, negotiate, and work with others to get them warp and other technology. The Corpus would by far, I mean, I'm not sure what the Tenno would do. If they start attacking Starfleet vessels, because just their warframes, Tenno, right? That would immediately alienate them.
Stay focused.
Would they do
There's
that?
a heavy unit approaching.
How would the Lotus handle it? I don't think she's prepared to deal with interstellar and aliens. So I'm not sure exactly. I've been very low on the Warframe Tenno involvement. I know that at one point I had the Corpus mention it, and that they had the ability to use. The Corpus came up with an idea
There is
to
the
use
assassination target.
Federation
You know what to
deflector technology So they used nullifiers, and they combined it with deflectors and created nullifier shields that protect entire starships from warframes. Because as the Corpus would come up with some.
Target
Seriously,
down.
if you put the Corpus in the
Assassination
world of
contract
Federation,
complete. Great work.
that would be so much fun because they would just eat it up. It's like a kid on this. But the infestation, they warn them, and initially they don't believe them, and then they have a run-in with the infestation. But again, without warp, their role would be small. You really need warp. So they might come across a derelict infested vessel, but after the Corpus's warning and their one run-in with it, they're like, yeah, we learned our lesson. Anything that shows the signs of infestation is immediately bombed, destroyed, burned. Like I said, it was one of those moments where the Federation was like, they have to deal with the fact that sometimes you cannot talk first. That anything that comes from the origin system does not fit their rules. Basically, they learned after one vessel was completely taken over by the infestation that the Corpus was right. Don't talk. They have this. They showed them the scanners, the sensor scans that indicate infestation. It was like if there's like I can't remember the exact details. And it's like even if you get messages from survivors on an infested vessel, you destroy it anyway. And the Federation was not comfortable with it, and they had difficulty training their cadets and their Starfleet officers. But they learned that if you do not want millions to die, billions potentially, any infested vessel you find is destroyed. But it has that weakness of no warp, so they might come across a derelict vessel and made it outside of the origin system. Floating derelict. But there's not much of a threat from that. The only question is, like I said, the Tenno and the Warframe, and how much role would they have, and would they eat with the Lotus, because the Lotus is also tied to the origin system. And what do they have? So that's why I'm not sure. I need to go over it with the IA if I'm missing any details. But
avoid the creature's
I'll say this: the Federation will have, after their run-in with the infestation and the Grineer and the Corpus being right on both accounts, they will believe the Corpus on anything they say about the Tenno and the Warframe. They'll be like, yeah, they come on our ships and kill. And so, like I said, the Corpus, once they get their hands on a lot of Federation tech, I like the idea. I think because it shows the ingenuity and smartness of the Corpus, where they take Federation deflector technology and merge it with nullifier technology. So you know that nullifies Warframe abilities. So they create shields for their ships, so that if a Warframe comes on the ship, it doesn't have its powers, because the entire ship is blanketed in nullifiers.
The assassination target is here. Wipe them out.
So that's all I can think of. I'm curious to know what other people think. I said I didn't really focus on it because I didn't see them as that much of a threat. I know they have void travel abilities, but I don't think they have really a reliable faster than light speed travel until they get their hands on it. It's just the way the Corpus are, they would basically Corpus have a major advantage.
Target down.
They're the market. They've spent centuries the market, selling, trading with people. They have advanced technology that is more advanced than Federation technology in some areas. They're fast. They can build weapons faster than Starfleet can in a way. So they would go to the borders and be like, okay, well, here's some MOAs. Here's some, defense platforms, guns that actually work better than Federation guns. And so everyone will want to, so they're like, okay, in exchange for dilithium, we will give you you know, Supras and all of that. You go to the Ferengi be like, we want deals with you. So, I'm trying to think. I said there's the Murmur, right? But the Murmur is confined to the Origin system. I'm not even sure the Man in the Wall would really... If they're not using Void tech anymore, would anything related to the Void even matter? Once they have Warp, everything changes for the Corpus.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's
Even
get
the
out of here.
board, I would think eventually would leave the Origin system. They have no reason to want to stay in the Origin system. Like, I mean, that's why I'm like, I'm open to, am I wrong? And where am I, what holes I have in my logic on it.
Operator, communications await your attention. Please check your inbox at your earliest convenience.
And that's why I posted it, but there's only one person who's really responding to me on X. And that's one of the things that frustrates me, honestly, about woke and the culture war and a lot of the political stuff going on, is because if I post something that would be like, you know, dude in dress goes into bathroom and disagree, I get more likes than if I say, would the Greniers survive the Federation? And it's like, one of the main reasons I wanted to be on Twitter at first was because, you know, I wanted to find other fans of the Corpus and Warframe, and I don't know. Are there more Warframe I don't know. Let's see. At one point, even Halverson is like, I want to...
Operator, Ordis is sorry. Happy to report that all my good jokes are gone.
Like, at one point the... Yeah, but I'm bored with them, okay? Look, it's all the same thing over and over again. It's the same thing.
Mushrooms. Some
Yes.
can kill you. Others make a great salad. And still others, they can spread your mind out until you're not sure where you end and where the universe begins.
Yeah, I'll get one or two likes
not
on my
everyone
comments
respects
about
their
Warframe
local
or the Corpus or
Nathaniel
Corpus
has
Federation
called for
links
their
or
eradication
any
from
of
the
that.
deep
But if I
mines
post
below
something
Fortune,
like
so
I
he
got a
can
lot of
build
likes
his
about my
palace
comments about
of
Starfleet
peace.
Academy, which I hate Starfleet
Last
Academy.
week,
I mean,
someone
that's the
needs
thing.
to get
I
down
hate it.
to show Neff where to shove his new palace.
Yo, I had to make a new Blue Sky account because I was mass blocked by everybody because they said these are the MAGA accounts you should block. Let me see if I... See, so for example... Hey, baby girl, what are you doing? I'm just going through this. No, I agree. Starfleet Academy is horrible on so many levels. And the thing is, it's so horrible. The thing is, there's horrible, there's stupid writing, there's dumb, and then there's just plain really stupid. There's dumb, there's bad writing, and then there's just stupid. And Starfleet Academy is stupid. That's the problem. Starfleet Academy isn't just bad Star Trek, it's stupid. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's stupid. You have a captain walking around a starship barefoot, and she's basically human. I mean, I guess she's Lanathian or whatever the hell it is, but basically, she's basically human. She's walking around barefoot, and you want me to believe that makes sense on a starship that faces combat? You wouldn't even be walking around barefoot without combat going on. See, like, here, so he's like... So why he picks Elias without knowing it? Halverson doesn't hate the Corpus, tries to understand them, doesn't flinch from them, doesn't worship them, doesn't fear them, and reacts honestly. No, it's not... The thing is, you can't even call it TV. Because it does stupid stuff that no sane human being would do. The thing is, I understand. There's something called, you have to, some things you need to... Because it doesn't even fit reality, It doesn't make sense in the world it's in. Like I said, I've written humor. I've just read some of the humor I wrote, but it makes sense for the characters. Okay? Let's see, what is this? Not splinters. Your feet, you stub your toe. Shoes exist for a reason. You don't walk around barefoot anywhere. Like, outside, like, you wouldn't walk around a starship barefoot, okay? You could just stub your toe. Someone steps on your foot. You slip. You fall. Emergencies happen, okay? Explosions happen. Stuff happens. Somebody drops a pad on your foot. Okay, I don't have my store where I work, the floor is carpeted. Okay? The floor is carpeted at my job. Salespeople do not walk around barefoot. They may not get splinters, okay? But something falls on your foot. That alone is enough. That's stupid. Nobody walks around barefoot in a spaceship. I mean, it's dumb. And it doesn't look professional either. You're wearing a full uniform, okay? But you're going around barefoot? No, your boots, your Starfleet issued boots are part of your uniform. You don't go walking around a starship without a shirt on. Oh, you can't. What? The temperature is controlled, so you can walk around without a shirt on, without getting cold or hypothermia, but you still walk around with a shirt on because it doesn't look professional to walk around a starship without a shirt on. It's dumb. It's so done. I mean, even the cat aliens with paw pads walk with shoes on. No, you're right. It would be insulting if it was a kid's show. It looks stupid. You have a cadet eating a comm badge. My cat. Okay? My cat. Look at this. Cat. Little cat, okay? Baby cat. She's a year and a half old. Look at the cat. Everybody look at the cat. Look at the cat. Cat, say hi. Say hi, cat. Cat, say hi. My cat wouldn't eat a comm badge. Okay? The cat. Hi, say hi, cat. The year and a half old cat. Yeah, cry all you want, little cat. My cat wouldn't eat a comm badge. The only time she ate something that wasn't food, it was because it was covered in food. So she ended up eating it because it was covered in food. Okay? The kitty cat is smarter than your stupid Starfleet cadets. Yeah, but they're dumb enough that wouldn't work for them either. I'm sorry. It's not even like the stories are stupid. You can have stupid stories that still make sense. How do you go, yeah, that's a good idea, having a cadet eat a comm badge. I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. I cannot it keeps going around in my head how stupid it is. How really, really stupid. It doesn't make sense.
There's a buzz in fortune. Something's changed.
Cadet ate their comm badge. In the first episode, the cadet ate a comm badge. My goddamn cat wouldn't eat a comm badge. A Corpus child wouldn't eat a comm badge. I'm just... Here, this one. Halverson found him 2 hours later. Observation lounge, low lights. stars drifting past the hull, a cup of tea untouched on the table, which meant it wasn't about the tea. Kai stood at the viewpoint in trader clothes again. Not Starfleet, not Corpus, neutral. Forgettable, deliberate. You armed my parents' colony, Halverson said. Not a question. Kai didn't turn. I sell weapons, he replied calmly. You sold them very good ones. I dislike product complaints. Halverson folded his arms, studied him. The serial batches match your procurement pattern. Many vendors use similar procurement patterns. You delivered personally. Efficient logistics reduces spoilage. Kai? He turned at last, mild expression, almost bored. Yes, Elias. Thank you. Kai blinked once, like the world didn't parse. For what? For being a weapons merchant, Halverson said evenly. Kai considered him for a long moment, measuring tone, intent, angle. Then, your colony paid, he said. Yes. Then gratitude is economically incorrect. Not everything is economics. Incorrect, Kai replied softly. You simply lack full accounting. Silence. They both knew it. He would never admit it. Halverson would never push further. The truth sat between them anyway. Stable, acknowledged, unspoken. Kai picked up the tea, took a sip, made a face. Still terrible, he said. You ordered it. I make many mistakes. That's the first honest thing you've said all day. Kai smiled faintly. Unlikely. And that, for Kai, is the admission. Yes, that when the doctor says, Captain, he's dead, she'll reply, you mean like sleepy? Oh, yes. So did Amazon Fresh. Amazon Fresh suddenly closed everywhere. The few that were left closed. They didn't even give the employees warning. I know an Amazon Fresh, and we found out. I used to sometimes shop at an Amazon Fresh. And they didn't even give the employees warning. It was just, all of a sudden, they're closed. The captain didn't send a message. She came in person. Halverson was in his office pretending to review supply rotation numbers. The same line highlighted for several minutes when the door chime sounded. Enter. She stepped inside, hands clasped behind her back, posture relaxed but deliberate. Commander? Captain? You received a civilian incident report, she said. Not a question. Yes. Your parents' colony? He nodded once. Yes, ma'am. Casualties? Minimal, he said. 3 injured, no fatalities. Her shoulders lowered a fraction. Tension released, filed away. Good, she said quietly. She did not sit. She did not pry. She let silence sit long enough to give him the option to speak, but not the pressure. After a moment, Corpus hardware, she asked? Yes. Effective? Extremely. That aligns with what we've seen. Another pause. You didn't request leave, she noted. They're safe, he said. There's no operational reason. That wasn't the question. He looked up at that. She met his eyes evenly. Are you fit for duty, Commander? Not gentle, not harsh, just precise. Yes, he said, and meant it. I am. She studied him another second, long enough to confirm it wasn't reflexive denial. Good, she said. Then more lightly, you appear irritated. I am, he admitted. Because they were attacked? Because the person who protected them will never admit he did it. A faint knowing look crossed her face. Some people prefer deniability, she said. Some people prefer being impossible. That too. She turned to leave, then stopped at the door. For what it's worth, she added, your parents chose their suppliers well. He almost smiled. After she left, he realized what she'd actually done. She checked readiness, confirmed stability, acknowledged impact, did not intrude. So that is how a Starfleet officer would act. She finds out that her chief medical officer's parents' colony was attacked. She's not overly emotional. She's concerned, but she's more like, are you suitable for duty? It's not stupid. It actually fits. You have dumb tards on Starfleet Academy acting like idiots. It's not hard to write Starfleet officers acting professionally. She doesn't run in his office like, oh my God, Halverson, I heard your parents. No. She's like, are you fit for duty? He's honest. He says yes. He's like, you know, the issue has been resolved. He doesn't whine and complain about Kai. He's like, he's annoying. He doesn't admit it, but they don't get overly emotional. It's not hard to make your characters act like adults. Why would no one voluntarily ally with the Grenier? What the Grenier actually offer to people in the Federation? Why do you hate Ford drivers? From a strategic standpoint, the Grenier are militarily brutal but inefficient, genetically degrading, technologically stagnant, logistically wasteful, diplomatically useless, economically non-functional. They don't offer stable trade, scientific exchange, cultural alliance, reliable command structure, long-term treaty value. They offer only short-term violence and long-term instability. That makes them a liability partner. Even aggressive powers avoid liability partners. No one would want to ally with the Grenier. And that was why, like, I keep going it over because I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. And the final thing is, no one. So but that's the thing I don't understand. Okay, when I'm writing about, so my whole Corpus thing with the Star Trek was meant as a joke. Okay, it was meant as a joke. There was no message though involved. That's not fun. I don't want to write a message. I don't want to preach at people. I want to have fun telling a fun story. Yes, is it stupid? Yes. Yes, it's stupid. I won't deny it. The story is stupid. The idea is a crossover between Warframe and Star Trek. That's stupid. Okay? It's not creative in a real viable sense. Okay? I can't make anything out of it. Digital Extremes isn't going to go to Paramount and say, hey, let's have a crossover with Star Trek and Warframe. Okay? The whole thing started as a joke. Alright? But it's fun. Instead of what started as a joke, 2 weeks ago, I didn't drop it because I like telling stories for fun. Okay? Even if it doesn't make sense. Oh no, I know, Starfleet Academy. But that's why I feel bad for these people. Because telling stories is fun. Preaching a message is not fun. Telling a story is fun. I'm not preaching that the Corpus capitalism, even when capitalism comes up, and there's some phenomenal moments about the Federation, Starfleet, and their supposed post-scarcity, that would, if I wanted, could be political. Because there are points that the Corpus make where you could say it's not. It's just from the Corpus's perspective. So at one point, he tells him some phenomenal things where he's like, you make, like, which could have been taken as anti-communism, but it wasn't meant to be. It was, at one point, so the Corpus can't join the Federation. That's important. They cannot join the Federation. The only way the Corpus can join the Federation is if they change what makes them inherently Corpus. So they can't. So they want to trade, and they're talking about trade deals with the Federation. And they point out, true. He's like, we cannot feed, so Starfleet and the Federation expect them to give everything for free, because that's how things work in Federation, right? Nobody has money except those rare gold plus platinum. Nobody has money, everybody gets everything for free, right? Well, Tezin points out, he says, I can't feed my crew on your morals. He's like, I have to pay. I can't pay my crew on your morals. Like this one. Halverson asked quietly, "Why don't you want to be us?" he said. Tezin's eyes narrowed. It took Halverson a moment to realize why. Tezin didn't like the wording. Not offended, just correcting. "We do not want to be you," Tezin said calmly, "because we already survived what killed you." Halverson stared. Tezin continued, voice level. We already faced extinction," he said. "We've already faced slavery. We faced monsters. We already faced famine. We already faced collapse." He paused. "And we did not build a civilization that depends on the universe being kind." I mean, he criticizes the Federation, and it's not meant to be modern day criticism. He makes valid criticisms of the Federation and how they deal with the Corpus.
Well, it's a lazy night
As he
between the
says,
stars for you and
he
me.
swallowed and said
While
the
out
part
there,
that hurt the
system is
most to
still
admit.
on fire.
The Federation doesn't want the
Grim air
Corpus
on
to stop hurting
Corpus
people,
on
he said.
infested, and
He
in
wants
between
them to
the
stop
little people
being
like you and
Corpus.
me, well, we're just trying not to get stepped on.
Chen went
Here's
still.
to us, dream.
Val's mouth opened and closed. Halverson continued quieter now. "And the Corpus," he said, "they don't feel oppressed." Chen's brow furrowed. "They're proud," Halverson said. "They believe profit is virtue. Work is..." I have bad news for you. No, they can't. They can't. And the Corpus, if you had some female Corpus say she wants to be male, the Corpus would be like, "Are you implying that our production, because our breeding of you was inefficient? There's an airlock for you. You can walk right out of it, or we'll make you to meat crew." But I love this because, again, it's right. She says the Federation doesn't want the Corpus to stop hurting people, he said. It wants them to stop being Corpus. And the Corpus, they don't feel oppressed. They're proud, Halverson said. They believe profit is virtue. Work is holiness. Strength is responsibility. They believe hierarchy makes sense. They believe you earn your value. Chen looked shaken. Val whispered, "But it's cruel." Halverson's expression softened slightly. "Yes," he said, "it can be, but it's also coherent. It functions. It survives. I hate to break it to you. You can try all you want, but no. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry, but no." So the funny thing is, when I was doing this with the chat GPT, the AI, there's no preaching intended. It's literally, what would the Federation look like from the point of view of the Corpus, and how would the Corpus view the Federation? And the Federation would look at the Corpus and think that they are oppressed. And the Corpus would look at the Federation and realize they think they're oppressed, but the Corpus would look down on the Federation. As he said, "We have survived everything that you have not, and we did not survive it by being weak." This is one of the best moments that I think is true. He says, "And if we try," Halverson said quietly. Tezin's voice turned colder, but still controlled. "Then you will learn," Tezin said softly, "that the Corpus does not require your permission to survive." Tezin stood. He looked down on Halverson. "I have answered your question," he said. Then he said something that wasn't a threat. It was a truth. "My ship cannot eat your virtue," Tezin said. "So if you want peace with us," he paused, "stop asking us to starve." That is true, because they will not get any donations or charity from the Federation. They cannot join the Federation. So in order for the Corpus to function, they have to trade. They need resources. They need supplies. If the Federation wants Corpus weapons, right? If the Federation want Corpus weapons, the Corpus need resources to make the weapons. So he's right. I absolutely love when Tezin says that. He says, "My ship cannot eat on your virtue. If you want peace with us, stop asking us to starve." And it's true. He says. And the thing is, again, I wasn't trying to be MAGA. I wasn't trying to be liberal. I was basic. The Chat GPT leans left. Remember that. Chat GPT leans left. But it looked at the Federation from the point of view of the Corpus, and it was brutal. It was true. You might tell me you're being based or... No, I didn't write this. Chat GPT wrote it. It said, how would the Corpus deal with the Federation, and vice versa? What does Starfleet call it? Tezin asked. When you demand my civilization change to meet your morals. Because that's what the Federation wants. The Federation wants the Corpus to change to fit the Federation. The Corpus don't want to change. The Corpus do not think of themselves as oppressed. The Corpus are proud of being Corpus. So he tells him, he's like, what does Starfleet call it? When you demand my civilization change to meet your morals. Halverson's stomach tightened. He didn't want to say it. Tezin said it for him. Imperialism, Tezin said quietly. Silence. Kip looked down. Tiket's eyes widened slightly. Halverson stared at Tezin. That's not what we're doing. Tezin didn't argue. He asked a question instead. What do you offer us, Tezin said, if we abandon what makes us Corpus? Halverson swallowed. Membership, he said. Tezin nodded. Membership, he repeated, in exchange for obedience. Halverson flinched slightly. Tezin's voice stayed even. You will require we abandon genetic engineering. Yes? Halverson didn't answer. Tezin continued. You will require we abandon our board, our profit religion, our hierarchy, our market structure, our methods. Halverson's voice was quiet. The Federation isn't a religion, he said. Yes. Tezin's mouth twitched faintly. No, Tezin agreed. It is your faith. You just pretend it is logic. Halverson stared. Tezin leaned back. Dr. Halverson, you ask what Starfleet expects of the Corpus. He let the question breathe. Then he answered it himself. Starfleet expects the Corpus to become Federation, Tezin said softly, and because we cannot... He paused. Starfleet will eventually expect us to die. Halverson's eyes widened. That's not... Tezin held up a hand. It isn't malice, Tezin said calmly. It is arithmetic. Halverson went very still. Tezin finished with quiet precision. You do not want to kill us, he said, but you want a galaxy where civilizations like ours do not exist. He leaned forward slightly. And the galaxy does not care what you want. That's the problem with Star Trek today, because the writers are the galaxy, and the galaxy does care. But if you eliminate the writers giving the Federation what it wants, as he says, you do not want to kill us, but you want a galaxy where civilizations like ours do not exist, and the galaxy does not care what you want. Long silence. Then Halverson spoke carefully, voice raw. So what do you propose? He asked. Tezin tilted his head. I propose we trade, he said. Truly trade. Not morality, not shame, not superiority. Trade. Halverson frowned. And the weapons? Tezin nodded calmly. Export models, he said. Limited capability. Profit-driven. Not our best. Halverson exhaled. And this is the other one. Patel scoffed. The captain held up a hand. Halverson continued. So this is a conversation between Patel, Halverson, and the captain. The captain held up a hand. Halverson continued, voice low. And Captain, he hesitated, I think the worst part is, he looked up. They're being reasonable. The captain stared. Halverson finished. Because they could have been monsters. Instead, they're acting like merchants. Patel whispered, horrified despite herself. Merchants with armies. Halverson nodded. Yes, he said. And merchants don't need to conquer you. They just need you to want what they sell. And so I didn't have, when I did this with ChatGPT, I didn't do it
Nora here dreams.
with any political motivation. I thought it would be really fascinating to look at the world through their, so it says here, why it's reasonable.
Down below the valleys lies a deep.
It really is cool.
And down in that mine live some special little guys doing no harm to nobody.
He says,
Enter a certain tin-pot hemorrhoid by the name of Neth Anu.
so the Federation cannot,
Wants to
so
build
he
a
says.
shining palace of prosperity in that dark.
And that was written by AI. I prompted it, but that was written by AI. And that's why I keep saying, that I didn't write that. The AI wrote it. I prompted it. I asked it how, we put in all, I made sure all the information, but I didn't prompt it. No, I prompted it. AI wrote that. That's why I'm saying the AI is brilliant, because it brought up points even I didn't consider. Especially the part where like I said, I pointed out, in order for that dialogue, I said that the Corpus I told AI, which makes sense, right? Starfleet and the Federation give everything for free, right? But it's to their members. So I pointed out that the Corpus, in order to provide weapons to the Federation, if the Federation wants to buy Corpus weapons, they cannot expect the Corpus to give it to them for free. It's not fair. Because how are they going to make more weapons? Where are they going to get the resources from? Nobody's going to give them anything for free because they're not a part of the Federation. He points out, I have to pay my crew. He's right. The Corpus pay their crew. Starfleet doesn't. They can afford not paying their crew. The Corpus can't. He says, I have to feed my crew. I need resources. I need to pay my people. He's like, I cannot, that's why he said, I cannot feed my people on your morals. You want us to give it to you for free. I can't. And so the AI wrote that. I didn't write that. I prompted it. I did point out. This is ChatGPT. Because the problem is, at one point, when I first started this experiment, ChatGPT went down. And now I'm so long into it that I don't want to start it all over again with Grok. So this is ChatGPT. Grok, when I asked it, how would Starfleet Academy face the Corpus, and the Corpus have their weapons set to kill, just went down. So I went with ChatGPT. And now I'm so deep in it. And the thing is, I'm surprised by how fair ChatGPT is. Because, supposedly ChatGPT has a left-leaning slant. So you would think it would celebrate the Federation. Right? It doesn't. It covers both sides fairly. It points out what makes Starfleet Starfleet. It points out what makes the Corpus Corpus. And it points out where they would. That's why I'm saying my stupid experiment is better, because it points out things about the Federation. Whereas, you are now dealing. You see, first off, this whole conversation made me realize something. When Tezin says the galaxy, where he talks about the galaxy, right? He's like when he says, the galaxy does not care what you want. In a fair galaxy, without riders, okay? If you were to try it and be as unbiased as possible as a writer, the galaxy does not care what you want, which is what old Star Trek had. Old Star Trek, original Star Trek, up until Enterprise, had a fair galaxy. You had people in Star Trek that the Federation didn't want to exist, but they were allowed to exist. The Romulans, the Klingons, all the different species that the Federation didn't agree with and who refused to be Federation. The Romulans don't want to join the Federation. The Romulans like being Romulan. And so the galaxy was fair. The galaxy, aka the writers, aren't fair now. The galaxy, aka the writers and creators of Star Trek, does not think anybody who doesn't match with their woke leftist philosophies aren't allowed to exist. You're not allowed to have a civilization right now in Star Trek that does not allow gay characters. If if you were to say no, we cannot have gay Klingons, it doesn't make sense. They would say no, everyone would embrace it. No. You're creating a galaxy that follows your rules instead of an unbiased galaxy that allows all rules in it. You are running the galaxy instead of the characters running it. And that's why I realize why new Star Trek sucks. Because you're creating a galaxy that cares about what the Federation wants. Doesn't even care about what the Federation wants. You're creating a galaxy that cares about what you want. The Corpus aren't, like I said, I love the fact that it completely does them both. When the Federation is in the right, it will put that clear. The benefits that the Federation has. When the Corpus deal with it, it deals with both of them. It does not favor either of them. Sometimes I was worried at one point that I was being more biased towards the Corpus. And the people I've spoken to have all said the Corpus, several people, the few people who have responded to me on X have said that the Corpus would easily run circles around the Federation. So then I realized, no, it's not favoring the Corpus because of me. It's favoring the Corpus because of everything we know about the Corpus. The Corpus have existed for over 1,000 years, bare minimum. We know that the old war took place about 1,100 years ago, minimum. That means at bare minimum, the Corpus are over 1,100 years. Why? Because Parvus Granum created the Corpus before the old war. So the Corpus have existed at least up until Deep Space Nine, we're not counting Starfleet Academy, longer than the Federation. The Corpus are known to be, as he said, they worship hard work. Effort and all of that is a priority, which means that every person I've said has agreed the Corpus will work faster, more efficiently, and with more determination than any Starfleet officer. Right? No, and a gay Vulcan would not be logical. Even if a gay Vulcan existed, it wouldn't be logical. It creates I'm not sorry. There are no gay Vulcans. There are no gay Klingons. You can get mad at me all you want, but it doesn't fit the lore of those societies. Okay? Vulcans, even if they could, if Vulcans are controlling all of their emotions, do you not think that a Vulcan, even if they somehow, by some chance, felt gay, would still marry a female? Because the whole point is to procreate for them. Klingons would probably have wiped it out of their genetic pool centuries ago. Or anyone who suddenly, as it came out as gay, would be thrown off a cliff or something like the Spartans. They would be mocked to the point where no one would even dare. So no, you have created that moment made me realize what's going on with Star Trek. When he said, and the galaxy does not care what you want. They have changed it. So the galaxy cares what the writers want. The galaxy is not allowed to have phobias or ists or, everybody has to be pro whatever they want it to be. But the galaxy, the real galaxy, if you were trying to be fair and right about the galaxy, you would not give it your biases. Like I said, I was deeply concerned that I might have been favoring the Corpus. And every single time, every person I spoke to has said, which wasn't very many, I'll admit. So, yeah, a gay Vulcan can't procreate, so there would be none. There would be no, that is illogical. Whether you want it or not, it is illogical, and that's what the Vulcans are. I know there's a whole bunch of libtards, probably on fan fiction, whatever, going, no, my gay Vulcan character is canon. He loves his boyfriend. No, that's a load of BS. Okay? There are no gay Corpus. As I said earlier, they genetically engineer the libido out of them. That makes sense. The Corpus, if they want to be from the alphabet community, they're the A. I joked a year ago on Pride. I'm like, A for asexual. We, purpose breed and genetically breed and all of that are people, right? In artificial womb. So A for asexual, right? For the Corpus. But the Corpus have all the advantages here. They've existed for centuries. They can talk market. They will get everybody agreeing with them because that's what they do. They are above and beyond everybody else when it comes to that. So I was afraid that the Corpus was coming out as overpowered because of my bias. But no. The bias, the advantages the Corpus have make sense. But that's really what woke me up to why Star Trek sucks. Because the galaxy, like I said, the galaxy cares about what the writers want. So here. Why it's reasonable and why Starfleet struggles. Starfleet tends to view trade as an optional piece of diplomacy. The Corpus views trade as the structure that keeps humans alive. So Tezin's argument is unassailable. They must feed their crew. They must maintain their ships. They must resupply. They must pay labor. They must replenish war losses. They must stock medical. They must keep factories running. This requires resources. Starfleet wanting them to give it away is basically asking, sacrifice your people so we can feel morally superior. This is the most frightening kind of antagonist. If the Corpus were just evil, Starfleet could oppose them easily. But the Corpus are offering practical help, better tools, better protection, better survival odds. This is the best part. So, no, this is brilliant. If the Corpus were just evil, Starfleet could oppose them easily. But the Corpus are offering practical help, better tools, better protection, better survival odds, and asking only, pay us fairly. Starfleet has no clean moral victory against that. They can't liberate people from a deal they willingly signed. That's the best part. All the Corpus are asking is pay us fairly. And that's why Starfleet doesn't come across as the winner here. Starfleet wants to frame the Corpus as greedy. And the reality, and your interpretation is spot on, is the Corpus aren't demanding money. They are demanding value. A value can be extracted in 100 ways. That's why they're so dangerous and so reasonable. Because this isn't petty greed. It's industrial survival logic applied at a civilizational scale. See, the thing is, most of the Federation doesn't have money. We know they have gold press latinum, but really the Federation doesn't have money. And the Corpus knows this. So instead of asking for money because there is none, the Corpus goes in willing to trade, to bargain. So they'll come into, like, Halverson's planet. I didn't read it, but at one point Halverson mentions, and they're like, we gave them mining rights for the upper north continent or something for 6 years. It's like we gave them the right to mine for 6 years from this area. So because they cannot get money, they have to get resources. So they will make, because their ships are basically flying factories, they will trade for the supplies to make the weapons and trade the weapons for supplies. Resources, dilithium, mining rights, all of that. The Corpus are, at one point, ChatGPT even says the Corpus are more reasonable than the Ferengi because the Ferengi want gold press latinum. And that's rare, and it's not easy to trade with a lot of people for that. But I'm sure the Ferengi also trade with other resources. The Corpus probably in the beginning don't even know about gold press latinum. They just start to understand because at one point that the Federation has no money. So they have other options they can get instead of money. The Corpus aren't acting like villains, which is what the Corpus are. They're not villains, really, when it comes down to it. They're acting like traitors. From the Corpus perspective, Starfleet's moral framing is bizarre. You can't sell this. You shouldn't trade that, which is what we know what Starfleet does. The Corpus, you should give it away. You should join us. To the Corpus, this sounds like stop being a functional civilization. The Corpus are doing what Parvos originally preached: work, compensation, stability. They aren't asking Starfleet to become Corpus. They aren't trying to forcibly convert them. They are doing something much more practical. You have needs, we have goods, we can exchange. That's not evil. Because the Corpus know there's no point in trying to get the Starfleet to become Corpus. Right? They know that Starfleet is 100% against genetic engineering. Before all of this, they go back and forth about genetic engineering, and they know that everything that makes the Corpus, Federation does not want. So the Corpus are not going to waste their time repeatedly arguing for things they're not going to get. They also know that all-out conflict between the Federation and the Corpus will be catastrophic for both. The Corpus, because there's not as many Corpus as Starfleet right now, the Corpus would eventually lose, but but in the process, Starfleet would lose a lot of people. So it would be very expensive for the Federation. So the Corpus knows, in the long run, they would probably, in a flat-out conflict with the Federation, lose. They also know that the Federation would lose a lot. So they realize the best option, which is what the Corpus is to market with them, to sell to them. They don't want to make them Corpus because they know the Federation will never accept that. They don't want to convert them. They're doing something, like I said, you have needs. Hey, what's up? I'm going on about my whole thing. You have needs, we have goods, we can exchange. That's not evil. This is the crazy thing. The Corpus are coming out. Experiment. I was having fun.
In a world like this, it can be hard to have.
So, okay, first, basically, let me
finish.
let me first finish this, though. The key detail you raised is huge. They'll trade without currency. This is extremely Corpus and makes them feel older and more experienced than the Ferengi. Ferengi think in Latinum. Corpus think in assets. They would trade for what the Federation can offer: dilithium access, or just mining rights, raw materials, metals, rare earth elements, shipyard time, dock access, astrometric maps, replicator pattern libraries, transporter insights, medical samples for research, industrial contracts, long-term supply agreements. The Federation doesn't have money the same way. The Federation, no problem. The Corpus doesn't need it. They just need value. What border worlds can offer: mining rights, labor contracts, regional distribution permission, exclusive trade monopoly, security basing rights, asteroid claim deeds. And this is where Starfleet gets uncomfortable, not because it's immoral, but because it's effective. So what happened was, Alex, I started as a joke, okay? I was so fed up and pissed off. Yes, that's what the Corpus are doing. They're thinking that all assets have value. They can't get money out of the Federation, so they're going to get something else out of them. They've realized, first off, they can't join the Federation. The Corpus can't. Flat out, there is no way the Corpus can remain Corpus and join the Federation. Okay? They know that outright conflict with the Federation will be catastrophic for both of them. The Federation will lose a lot of lives in the process, and the Corpus will probably end up losing in the long run. So they don't tell the Federation that. They're very good at negotiating, so the Federation doesn't realize that initially. So the Corpus instead want to trade. It's more profitable for both if the Corpus trades with them. The Corpus can provide border colonies with stuff Starfleet can't. It takes a while for a Federation starship to get to the border colonies, right? The Corpus can give them weapons. And in exchange for mining rights, for dilithium. They're not asking for anything illegal. They're not even asking for Starfleet intelligence security or anything. What they're saying is, we will give you guns to defend yourself from raiders, from pirates, from the Grineer. You give us access to your asteroid belt so we can mine it. So the Corpus are actually being ridiculously reasonable. And on top of that, the hardest part the Federation has is like always, the Federation wants you to join. And they think that the Corpus are oppressed. And that's one of the important points. The Corpus do not think of themselves as oppressed. When the Federation looks at the Corpus, they think they're oppressed. But the Corpus themselves don't want, in fact, the Corpus look down on Federation. They think that they're decadent and wasteful and lazy. You know, Corpus officer works 3 or 4 days straight, gets a few hours downtime, then goes back to work. Looks at Starfleet with their vacations and their Ryza and their quarters and their starships. Their starships are a joke to the Corpus. You have carpets on your floors, and soft walls, and windows, and no magnetic boots, and no life support, portable life support. What if ship gets hit and vacuum? So the Corpus look at this Federation, they're like, they're soft, they're decadent, they're lazy, they're wasteful, they're weaker than we are, right? They're weaker. Why would we want to be you? So the Federation approaches the Corpus thinking, we'll help you, we'll give you our morals, we will, we're the enlightened ones. We will, you do not need to suffer anymore. And there was a conversation, I can't find it, right? Wait, there was one where they said that they're not oppressed. I can't find it. I just read it earlier. Where he says, the Corpus do not think. This is the one. I'll read it again. He says, he swallowed and said the part that hurt the most. The Federation doesn't want the Corpus to stop hurting people, he said. It wants them to stop being Corpus. Chen went still. Vale's mouth opened then closed. Halvorsen continued, quieter now. And the Corpus, he said, they don't feel oppressed. They're proud, Halvorsen said. They believe profit is virtue, which is true to the game. They believe profit is virtue. Work is holiness. Again, true to the game, 100% canon. Strength is responsibility, canon. They believe hierarchy makes sense. They believe you earn your value. Chen looked shaken. Vale whispered, but it's cruel. Halvorsen's expression softened slightly. Yes, it can be, but it's also coherent. It functions. It survives. So he's right, 100% what he said. They believe profit is virtue. Again, it does not break canon. That's the best part. It doesn't break any canon. It fits 100% into the canon of Warframe. Profit is virtue. Work is holiness. We know for a fact that the Corpus worship hard work. Strength is responsibility. Hierarchy makes sense. They have the board, all the different leadership positions. Everything is canon. Everything makes sense, and that's the other thing that pisses me off about like Starfleet Academy, because it's hard to. If a idiot writing a stupid crossover can come up with canon and stick to canon, why can't you? Here's another one. Tezzin stepped closer, lowering his voice as if sharing something intimate. Starfleet wants to be a moral civilization, he said. So you built your morality around refusal. Refusal to become the past because of the genetic engineering. They don't genetic engineer because of what happened in the past. So he says refusal to become the past, refusal to exploit, refusal to change the human form. Again, genetic engineering. Halvorsen whispered, "That's not wrong." Tezzin nodded once. "It is not wrong," he agreed. Halvorsen blinked again. Tezzin added, "It is simply expensive." That's the other thing that the AI made me realize. The Federation's morals and ethics are expensive. They can afford them. The Corpus cannot. So yeah. But anyway, you were asking what came up with the idea, why I did this. All right, so this started out as an experiment, okay? I was disgusted by Starfleet Academy, okay? I hate Starfleet Academy. I hate what Starfleet Academy did. So as a joke, I asked Grok. I was like, okay, Grok, what would happen if a Corpus ship ran into the Athena? Which is why the ship that they're dealing with is called the Athena, okay? I have changed the setting now. It's no longer the 31st or whatever century. It's right after... It's not the, it's the right after Deep Space Nine. Okay, so it's like the 22nd century, right? But the ship is called the Athena. Okay, the ship that Tezzin and all the Corpus are doing is called the Athena because it originally started as a joke. What would happen if the Athena from Starfleet Academy ran into a Corpus ship? And basically it would decimate them. because and then it grew, because originally when it first started as an Starfleet Academy Corpus thing, right? It started with the Athena crew didn't realize that they were human at first, because you know what the Corpus look like, right? In their helmets, it's hard to tell what they are, and they didn't expect to run into humans. Here's the Corpus right over here. They didn't realize they were human. They were humanoid, but they didn't realize they were human. So what makes it even more shocking is when they see a Corpus without a helmet and they realize they're human. Right? So then it just grew from there, where it turned into negotiations over returning the hostages, and then it turned into more talks back and forth, and then I'm like, well, what would happen? How would the Corpus get warped? And it's just started to grow, and so I brought in Tezen Toring, who is the 1,000-year-old Corpus doctor, who starts talking with the, what led it to the chief medical officer? I can't remember what led to the chief medical officer getting involved. But then the chief medical officer turned out to be one of the better characters, because the chief medical officer, he's the one who's pointing out a lot of these things later on to the captain, where he's like, he doesn't like the Corpus, he doesn't agree with the Corpus, but he understands where they're coming from. He understands why they do what they do. That's why he's the one who points out, the chief medical officer points out, he says they're proud to be Corpus, right? Because he understands, he's been dealing with the Corpus now, so he understands. So like I said, he doesn't love them, he doesn't worship them, he doesn't hate them. He just has been dealing with them enough that he's the person who is the liaison between the two. You want to get your butt up here. And that's how it grew. And I'm like, this is actually... And so then I continued it because it made me understand more things about the Corpus. By comparing them to the Federation, I was like, okay, if I want to write something now from the perspective of the Corpus, I have a better understanding of the Corpus because I compare them to the Federation. And then it just kept getting more and more interesting, where I'm like, okay, now let's bring the Dominion into this whole thing. Okay, where would the Dominion fall on all of this, and how would the Dominion deal with it? And I'm like, oh, and then, like I said, I originally thought that the Grenier had a better chance. I'm like, oh, then all of a sudden today, while I was working around, I was moving cat toys and stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute, the Grenier have absolutely nothing to give the Federation. So then I'm like, okay, so I asked Grok. I'm like, not Grok. I asked ChatGPT. I'm like, wait a minute. Nobody wants to ally. I feel like nobody would want to ally with the Grenier. And ChatGPT's like, yeah. I'm like, the Grenier have nothing that would benefit anybody. So I'm like, originally I thought the Grenier might become a threat. And then I'm like, the only way the Grenier can become a threat in the Federation is either they steal, okay, basically they need help from somebody else. So I came down to this. I'm like, okay, the only way the Grenier are not very smart. They cannot backward engineer on the level of the Corpus. They have no marketable basically the only way the Grenier are going to advance in the Federation is either they steal it or somebody's willing to help them. And nobody wants to help the Grenier. They have nothing to give. The Corpus have everything to give. The Grenier will not give the Romulans Grenier guns, and the Romulans don't want Grenier guns. But the Romulans will not buy Grenier guns. The Grenier would not be willing. The Romulans don't want Grenier guns, especially since they already spoke to the Corpus first. And that's the thing that that Tezen points out and Kai points out, and later on every now and then it comes up where they're like, "You're lucky you met the Corpus first." The Corpus negotiate. So now that they have deals with the Corpus, they're like, why do we want to do anything with these idiots who have no benefit, who are dumb enough to sell Romulan weapons and then immediately attack a Romulan colony and start chaos? So throughout the whole thing, you'll see that the Corpus are slowly bringing... This is brilliant. A few years ago, I broke 15 bones in a catastrophic car accident. I had to endure 14 surgeries, countless setbacks, a loss of my career, subsequent depression, and other trauma, along with being bedbound for a year and a half. Somehow this show is more painful than all of that shit. Oh my god, I hate the world. We're not gonna get... At this point, I don't know. The problem is, I'm not even sure they're being this dumb on purpose or not. Because even without pushing an agenda, okay? Even if we were to take out the pushing of an agenda, this is so monumentally dumb that I don't even think if they tried to remove preaching and agenda from their writing, they are capable of writing anything good. I mean, I look at the holograms, okay? There are numerous things you can do with the hologram idea. Instead, what do you do with it? Yeah, I'm probably gonna... Oh, wow, it's 5 hours. Yeah, I should head off soon because I got other... We have guests tomorrow coming, which would be cool. And I need to clean things up because apparently one of the guests is a gamer and I want to move the PS5 to someplace better. But my concern is this, that even if you were to eliminate the agenda from the people, there are very few people smart enough to write something good. Okay? Because even without the agenda preaching in Starfleet Academy, it's still stupid. I mean, you have a captain walking around on her vessel barefoot. Okay? That's not even agenda. That's just flat out stupid. Okay? They somehow think that gives her more character, more flair, more makes her, interesting or something? How does it make anyone more interesting? Unique. Okay? How? Yeah, I see more creativity from the people who come in my live stream. When we talk about Destiny 2, for example, right? We'll talk about Destiny 2, all right? And they come up with better, more creative story arcs for Destiny 2 than the people writing Destiny 2. And I said, even if you eliminated the agenda, that's the thing, even if you eliminated the stupid agenda from Starfleet Academy, it's still stupid writing. It's badly written. I mean, that's the other reason why those conversations with Tezin and Halverson were not written by me, they were written by AI. And that's why I say, when you say AI could do a better job, you just need to know how to prompt it correctly. But AI could do a better job than this garbage. These characters are dumb. Like, AI would point out you can't have a female Jem'Hadar. I mean, and there's no, they don't even know how to write adults. I mean, like you said, the scene between Halverson and the captain, when she finds out that his family's colony was hit, was professional. It was, I mean, can you imagine what these idiots would write can you imagine what dumb stuff they would write if they had the chief medical officer and the captain talking, where the captain finds out that the chief medical officer's parents' colony had been hit. It would be all emotional, it would be all over the place, right? Instead, she's like, she talks professionally to him. He talks back professionally like an adult, like a professional chief medical officer. He doesn't break down in tears. He acts like a professional chief medical officer. And she wants to make sure he's fit for duty, right? She doesn't hug him. They act like professionals. Even when Kai comes aboard the ship with arrows in him, which is his trademark, it's better. Look, the transporter room was staffed like it was an ambush. Security posted, med team on standby. Patel already there, arms crossed. expression like someone forced to attend a disaster they predicted. Halverson arrived last, because the captain had ordered it that way after the spear incident. He stepped in, caught Patel's eye. Patel muttered, "I swear if he's holding another antique weapon." The transporter pad shimmered gold. Halverson felt his spine tighten automatically. A Corpus signal registered, pattern locked, and then they resolved out of light. Tico first, as always, full armor, perfectly still, present like a blade sheathed. Tiso behind him, helmet on, posture loose, almost languid, like even standing at attention was something he did ironically. One sec. Vico and Nefte flanking, and then Kai. Halverson didn't even have time to process it properly, because Kai walked forward like a man returning from a meeting, with arrows sticking out of him. Not one, not two, a lot. 3 in his shoulder, feathers trembling slightly with movement. 2 embedded in his right side. One had gone clean through the outside edge of his thigh and pinned part of his undersuit to itself. Another sat high in his torso at an angle that should have collapsed a lung. They weren't Federation darts. They weren't disruptor burns. They were arrows with barbed heads, old, physical, personal. Kai stepped at the edge of the pad and smiled. "Elias," he said warmly. Halverson stared at him. For a beat, no one moved. Then Patel whispered, almost horrified, "Why is it always you?" Kai blinked at Patel, polite. I am charismatic, he offered. Patel's face twisted. "That doesn't..." Halverson cut him off without looking away from Kai. "Do not move." Kai nodded once. "I'm not moving." He said it with the same careful patience someone might use with an anxious animal. Halverson stepped forward and began scanning the tricorder's chirps growing faster. The arrows were real, penetrating, barbed, but the suit had already sealed around each entry point with hardened foam and pressure fields like a surgical clamp. Kai's vitals were not good, but not catastrophic. It was wrong. Halverson hated how quickly he was starting to understand the Corpus suit as a medical system. Patel leaned toward Tico, voice sharp. "Tell me you're not bringing him to us as a joke." Tico's helmet turned. "No." That was all. Then Tico added, perfectly calm, "He has been shot." Patel stared. "Yes, we noticed." Kai looked mildly annoyed by Patel's tone. "I prefer not to be described as shot," he said. "That implies surprise." Halverson's head snapped up. "What?" Kai's smile returned. "I knew it was coming," he said simply. Halverson's eyes widened. Halverson's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here?" Kai blinked once as if it was obvious. "To remove them." Halverson's voice sharpened. "Why are there arrows in you?" Kai paused. Halverson watched the calculation slide behind his eyes like a curtain. Then Kai smiled. "Archery," he said. Patel made a choking sound. "No." Kai looked patient. "Yes." Halverson's voice went flat. "You were shot with arrows because of archery." Kai looked politely confused. "Yes," he repeated. "That is how archery works." Patel stepped forward. "Who shot you?" Kai's eyes flicked to Patel, then back to Halverson. Kai's smile softened into something almost friendly. "I do not recommend meeting them," he said. That was the first real answer he'd given. It landed in the transporter room like a weight. Halverson's voice went cold. "Romulans?" Kai blinked, slowly this time. He didn't confirm. He didn't deny. He simply said lightly, "They have excellent aim." Patel's face went pale. "Oh my God." The Corpus, but for one simple reason. Trump has only been around for less than a century, and the Corpus lived for centuries, so they'd be much older and have dealt with far worse. That's the main thing. On top of that, the Corpus don't have to deal with a lot of the stuff that Trump does, so it's not fair to Trump to say, like, When I say that the Corpus would be better at negotiating, it isn't a slight on Trump. Remember that the Corpus lived for centuries. In the eyes of the Corpus, Trump would be a juvenile. Okay? Because again, remember, according to the Warframe canon, okay, 104 years old is considered young, practically still an adolescent. So if Trump is under 100 years old, he's considered extremely young to the Corpus, right? It's not. So, yeah, but then to the Corpus, Pelosi is also young. So Trump has dealt with a lot, but remember, the Corpus have again lived for centuries and have been around for centuries. So they have dealt with it. On top of that, I mean, the only thing is, you know what? It depends. If they have to deal with the United States government, I don't know if they can handle it because our government's so convoluted and a mess that I think the Corpus would come in with weapons shooting and go, I'm done with this. So, the thing is, it's not a really good comparison either. Yeah, that's still on, yeah, I mean, that's starting to get up there in the Corpus. I mean, she's now a young adult, maybe. But, like, even Kai coming in covered in arrows, there's a logical lore reason why that fits. Halverson expected noise when the lounge doors opened. Laughter, conversation, utensils, something ordinary. Instead, he walked into tension. Half the room was quiet. At one table sat a Vulcan science officer, back straight, hands folded with controlled restraint. And across from him, leaning forward with relaxed confidence, was Kai. Out of armor, out of uniform, plain neutral clothing, deliberately forgettable, which somehow made him stand out more. They were speaking in Vulcan. Not Federation Standard, not through the translator, actual Vulcan. Flawless pronunciation. Kai's voice carried easily, smooth and precise, matching the Vulcan's clipped cadence almost perfectly. Halverson froze just inside the doorway. He caught only the tail end. If your premise were correct, Kai said calmly in Vulcan, your supply chain would already have collapsed. It has not. Therefore, your premise is inefficient. The Vulcan's eyebrow lifted, not offended, not impressed, evaluating. You are not Vulcan, the officer replied. Correct, said Kai pleasantly. Then your conclusion is incomplete. Kai smiled. All conclusions are incomplete, he answered. That is why we invoice in stages. Several Starfleet officers nearby were pretending not to listen and failing badly. The Vulcan studied him. You argue like a traitor, he said. I am a traitor, Kai replied. That is not what your file suggests. Kai's expression did not change. Files are often inefficient, he said gently. Only then did he glance toward the door and notice Halverson. Perfect timing. Kai switched to Federation Standard without missing a beat. Elias, he greeted warmly. You're just in time. We are discussing logic and profit. You should be nervous. The Vulcan turned. Commander Halverson, he said with a polite nod. Halverson stepped closer, still processing. You speak Vulcan now, he asked. Kai considered that. I speak many things, he said. Why? Kai leaned back in his chair. Because, he said lightly, people reveal more when you remove the translator. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Like I said, I said this whole thing started as an experiment, and then turned into a fun project. And I've had fun. I love this one. But I am actually about to head out. I've been having fun. Like I said, one of the reasons why you have entertainment, right, is to to escape reality, right? Our lives are stressful. Everything's going on, right? I don't want to hear about modern day whatever the hell it is going on, right? So I'm getting caught up in this because it's fun, right? There are very serious moments when you're dealing with the Dominion and the Romulans and the Ferengi and the Corpus are going back and forth between each other, right? And at one point, you know, Starfleet is like, they have stimulant patches that they are selling on the black market. And what about the Grenier? Should we be worried about the Grenier and all of that? No preaching, no agenda, just story. And I'll say it, the AI can be very, very smart. You have to prompt it, and you have to be very good with the prompts. But like when you bring up, it starts coming up with some really good ideas on, for example, I'm like, okay, so the Corpus have a cloaked ship. Okay. And, like he even meets Quark. Quark was polishing a glass that didn't need polishing, which meant he was thinking. The bar was slow, suspiciously slow, which meant something expensive was happening somewhere else on the station. A man sat at the counter who had not ordered a drink. Strike one. Okay. Plain clothes, traveler hat, neutral position, neutral posture, watching reflections instead of people. Strike two. He paid attention like security, but stood like a merchant. Strike three. Quark slid closer. You're occupying a revenue-generating seat, Quark said pleasantly. That usually involves purchasing something. The man looked at him, mild, calm, amused. What has the highest margin, he asked. Quark smiled automatically. Now that's the Ferengi question. Good, the man said. I prefer professional environments. Accent wrong. Not local, not Starfleet, not Trader Guild. Quark adjusted his smile by half a millimeter. What are you buying? Quark asked. Information, the man said. Most people start with a drink. Most people negotiate poorly. Quark liked him instantly, which made him dangerous. What kind of information? Ship movements, the man said lightly. Salvage auctions. Clone supply chains. Quark's ears twitched. Odd shopping list. Markets are odd. You're not Ferengi. No. You're not Starfleet. No. You're not pretending very hard to be either. I find pretending inefficient, the man said. That was a lie. Quark could feel it. Name? Quark asked. The man smiled, friendly, empty. Today? Quark laughed once. I charge extra for flexible identities. Reasonable, the man said. Send the invoice to the market. Not a phrase civilians used. Quark set down the glass slowly. You're one of them, he said quietly. One of who? The bulk buyers, resource contracts. No entertainment budget, terrible tippers. Incorrect, the man said. He's placed a small latinum slip on the bar. Generous, very generous. I tip well, he added. Quark did not touch it yet. Corpus, Quark said softly. The man did not react, which was confirmation. Relax, the man said pleasantly. I'm not here to sell you weapons. That is disappointing. Today. Quark leaned in. Let me give you advice, he said quietly. Nothing that smells like the Dominion is a good investment. The man's eyes sharpened, just for a second. Agreed, he said. Ah, there it is, Quark thought. You already knew that, Quark said. I like to travel, the man replied. Dangerous hobby. Profitable one. He stood. No drink, no wasted motion, no loose edges. At the door he paused. "If anyone asks," he said without turning, "we never spoke." Quark snorted. "I never remember customers who don't drink." "Excellent," the man said, and vanished into the promenade crowd. Quark looked down. The latinum was still on the bar. Pressed into it was a tiny stamped symbol, a stylized open hand. Quark swallowed. "I should raise my prices, he muttered. They said. A security officer sat vibrating slightly in his chair. "I'm fine, sir." "You're blinking in Morse code," Halverson replied. "I can finish next week's drills today." "No, I already did." "Of course you did." So, I don't know. Another person telling me the series is great. Someone who oh goody. Wow. Oh my god. Can you believe it? Somebody calling Starfleet Academy a great series. Has TDS. Let me just say one last thing, okay? Before I head out, because it's like 7 o'clock, right? I'm gonna just say this. You idiots are all predictable. Every single one of you. Not you guys watching the stream, anyone else. You idiots are all predictable. You're all the same. Okay? You're all the same. The exact same. I have yet to come across a single person who doesn't say, "I love Starfleet Academy," who is suffering from TDS and hates ICE. Not a single one. The few people who aren't as anti-Trump, anti-ICE, usually are like, "I'm trying to enjoy it as a parody." They don't think of it as real Star Trek, you freaking libtard lunatics. The few people who aren't crazy like you are like, "Oh, I'm trying to enjoy it as a parody." I've yet to come across a single person with MAGA, Republican, or even basically just centrist who is not saying anything about ICE or Trump on their timeline. I have not come across a single person with no mention of Trump or ICE on their timeline who loves Starfleet Academy. Every single person who celebrates Starfleet Academy hates ICE and has severe TDS. You're all the same. You're all a worse cult than the cult. You are a cult. You call the Corpus a cult? You are more of a cult, more brainwashed than the damn Corpus. And the Corpus literally worship Prophet and think their leaders are religious leaders. You have nothing. You are embarrassing. You're all exactly the same. Exactly the same. It's like you're getting the newest. No, but it's like you're not even seeing you're not seeing a single person who loves the show, who is anti-Trump, or who's a Trump supporter. You're not seeing a single person. I mean, the thing is, I'm not even saying be a Trump supporter. I am saying your timeline is not full of anti-ICE, anti-Trump. No, I can't even find a neutral person who loves this show. The only people who love this garbage hate Trump and hate ICE. You're all the same. They're all the same. They're a bunch of clones. You are the Grenier. You're not even the Corpus. The Corpus are smarter than you. The Corpus actually have some disagreement. There's more personality in the Corpus than in you. It's like they get the latest download and they immediately repeat everything they're told. You must love Starfleet Academy. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. You flat out love it because that is what your latest programming tells you. You must love Highguard. Defend Highguard. You must love this. Defend this. I have some idiot telling me that Riker and Picard in their long jackets, their long dress uniform jackets, are wearing dresses. No, you stupid freak. They're wearing pants underneath it. They're jackets. They're formal uniform jackets. They're not dresses, you freaking libtard. I mean, my God, another person. The exact same thing. Commenting, promoting Starfleet Academy. And it's the same exact thing. The exact same thing. Anti-Trump. You have no imagination. Like, for real. It blows my mind. Every single person defending this, every single one of them. There isn't a single person defending this who does not have mention of Trump. Or ICE. And that's, you know what, Johnny? That's the problem, okay? Everything going on is I'm tired. That's why I try to avoid politics at this point, right? Because, don't get me wrong, I don't regret my vote at all. I have no doubt that everything would be so much worse under that crazy cackling lunatic. Don't get me wrong, alright? But the fact that we literally have the Supreme Court arguing over the difference between male and female makes me embarrassed in front of the rest of the world. Oh, Americans don't even know what man and woman is. Stupid Americans don't know what man and woman is. You have people living in huts on the brink of starvation in Africa who would look at America and go, are you stupid? Okay? Because, yeah. Which is why I try to escape into my favorite fiction. And when I try to, it's full of idiots. It is dumb. This isn't just liberal dumb. This is dumb. This is dumb on a level that blows my mind. Captains walking around barefoot. It gives her character and flair and whatever the hell. No. The only reason I haven't is because, like I said, there's one or two people who are arguing with me, which I was like, I wanted to have a discussion. I wanted people to point out any holes in my arguments over the Corpus and the Federation. The thing is, I didn't even understand why, because I never cared. I have no problem with black. I have no problem with anybody, but I think of human coloring as I do cat coloring, okay? I've had I don't know. I want to escape from the stupid reality that we're living in. And what do I get? Starfleet Academy. Halo. Destiny 2. So you come here, you ruin reality, you make reality a pain in the butt. I literally work with an AGP perp, okay? And so when I go home, I want to escape. And what do you do to all of the stuff I love? You destroy them all. And then you have the freaks online screaming about it. About how wonderful stuff, you brain dead morons, okay? Flat. Your show is dying. It sucks. Nobody likes it. It's not even liberal trash. It's trash. It is trash. Okay? But the only, I said, I think one of the best lines that has come up is the one where Kai says the galaxy does not want to do what you want it to do. And that is what the writers are. They have turned the galaxy, instead of an unbiased, okay? Instead of an unbiased kind of view, right? Where, like I said, the galaxy is neutral and all, and you don't write about it with your biases, right? No, they've turned the galaxy into their liberal, crazy woke. And everything in Star Trek cannot possibly not go along with that. Because that is how they think the world should be. Right? You can't have anybody that goes against their way of thinking. The Corpus would not be allowed to exist. Okay? The Klingons as Klingons will not be allowed to exist. They have to change the Klingons to fit their point of view. There are species in Star Trek that every one of us doesn't agree with. But that's what makes it more interesting. To have, I didn't originally like the Klingons until I watched more Deep Space Nine. Then I really started to really like the Klingons. And what do? I'm unhappy because you messed up the Klingons. Your woke liberal mindset cannot accept a galaxy that allows the Klingons to exist in. That's why originally, when you made Star Trek, you had people you didn't agree with created in that world shown fairly. You can have everybody you want. I think I'm not a fan of the Grenier. I want the Grenier to be covered and portrayed fairly. Okay? You have the Bajorans, you have the Klingons, the Romulans. All of them don't fit your mindset, so you change them. That's why that line from Tezin really woke me up to what's going on with Star Trek in general. Okay, that's what really woke me up. That line from Tezin, where he says the galaxy does not do what you want it to do. That is absolutely 100%. And then I realized what's going on is they've turned the galaxy into what they want it to be instead of just the galaxy. The galaxy is not liberal. The galaxy is not conservative. The galaxy is the galaxy. And the people that exist in the galaxy are all different. But no, you cannot create something that does not agree with your woke thinking. And that's the problem. And if it doesn't, you change it to fit that. For God's sake, Klingon in a dress... A Klingon in a skirt, a bright blue shirt, and a red jacket. Looks like a freak. Flat out. With his red jacket and his bright blue shirt and his skirt. In a way that no Klingon would dress. So you have politics on one side, you go into fiction and you can't escape it. That's why Destiny 2 pisses me off so much, because I used to be able to escape into the world of Destiny 2. Now I can't. I can't. Yeah. Oh, God. I keep looking at that pic. I cannot believe that is for real. I cannot believe that idiot character is for real. I can't believe my stupid crossover with Warframe makes more sense than a multi-million-dollar show. How the hell is it that my crossover, which is primarily written by AI with my prompts, but makes more sense and is better written? The dialect is so much better. No, I mean for real. You heard me reading conversations. They're better than anything in this trash. Like I said, every Starfleet character I have is a mature, competent, confident adult Starfleet officer. Elias Halverson is not an idiot. He's not dumb. He's a competent adult. He doesn't act like he's 15. He acts like an adult. The captain approaches him after his parents are attacked. Confident, competent, checks on her officer, make sure he's capable of carrying out his duty. No emotional melodrama, no tears, no, she doesn't. She just has a real. This is so dumb. I don't have Garrick shows up. He doesn't act out of character. Odo doesn't act out of character. He's trying to catch Kai. The ready room door slid open and Commander Elias Halverson stepped in, still faintly smelling of range propellant and overheated emitter coils. Captain Patel, it keeps changing Patel's rank, looked up from her console immediately. Well, she asked. Halverson sat down more carefully than usual, which told her more than his face did. How did training with Lieutenant Commander Kai go? He exhaled once through his nose. I'm still alive, which I believe, no, the best one that happens, the by far, well, is when he finally shows a moment of weakness. And it's done so well that it fits the corpus perfectly. It doesn't turn into a emotional melodrama. It doesn't turn into pain or any of that, or children crying. It's literally, it is. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. The thing is, it doesn't even. It's dumb. No sane adult should write this way. I have a teenage corpus, right? There are reasons he makes sense, and even me, I'm like, yeah, but I'm not too comfortable with it, so I'm decreasing his roll down, all right? Because he doesn't make as much sense as I feel he should. And he's not a Mary Sue. The funny thing is, the damn 16-year-old isn't a Mary Sue because he has flaws and weaknesses. He acts like a mature. Even when Kai chooses to train him. I'm still alive, he said, which I believe counts as a passing grade. Her eyebrows lifted. That bad? That precise, he corrected. He doesn't waste motion, or words, or sympathy. Patel almost smiled. Did you learn anything? Yes, Halverson admitted after a beat. More than I wanted to. He flexed his hand unconsciously, muscle memory still recalibrating. He retrained how I move under fire. Not how to shoot, how to survive. There's a difference. That sounds like a compliment. I'm not emotionally prepared to give him one. She laughed quietly. Did he insult you? Constantly. Did he explain anything? Everything. Did he explain anything? Not once. Did it work? Yes. That answer took longer. Patel leaned back. That tracks. Halverson shook his head. He teaches the way he fights. Pressure first, explanation never. Security reports your shield drone coordination improved by 30% in one session. He kept knocking the Osprey out of position on purpose. Of course he did. And he made me run simultaneous fire and shield control. That's Battlefield realistic. That's Battlefield unfair. That's Battlefield, she replied evenly. A small silence settled, then she asked the real question. Did he respect you? Halverson blinked at her. That's not how I'd phrase it. How would you phrase it? He stopped correcting me. He stopped correcting the basics halfway through. Patel nodded once. That was enough. From him, she said, that's high praise. Halverson stood to leave, then paused. He's an infuriating man, he said. Yes. He mispronounced my name 3 different ways. Yes. He called me Elias again. Also yes. He's a very good teacher. There it is, she said softly. Halverson grimaced like he'd swallowed something medicinal. Please don't record that statement anywhere permanent. Too late, Patel said, tapping her console. Ship's log. It's dumb. They're dumb. They're stupid. Their characters don't even come across as 17 or 18-year-olds. They come across as pathetic, dumb children in elementary school. You can have humor. You can have fun. You can joke around. But you're still Starfleet officers that have a professional level. Anyway, I should probably head out. I'm frustrated. I keep going around back in circles because I cannot understand how you're making a multi-million-dollar show and it is that dumb. It's not just bad Star Trek, it's just dumb. And you have these idiots online eating it up like morons. Help me, I don't understand it. that is sarcasm. Anyway, alright. I said there was this really great. I wish I could find it, but I can't find it right now. There's this really great moment. It was really well done because it hit both subtle angles. Because you don't want the Corpus to come across as too emotional. You don't want Starfleet to come across as too emotional, right? There's still boundaries. One of the things that I've noticed with women writers is they tend to be way too over the top emotional, right? To the point where people don't behave that way. Kai is very restrained. How he talks, he only ever says things that he wants to say. He's very controlled. So the very rare moments when he says anything that isn't fully under his control, it would be very, so it doesn't, it's rare. So the few moments of weakness that come out of Kai have to also be done very, very, very well. And so it does it, the AI does it phenomenally well. Says this version, right, keeps Kai in character, no emotional confession, no self-pity, no choice narrative, no sentimentality, just structure, function, and reality. So this is one of those moments where Kai lets his guard down a little, but it's still kept logical. The Athena's lounge was nearly empty. Late cycle, quiet stars. Of course, that's the thing. To say our writing is better, it's not even a compliment to our writing. I mean, Commander Halverson stepped in for caffeine in silence and stopped. Kai sat at a table near the viewport. Armor partially unlocked, helmet beside his hand, a Federation teacup in front of him. That alone was wrong enough to be alarming. "You're off your ship," Halverson said. I travel, Kai replied. "You look exhausted." "Yes." No joke, no misdirection, just yes. Halverson sat down slowly. "You're supposed to be resting." "I am sitting." "That's not rest." "It meets minimum definition." Halverson exhaled. "Why are you here?" Kai rotated his cup slightly, watching the surface move. "Your space is quieter," he said. "Fewer Grineer incursions, low volatility, high trader survival rate." It's brilliant because he doesn't say outright, "I like the Federation." He says, "Your space is quieter, fewer Grineer incursions, lower volatility, higher trade survival rate." That's your version of liking it? Yes, a beat. "I have been fighting Grineer," Kai added calmly, "for 3 centuries. Halverson blinked. "That's normal," Kai finished. "You could choose different assignments." Kai looked at him like he had suggested gravity was optional. "No." "Because of the board?" "Because of structure. Not defensive, not secretive, just factual. You think in terms of preference," Kai continued. "Corpus think in terms of function." Halverson studied him, the fatigue lines, the micro delays in movement, the way even sitting, he tracked exits and reflections. You don't stop, Halverson said quietly. Kai drank the tea. No, not pride, not regret, just truth. He stood. At the door he paused. You should export this, he said, lifting the cup slightly. Efficient beverage. Then he left, as if nothing meaningful had been said at all. And that's the thing. It keeps Kai in character. There's no emotional confession. He doesn't break down in tears and talk about how horrible it was to fight Grenier. He simply says that he's been fighting Grenier for 3 centuries. And when he tells him you can do something else, he says, I can't, because the Corpus choose function over preference. No choice narrative, no sentimentality, no exposition dumps. None of that. It fits the character. It fits Halverson, the Starfleet character. It fits 2 mature adults dealing with a difficult situation. Halverson's response. Halverson remained seated after Kai left. The tea on the table across from him still steamed. He hadn't touched it. 3 centuries. Kai hadn't said it like a confession, hadn't said it like a complaint, just a data point. Same tone as weapon yield or shield decay. Halverson tried, briefly, to imagine practicing medicine for 300 years in a war zone that never stabilized. He couldn't. He'd seen career burnout at 15 years, emotional fatigue at 10, numbness at 5. 300 wasn't burnout. It was something else. He replayed the conversation, not the words, but the delivery. No performance, no manipulation, no teasing, which made it more credible, not less. Kai hadn't been trying to influence him, which meant it was probably true. That bothered him more than the usual games. He realized something else, something smaller but sharper. Kai hadn't said he liked the Federation. He said it was quieter, safer markets, lower volatility, better survival rate. That wasn't admiration. That was relief measured in logistics. Halverson rubbed his eyes. He still found Kai infuriating, still distrust half of what came out of his mouth, still suspected layered motives behind every favor and warning. But this didn't feel like manipulation. It felt like a glimpse behind the mask, and the mask snapping back on immediately after, which somehow made it more unsettling. He finally picked up the tea Kai had left behind, sniffed it and frowned. Too sweet, he muttered, and drank it anyway. And that is what's the difference. None of these characters are self-inserts for me. I am nothing like Kai. I am terrible at reading people. I'm nothing like Halverson. There's no motive behind it. I'm not trying to say, oh, war is bad or any of that. There's no motive behind any of it. There's no motive, there's no purpose, there's no reason. It's just they're about to possibly find more conflict with the Grenier. And so I was like, this one moment, there's 2 moments when Kai actually gives in and shows what's under it. The second time is when there's risk that the Grenier and the Dominion might meet. And Kai gets angry. He's controlled, he's restrained, but you could tell he's angry. And he tells them, he tells Halverson, he's like, I warned you. I told you, keep the Grenier and the Dominion apart. Anyway. I hate them so much. Oh, for fuck's sake. That makes sense. No line in the family tree for Cassidy Yates. Thanks for letting us know that Cassidy and Ben's child was never born. That's not depressing at all, assholes. Love letter to DS9, my ass. I hate them. I hate them. Yeah, they're also apparently comparing. I watched it a long time ago too. They're comparing Scotty in a kilt to a Klingon in a dress. I hate them. I hate them. I have reached my I hate them point. I absolutely hate them. What the hell is this? All right. Anyway, alright. Because they're stupid. I don't know. Because like I said, it's like Kai said, the galaxy does not do what you want, but they do what they've made the galaxy do what they want. That's it. That's it. They want men in dresses, so that's what they did. They want Klingons in dresses, so that's what they did. Right? Okay? That's it. That moment when Kai says the galaxy does not do what you want made me realize what is going on. It is that they have changed the galaxy to fit what they want. Normally the galaxy would not do what they want. Okay? It doesn't do what they want. But they have changed it because they can write it to do what they want. It doesn't matter when you do it. You can't do the Dominion. You can't have the Dominion do dumb things. Okay? You can't have the Corpus suddenly come into the Federation and start doing charity. Doesn't make sense for the Corpus. Now the Corpus have done things to help the Federation because they don't want the Federation to be destroyed. So there are times where the Corpus will suddenly appear and help them fighting the Klingon, the Grineer. Why? Because they know that they want the Federation to survive. So there are times where they might seem like they're doing charity, but they're not, because they're investing long-term in the Federation. But the Corpus aren't going to come up to Starfleet with flowers and chocolates and say, "Hi, welcome." No. They have their motive, their purpose, their message, and they change everything. No one in Star Trek is allowed to go against what they believe. Okay? No one in Star Trek. No, it's not even that. They want to make like I said, the line from Kai is perfect because he's right. The galaxy does not do what you want. However, because Star Trek is an artificially created galaxy, it does what they want. And for them, no one in the galaxy can go against what they believe. No one is allowed to not. against what they want. You cannot have anybody in the galaxy of Star Trek who's against two dudes together. You cannot have that because that's what they believe. Okay? Based on their logic, I can't create a world where people are polytheists because I'm a Muslim who believes in one God, so my God. No. You're incapable of moving beyond your beliefs and writing things that you don't agree with. I have an idea of like I said, if I could create anything I want, it would be a world where ancient Egypt has survived and the majority of the world is polytheist. Oh, but Kat, you're a Muslim. No, because you need to be able to write things you don't agree with and you don't believe in. A good writer can write a good character that's nothing like them, that they do not agree with, that they do not even like. But if they're a good writer, that's why good writers can write good writers can write the opposite sex, can write people who are totally different than they are. But they're not. They cannot do that. They cannot write a good character that is different than them. No, they have to have a gay Klingon in a dress. They can't write a warrior Klingon. Okay? That's the difference. There are things that the Corpus do I don't agree with. There are things that Starfleet does I don't agree with. It doesn't matter. You write them how they are. You write them how they are. And they can't do that. They make the galaxy what they want. And that's why that is by far my favorite line. Okay? My favorite line is where Kai says the galaxy does not do what you want. Okay? But they get their galaxy to do what it wants. That's why I'm tired, okay? They've ruined everything. I don't. How is it? You have creative ideas, right? Alex, why don't you get paid money to make Star Wars? You make good ideas. Shadow of Hawk had great ideas for Destiny 2. Where it was like, bring back Alakul the Darkblade. Okay? The only people getting jobs in Hollywood don't care. And that's the problem. I'm sorry if I keep bringing up that line from Kai, right? That wonderful line from Kai. Not from Kai, from Tezin. Where he says, again, the galaxy does not do. And the galaxy does not care. The galaxy does not care what you want, and that's the problem. The galaxy should not care what you want. If you're creating a world, you cannot create it as everything you want. And that's the problem. That's what happened with Star Trek. They created a galaxy that cares about what they want, not what the galaxy is. Okay? If they were to write, and that's why I have to give respect to Digital Extremes. They are woke, a woke company. That does not mean that they have changed the lore of their game to fit their woke. They still have the Corpus behaving like the Corpus, and the Grineer behaving like the Grineer. As of yet, they haven't changed that. They have not come in and changed their galaxy to fit what they want. So you have, on the other hand, Destiny 2 has not. You are not allowed to create a world that does not agree with their morals. You're not allowed to create a world that does not fit what they believe. Even if it doesn't make sense for the culture. A gay Klingon is the dumbest thing ever. It does not make sense. This is not being mean to gays. Okay? One of my favorite people I work with is gay. Okay? It doesn't mean you're going against anything gay. It doesn't make sense for the Klingons to have a gay Klingon like that in a dress. But because that is not allowed to exist in your galaxy, you remove it. It shouldn't exist. Yeah. You're not allowed to go against what they believe. As I said, I'm like, what next? Trans Romulan? Oh, that makes no sense for the Romulans, but hey, it's our galaxy, we do what we want in it. Look, I have said, when it makes sense, I don't have a problem. Albrecht and Lloyd, no problem with them. Makes sense for the Orican, makes sense for the characters, I'm good with it. But don't have Alad V and Viso smooching, okay? But no, gay Klingon in dress is stupid. But because you cannot conceive of a galaxy where some people may not be for gay characters, Klingons would not allow this. And that's why you wiped out the Klingons. This is a joke. Right, Mimi? And so you cannot... Anyway, it's 8 o'clock. I'm gonna head out. But, like I said, I wanted to hear from other people to make sure, am I the only one who has these ideas? Yeah, someone did not like that I was talking about Warframe, Star Trek and Star Trek politics. So he's like, I followed you because of Warframe. The thing is, in a way, what I did was more interesting about Warframe. Anyway, it's Warframe and Starfleet. Anyway, I'm gonna head out because it's 8 o'clock. How many? I'm just out of curiosity.